Claim that owing to the fact that your mother made a false report to Child Protective Services, your children were removed from your custody for a brief period of time. In addition to that, you lost your job and suffered other financial ramifications as a result of that false complaint. Your mother's response indicates that she told the truth. She doesn't deny that she made a report to Child Protective Services. Is that right?
That's right.
Your grandson was visiting with you.
Yes, he was.
How old is he?
9.
Your daughter has how many children?
2.
You have a 9-year-old and then a 5-year-old?
5-year-old.
5-year-old is a girl or a boy?
Boy, 2 boys.
And other than the 2 children, who do you live with?
My fiance.
Is he the father of either of these children?
No, he is not.
Do the 9-year-old and the 5-year-old have the same father?
No, they do not.
When was your grandson visiting with you?
I picked him up on October the 2nd. I took him home on October the 5th. And then I went back and picked him up again on October the 7th. And I kept him until October the 10th, when the Sheriff's Department called me, took my statement, and asked me to bring my grandson to the police station.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to tell me, Ms. Kugler, what prompted you to call Child Protective Services?
My grandson, on October the 3rd, told his grandfather
Step up.
that Mommy had threw a phone and hit him.
You didn't hear this conversation?
No, he told his granddad.
Okay. Mr. Kugler, where were you when you had this conversation with your grandson?
In the front room of our house.
What prompted the conversation?
He came in, he was on the computer doing a school game, computer game, or race cars or something. And he came in to me and he says, "Daddy, my head hurts." And I says, "What happened?" And he says, "Mother hit me with the phone." I looked at it and there was a bruise behind his ear and a little redness.
Just redness?
A little lump. Not
This was the day after he arrived?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Gina was at therapy treatment. When she came home, I said, "Timmy came up to me a little while ago complaining of a sore behind his ear. It hurt." So we called Timmy back in, and he repeated it to us.
Did he say when that happened?
It was just the day before when he was over at the house with his mother.
No, Judge Judy. Timothy didn't give me the exact date, but he had told me that his mom, when his dad brought him home from a visit, had threw his Pokemon cards in the garbage.
Okay. And then what did he tell you?
He says, "My mommy threw the phone, and it hit me right here, Grandma." I says, "What happened, Timothy?" He says, "Mommy was mad because I was whining over my bicycle, my finger bicycle."
A finger
bike.
bike.
It's a little bike that you play with, you can use for your fingers. And it broke, and Mommy was mad. And I went, "Okay."
That's not true.
Go ahead.
So I told him, I says, "Timmy," I says, "I know that you're 9 years old, and I know that you're a big boy, but Grandma needs to see you." I says, "I need to see if there's any marks on you." There was black and blue marks on Timothy's bottom.
Where on his bottom?
They were across his bottom.
Across his buttocks.
Yes.
What did they look like?
They were black and blue marks.
Were they linear?
He had a bruise on his leg that looked like it was an electric cord that he got hit with.
Did you ask him about it?
I asked him, and he says, "Mommy hits me with the belt wherever she wants to hit me."
Oh, my God.
So what did you do, Miss Kugler?
I cried because I know how nasty my daughter's temper can be.
What did you do?
They called the police.
Shh, Miss Hopkins.
No, I did not, Your
What did
Honor.
you do?
I called CPS the following morning.
Okay, and you made a report.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Then you say on the 5th of October you brought your grandson back to his mother's.
Yes, I did.
Did you have any conversation with her when you brought
No,
the
I did
child
not.
back?
I did not ask her about it.
Okay. Was this the first time that you had noticed any bruises on your grandson?
No, it's not.
When previously to that had you noticed any bruises on your
Back in
grandson?
1998, when he was 5 years old, he had a bruise on his leg that you could tell it was a cord that had smacked his leg.
Did you have a conversation with your daughter at that time?
I told my daughter at that time that she needed anger management because she was very, very angry when it came to her kids. That same day that we got into that conversation, Your Honor, she told my grandson he didn't mind his grandpa one day. She told him if he didn't listen to his grandpa, that she was going to pound the living out of him.
Okay. When you had this conversation with your daughter when your grandson was 5, did your daughter acknowledge at that time that she had in fact hit him?
No, she didn't.
When did either Child Protective Services, Ms. Hopkins, or the police come to your home?
October 10th. There was 2 reports made, one on October 3rd, the second one on October 10th. They said that I was accused by my stepfather, Mr. Googler, that I beat my son in the head with a phone. And I said, that didn't happen. What did happen was about 3 weeks before, Mr. Timmy got mad at me because I threw his Pokemon cards away.
Mr. Timmy, is that
That's what I would refer to my baby. Well, I have Mr. Timmy, Mr. Andy. Mr. Timmy got mad at me because I threw his Pokemon cards away because I don't approve of them. And he said, I want to call Grandma. I said, you're not calling Grandma. You're going to go to your room. He said, you're being just like Grandma says, Mom. And I threw the phone at the wall, and the phone did break.
When you threw the phone at the wall, did any part of the phone hit him accidentally?
I don't know. It could have. The battery in the back of the phone could have. But there was
Okay.
no marks on that child.
Okay, just a second. So that it is possible that part of the phone, when you threw it in anger, did in fact hit your son.
It could have.
It
could have.
could have.
It could have.
Now, as far as the mark that your mother says she saw on the child's buttocks,
She bumped her head.
shh, pay attention to me. Have you ever used a belt or something else to reprimand your children?
I have spanked my son on his behind with my hand. I have never beat him with a belt, an extension cord, a vacuum cord, or anything
Or any
for
other
that matter.
kind of cord. When was the last time prior to October the 3rd that you spanked your son with your hand?
He doesn't get spanked all that often.
No, I'm just asking you because your mother says she saw.
My mother's a liar.
Just answer my questions, would you please?
Months.
Months.
It doesn't do
So
anything
that
to
would-
spank Timmy.
Fine. Now, the police arrived with Child Protective Services, and they arrived at your house on the 10th.
It was just the police at first. They
And
talked to me and my fiance. As soon as they left, I called my mother and I said, you need to bring Timmy home because we need to have a family discussion. No, I don't want to bring him home. What's going on? I said, just bring him home. I'm going to lose my grandson. And she started crying. And I said, okay, I will meet you at your house and we'll sit at your table and we'll have a family discussion. We did so. Myself, my fiance, and my 5-year-old went to my mother's house. We sat at her kitchen table. And I said, Timmy, why did you say that? And he looked at my mother. And I said, Timmy, baby, you need to tell me because I'm in a lot of trouble now. Because I wanted to stay at Grandma and Grandpa's house for the rest of my break. I didn't want to go back to stay with my dad on the weekend. And I said, you shouldn't have lied. And my mother looked at Timmy and said, Timmy, you shouldn't have told Papa that if it wasn't true. You should not have lied to Papa. And he said, I'm sorry, Grandma.
Okay.
We left, and about 6 p.m., sheriff showed up at my house and took my 5-year-old and said that I was under investigation for child abuse and child neglect. And they took my kids.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jennifer Hopkins says her mother, Regina Googler, filed a false report with Child Services. Regina says Jennifer threw a telephone at her 9-year-old son.
Okay. At the first court hearing, you were present,
Correct.
you had an attorney,
Correct.
and the Child Protective Services attorney was present,
Correct.
and a social worker.
Correct.
When was that hearing?
The first one was November 6th.
And at that point, both the children were out of your custody.
Yes. They were in
Who were
foster
they
care.
with? Both children were in foster care with
Yes.
strangers.
Uh-huh.
Were both of your children returned to you after the hearing of
Nope.
November 6th?
No.
They were not.
No, they went to their fathers. Timmy went to live with his dad in Barstow, and Andrew went to live with his father in Hesperia.
Okay. Were both fathers present at the hearing?
Yes, they were.
And the fathers had attorneys?
Yes, they did.
And the fathers wanted custody of the children, at least temporarily?
Temporary custody. They'd rather have them, and I would have rather had them with them than foster care.
Okay, but the judge did not return the children to you after the hearing?
No, he gave me visitation, supervised visitation.
Did your mother participate in that hearing, by the
No.
way? Only the social worker?
It was the 3 parents, the social worker, my attorney, and their attorneys.
And
were not
also an
allowed to.
attorney
We were
for-
not allowed to do that, Miss
Shh,
Judy.
No. Listen, I was in family court for a long time. That's how I can ask these questions. In addition to all of the adults and their attorneys, the children also had an attorney.
Correct.
And was it the position of the children's attorney that the children should not be returned to your custody at that time?
Correct.
So, Child Protective Services, after an initial evaluation, and a judge hearing the testimony, Ms. Hopkins, of the social worker, and the judge, after hearing the recommendation of the children's law guardian, decided not to return the children to you at that time.
Correct.
Then you had a second hearing.
January 8th.
And on January 8th, were both of your children returned to you?
Yes, they were.
At the
Both of them.
fact-finding hearing, did the court make a determination as to whether either of these children had been either abused or neglected?
I have a report from the social worker.
I'd like to see the court's finding
I have this one here.
I'd like to see it, please. Am I correct that the recommendation of the court was that your older son be returned to his father?
That was my recommendation.
No.
If you read a little
The court's
further, you'll see.
recommendation, in summary, is it is recommended that the court finds the allegations of the original petition to be true as amended. And that is that you admitted
To throwing the phone.
to throwing the phone in the direction of the child. You admitted to that. So the court made a finding of neglect.
I admitted I threw the phone.
Then the court made a finding of neglect against you. And then there was a dispositional hearing. And at the dispositional hearing, it looks to me as if the recommendation was that Timothy go to live with his father and that custody be granted to the father. Now, did that happen?
Yes, it did. I gave
So
up
that both
that
just.
right.
So I'm correct, Ms. Hopkins, that Timothy is now in the custody of his father.
Yes, he is.
So that both children are not in your custody. Only one of them is in your custody.
I let Timmy go live with his father. The social worker and the kid's attorney asked me if I wanted him to go live with his father, and I said, it's in there. And I said, yes, because he's been transferred to 4 different schools in 3 months.
Look, there was a complaint filed. A complaint was filed by your mother because of an allegation that your son made that he was excessively corporally punished by you. Under the circumstances, she did the right thing. She saw a mark on his ear.
There were no
I'm
marks.
speaking. She saw a mark on his ear that was consistent with being hit. There is no question that your son, Timmy, told his attorney that he had in fact been hit by a phone or a piece of the phone by you in anger. The judge at the conclusion of the hearing made a finding that you did in fact neglect your child while in anger throwing an object which caused him to be injured. The judge set a disposition, which is deciding what to do about your 2 children, because if you were neglectful of one, the law presumes that you have neglected both, and the court scheduled a dispositional hearing. The recommendation that the court made was that your older child be turned over to his biological father and that custody be granted to the father. You may have agreed with that, but that was the recommendation. And that since you had attended anger management program,
Correct. Anger
now
management and parenting.
I assume you would not have consented to unless you felt that you needed it.
I did need it.
And you went, and the judge at that time said that the judge would return your 5-year-old to you under supervision with a social worker who comes to your house occasionally.
He's home. That's the dispositional hearing.
I understand that. The 5-year-old was sent home to you, but Child Protective Services continues to monitor.
Correct.
Listen, I was in the family court 25 years. You're not talking to some jerk. Ms. Hopkins, what I'm telling you is you have no case against your mother at all, because a court found that you had, in fact, neglected, under the law, both your children by losing your temper and throwing the phone. So the greater issue is, it seems to me that your children, your younger child at least, who is still in your custody, and probably your older child, who I assume that you see under this visitation arrangement.
He'll be home in 6 months.
Well, who knows whether he's going to be home in 6 months, Ms. Hopkins. You're not entitled to that child any more than his father is entitled to his custody. Wherever the child is best suited, that's where the child is going to be. Right now, you have a finding of neglect against you. If the child is thriving in the care of his father, that's where the child will stay. And no judge is going to remove that child from his father's care. Maybe that the child will come home, maybe not. Now, this fiancé of yours that you called your mother about to ask her to help you get him out of the house at one point, there is no question in my mind that happened. Now, my question to you is, you have 2 children. They have 2 different fathers. You have a fiancé. Is he still living with you?
Yes, 4 years.
What kind of work does he do?
He's a correctional officer.
Does he have children of his own?
No, he does not.
Do you see your 5-year-old grandson?
I don't see either one of my grandchildren. That's one thing. When I filled out the paperwork with the CPS people, they handed me a packet and asked me to fill it out. I did, and I put in the paperwork that I would like. I didn't mind if my grandchildren went to their fathers, or even if my daughter got them back. I would just like to have grandparents' visitation rights.
There was orders made January 8th. She is not to have any contact with either child, because the social worker and the children's attorney and the social worker's supervisor found that she had lied to them and that the allegations that she had made were absolutely absurd. There were no marks when they removed the children from me. There was no marks whatsoever. They took them from me to the emergency room. There were no marks on the children.
Ms. Hopkins, the original complaint was made on the 3rd of October, and Timmy was not removed until the 10th of October. By that time, in that 8-day period, bruises go away, bruises fade. The fact that you acknowledge and that the court found that in anger you injured your son, which is what he reported to his lawyer. He didn't lie to his lawyer. He didn't lie to the social worker. And in fact, he didn't lie to his grandmother. And your mother didn't lie to Child Protective Services when she called and said he was hit behind the ear with a phone that Mommy hit him with. Well, to a 9-year-old, that's true. And the fact that by the time they removed him, whatever marks your mother saw on the 3rd of October had dissipated doesn't mean that you didn't see them on the 2nd. And all I can tell you is this. Children thrive on the widest possible community of love and affection. And it may or may not be that you will be successful in securing visitation rights.
She won't see him.
Shh. Pay attention. Right now, your daughter is very angry with you, and she may continue to be angry with you. All I can tell you is all I can tell you is listen to me very carefully. You did the right thing, and if by doing the right thing you lose visitation with your grandchildren while they're little, that's a price that you have to pay. Because when your grandson came to you and said that he was the victim of his mother's temper, you had two choices. Either you do nothing or you become active. Now, it's very possible that your daughter would not have done anything to seriously or mortally harm either of your grandchildren.
Never.
But, well, you say never. If you have a temper and you throw a phone at a 9-year-old because wanted to call his grandmother, wanted to go and stay with her, you threw away his cards, he was having a temper tantrum, and you, Ms. Hopkins, responded by having a temper tantrum.
Correct. That's
not what a parent does. Parent does not have a temper tantrum.
You're right.
Okay? Now, you did the right thing because children have to be protected.
Yes.
And you have to say to yourself, I want to see my grandchildren, I want to be part of their lives, but if the price that I had to pay for losing that while they're little was making this call, I can sleep better because I made the call. Because if I didn't make the call and something happened, I would die. Mm-hmm. You got it?
That's correct.
How old is the child?
He is 2.
2?
Yes.
According to your complaint, the defendant filed false charges against you of assault, resulting in your having to pay legal fees and bail money.
That's correct.
You want to be compensated for that. The defendant says that the charges were true. She is counterclaiming for some assault and some property damage, which I will get to in a moment. When did the two of you separate?
July 2001.
And who took the child at that time?
I did.
Were you involved in a custody dispute after July of 2001?
I went to the courts and got some papers drawn up. Actually went to a paralegal, one of my mom's friends.
Just tell me, was there a custody case in the courts?
Yes.
And who has primary custody of the child?
Me right now.
Do you have a copy of that order?
There's mediation papers in there as well.
We both have custody. I know that everything is joint right now. I have a paper here that says that we have joint.
Okay, you're right. So the child is being shifted back and forth on a weekly basis. Part of the week you have the child, and part of the week you have the child. And I assume that this incident happened on October 16th during one of those periods of exchange.
Well, right now is a stipulation. The courts were saying until she can get on her feet and actually have her own place of stay, then we can start doing that arrangement. But right now we do Tuesdays and Thursdays, so we haven't really made that concrete yet, Your Honor.
Okay. October 16th is when this incident happened?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened, sir.
Well, I called on a cell phone to let her know that our child was not going to be ready to be dropped off at 4 o'clock, like we arranged. She never got that message. I checked my messages at home around 4:20. She said, where you at? I'm waiting here 20 minutes. I called her back and told her, hey, I'm running late. Jacob's just waking up. I don't want to rush him. He gets cranky. She started persisting to scream at me, telling me this is not right. This is my time with my son, blah, blah, blah. I said, I'll be there as soon as possible. cut up some food for him, got him a drink, drove him down to Penadobe Park where we meet. She walked right over to my mom's truck, took him right out of the car, didn't say a word to me. By this time, my son's face was really sad. I went over to tell him goodbye. At that time, she persisted on yelling and screaming at me,
What did she say?
telling me I was a bad dad and how I shouldn't have been late. And I told her this is the same reason why we broke up, so we wouldn't have to fight in front of our son. She started screaming. I said, no, I'm going to take my son out of here because you're not in a good state. When I started to grab him out of the car seat, she grabbed my arm, and I told her to back off me and just to calm down. I'm going to take him home, and we'll decide on another day.
So what happened? She grabbed your arm?
She grabbed me, and I shrugged her off pretty much. She fell onto the ground, hit her butt, and hit her left elbow. The police report said she had a 1-inch scratch. I actually persisted on to help her up. I told her, let me help you up. She said, no. I went to the truck and sat down. She came back around in her truck, got out of her truck with my son watching, and started flailing at me.
What does that mean?
She was, through the truck, she was pretty much trying to hit me. Hit my glasses, stuff like that, and I sat there and thought about what really happened. I drove home and I called and said, you know what, I want my son. A couple more phone calls, the cops were on the phone telling me that Mary was in a bad state of mind and can you come up to Vacaville and pick up my son. So when I went up there, the cop came out, told me, do you know your rights? I'm going to put you under arrest. And that's when they served me with the temporary restraining order.
What happened with that case?
I have papers showing that the DA has dropped the charges and there was not enough evidence to prove the case. Their police report is stapled to it as well.
Okay, now I'll hear you.
Okay. On October 16th, we did agree to meet at Penadobe at 4 o'clock. It was about 4:30, and I called on the cell phone. I called his mother's house, and I called his house and left a thing on the answering machine. And finally, about 4:30, he called me back, and he said that my son was still sleeping. He said that if I wanted to wait until my son was going to be awake, that I could wait at the park until Evan and my son was ready.
Let me stop you there for a moment.
Okay.
Had you had this exchange before at the park?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
It's been about 2 months.
And have the exchanges always taken place at the same time, 4 o'clock?
Yes, but there's been other incidences when sometimes he won't show up. Sometimes he'll show up late.
But for 2 months, they had gone on reasonably well.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Now continue.
I obviously got upset because my time with my son is at 4 o'clock. You know, he has made it very difficult for me to even see my son since I had left the residence. He said, you know, I'll show up whenever I show up. Finally,
What time did he arrive?
He finally showed up about little after 5.
Go ahead.
So once he showed up, he arrived in his mother's car, and I opened the door, and I got my son out of the car.
Did you say anything to each other at the time that you opened the door?
I let him know that I was very upset.
That's not what I asked you. What did you say?
I cannot do this. You need to show up on time. If we have a set agreement, you need to show up on time. And I carried him over to my car, and I was buckling him into the car seat. We were arguing back and forth still.
Why would you argue with him?
I was upset because he was late.
And you have a conversation with him outside the earshot of his child.
Right.
Not
It's-
right. You
well-
didn't do that. You were yelling and screaming and agitated.
Yes.
And you couldn't control yourself, even in front of your child.
Yes,
Well, that's wrong.
I know.
So you can understand why he would say, I don't think you should have him because you're not in control of yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he came around from behind you and he tried to take the child out of the car?
No, he didn't.
What did he say?
He was yelling at me. He was saying that you're not going to have your son. You're not going to see your son ever again. I'm going to take custody of Jacob. And during this time, I was buckling my son into the car, and he grabbed my arm right here and swung me around to where I landed way behind my truck, and I landed directly on my back to where it knocked the wind out of me. I was like, you're not going to take my son. You just threw me on the ground. He ran over to my side of the car, and he tried to pull the keys out of the ignition. I was able to get the car started, and I took off.
And then you went home.
Yes. I called the police as soon as I got home.
Why?
Because I was assaulted, Evan has abused me for the past 3 years that I was with him, and I'm not going to let him do this to me anymore. For him to throw me on the ground in front of my son, I can't.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Evan Davis says ex-girlfriend Mary Booth had him falsely arrested for assault after a custody exchange of their child. Mary says her allegations are true.
Both behaved very badly that day.
I understand.
You both behaved very badly that day.
But I don't feel that if anybody's behavior does not mean that anybody should be threatened physically.
Well, one gets from your scenario, Miss Booth, that he did not punch you, right?
No.
He didn't grab you by both shoulders and throw you to the ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
What he did was he tried to get you away from the baby so that he...
I
What he did was try to get you away from the baby. And he pulled your arm, swung you around, and you fell. He didn't put his hands on your chest and fling you to the ground, right?
Well,
am I right?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, let me tell you something. I think that you both behaved badly that day. You initially out of control. And you may have been out of control because you don't have custody of your child, because you were angry, because you're involved in, this ongoing open-ended order of the family court. You're both recovering from drug abuse, is that right? Well, that's what it says in here. That's what it says in here.
Yeah.
It says that you were clean for a month at the time of the mediation. He was clean for 5 months. Tell me, did I read that?
No.
That's what it says in mediation papers, Your Honor.
That's what it says in the mediation papers. What do you mean, no? That's what it says. I'm going to read it again. Maybe I misread it.
Evan has not been clean.
Just a second. Mother acknowledges past drug use by both parents and states she has been clean for about 1 month.
Yes. I know
That's just
that,
what I said.
Well, I know
You
that
acknowledge-
he still uses drugs at that time.
I said, first I'm talking to you. I said you. I said both of you are recovering from drug abuse. And you said no.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
You didn't understand? You didn't understand what I said? Yes doesn't mean no. Father says that he also was using drugs, but he had been clean for 4 to 5 months at the time of this mediation. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not. I assume somebody did a hair follicle test on both of you, did they?
No.
No.
That's a big mistake.
Should have.
Huh?
They should have.
Yeah, they sure should have. Anyway, you're out of control, Miss Booth. How much was your bail?
$1,500. I have receipts.
And aside from the bail, how much did you pay a lawyer?
I didn't pay a lawyer or anything. I paid a paralegal to do some of my work for me.
I thought you said the paralegal was a friend of yours.
Well, she still charges.
You have a bill?
No, I do not. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Can I hand you guys? Well, that wasn't my case. I was basically for the bail and for the mental anguish and for the 7-day restraining order.
Well, the 7-day restraining order was not as a result of any factual finding, only because she went in there and asked for one. What?
Your Honor, he violated his restraining order. He called me 5 times within that time of the restraining order, saying that he wanted to come pick up his son and that I would never see his son again. And he basically made threats saying that he was...
So what happened with that case?
They filed something saying that he violated the restraining order. I have it right here.
No, that you say he violated the restraining order. Shouldn't have been a restraining order to begin with. Restraining order was issued ex parte, which means you just asked for it, they gave it to you, but at the time it came to court, they dropped it because they weren't going to give you one for a year. You only had a restraining order for a week, is that right?
Yeah, that's all I asked for.
That's not all you asked for. You would have liked one permanently.
Well, I wanted to get one permanently, but I felt like if I did, that it would interrupt with me seeing, with the exchange of my son, and I didn't want to do that.
Because the child was going back to his father.
Right.
Okay.
I didn't want to have it,
Miss
interrupt
Booth,
with that.
I got it.
Okay.
You called the police with regard to this alleged violation of the order, which says no contact for 7 days. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You called the police came over and they listened to the recording, the one recording that you had. Is that right?
Yes.
The one recording that you had. And the one recording that you had, according to the police, was as follows. Victim Booth's cellular phone voicemail was played for me. The voice on the call sounded like Subject Davis's voice, And the subject of the conversation was to confirm the exchange of the child on 10/23/01. No threats, just to confirm the exchange. Booth was adamant she wanted to file a report about this violation of the order.
He had called me
Subject
prior.
Davis arrived at the location and listened to the voice message. Davis denied making the call. He said it was his brother. This may have been true, according to the police, because as the voice ended, the message was, leave a message with Evan, which is you.
Yes.
So you wouldn't say, leave a message with me. You would say, leave a message on my mail. You would.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Listen, I am now going to turn to the counterclaim for a minute, and then I'm going to make a decision. Your counterclaim says, Ms. Booth, among other things, that in March, that was before you finally separated, that the plaintiff assaulted you.
Yes.
And he broke your glasses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went back to living with him for 5 months.
Yes, I did.
So forget it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, I have like no family. I have no family. I have nowhere to go.
Ms. Booth?
I didn't want to leave my son.
You made a baby together. If you're smart, you will put all of the anger and hostility and everything else behind you and decide that you are going to make these exchanges comfortable, that a 2-year-old doesn't always act on your schedule, and if he's sleeping, he's sleeping. Why should you wake him up? That's what a reasonable person does. Not act like a baby and get all bent out of shape because you're missing a half hour or an hour worth of time with the child, especially when it's been going reasonably. Better put behind, both of you, put behind any animus, any hard feeling that you have and everything else, and just decide that you are now bound to each other for the next 20 years and learn to live with it. Otherwise, you're going to have these skirmishes all the time. So we've just done away with this alleged March assault because then you all got together again and lived happily ever after for 5 months. Then you say in July he ultimately threw you out. And when he threw you out, he broke some precious moments figures and an antique piece of furniture. So you want to tell me what happened in July?
On July 7th, Evan and I had gotten into a very big fight. He had threatened to kill me, and the next day I decided that I was going to go stay at a friend's house for a couple of days. I came back 2 days later to get some belongings, and my whole wardrobe was in the car, locked, and the doors, locks were changed. So I broke into the house, and I got some of my belongings, and I noticed that almost all of my furniture was gone, and I went into the garage. All of my furniture was laying out all over the garage. This piece of furniture, which was given to me by my great-grandparents. On top is the before picture, and the rest are the after. When I went out there, there was my precious moments sitting on top. There was 3 of them sitting on top of the cabinet with the heads torn off of them.
Tell me what happened with this piece of furniture when you moved it out. Doesn't look as if you moved it very carefully.
I did move it very carefully. All the stuff was moved out of the garage, so I don't know if it got broke at that time when they moved it or if one of her friends moved it on accident and didn't tell her it broke. Because I wasn't there. My mom was there, but she couldn't get
So what you're
the
telling me
residence.
is when you moved this piece into the garage, it was in good condition.
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, actually there was a leg missing from the prior because there never was a leg on there. And there were some marks on the front that was scratched up from my son chipping it off. And the locks were actually missing too because my son took them off.
What about these little figurines?
I did. I told her at the time of the date I broke her figurine. I dropped it in the bag and it broke. And I only
How
broke
many figurines were
Just
broken?
one broke.
How much did you pay for these figurines?
They were gifts, and they were $50 I got on the internet.
How many figurines do you claim were broken?
3.
Did he tell you that he broke
No,
one?
he didn't say one. He said that he broke them. I said, you ripped the heads off of these things. And he said, yes, I ripped the heads off.
Okay. Well, that's what they're asking for these things, $50. That's not what they sell for.
I don't know how much they are.
So now let me tell you how I'm going to resolve this case. You've already gotten your lecture on trying to be good young parents in a situation where you're going to be exchanging custody and visitation. I don't think that either one of you wants your child to suffer.
No.
Your behavior on that date made your child suffer. He was 2 years old, and you frightened him because you were out of control. It wasn't as if he didn't show up at all. He showed up an hour late. You had a conversation with him a half hour before and said he was going to be a little late. Just hang in there. So you had no reason to lose it, which you did. And if she lost it, and if you were concerned that she lost it, you don't feed into that. You let it take the child. Next day, you go into court. Say, listen, I want to set up a supervised visitation till she gets herself set. You don't fight in front of the child. Did I say that loud enough?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that? So, it cost you $1,500 for your bail. Is that right?
That's correct.
She's going to pay $750 because I think that she was at least half responsible for what went on that day.
Okay.
And I don't know how much these figurines are worth, but certainly he acknowledges that he broke one, if not three of them. So I'm giving you a credit of $100 on your counterclaim. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $650. That's all.
Why is that excused?
Live-in boyfriend.
Yes.
Shared an apartment together, and it is your claim that when he moved out, after he assaulted you, he owed you for rent and bills and damage to the apartment that was caused during the course of this assault. You also want to be compensated for the assault.
Yes.
The defendant says that he was paid up as far as his rent is concerned at the time that he moved, that you caused the altercation, and that as a matter of fact, it was you who assaulted him. That's your defense.
Yes.
Okay. When did you move in together?
August.
August of 2001?
Yes.
What date?
August 4th?
Is that when you moved in, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you move out?
At the beginning of November, the end of October.
Is that correct?
He didn't sleep October 31st, but he moved all his stuff November 1st. But he
right.
still has some stuff in my apartment.
All right, so he was out the end of October.
Yes.
So August, September, and October, 3 months.
Yes.
One of the things you're suing him for is rent. How much was he supposed to pay?
Before when we signed the lease, it was supposed to be, it's 3 of us living there. His cousin also lives there. It was supposed to be the rent split into 3 and the utilities between us 2. But after we signed the lease and I gave him the check for the first month's rent and the deposit, he said, that his cousin was only going to pay $400 because he's only living in a room, that the rest of the rent, we will have to split it in half. And that wasn't the arrangement.
How many people signed the lease?
3 of us.
What months do you claim he owes you rent for?
I say November because he only gave me 2 weeks notice that he was going to move out in October.
So what you're suing for is November's rent because he didn't give you notice. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but he didn't. It was supposed to be the deposit and the 1 month's rent was supposed to be 50-50. I gave him the check and he only gave me $1,000 towards it, so he owes me $300.
For what?
Because it was supposed to be $1,300 and $1,300.
Are you still living in the apartment?
Yes, I am.
Who else is living in the apartment?
His cousin and his cousin's girlfriend.
So there are 3 people living there now.
Yes.
The cousin remained.
Yes, but he
And
only...
the girlfriend moved in. Mm-hmm. So make them pay the security deposit.
No.
When? No.
That-
I'll
no.
tell you yes. Don't tell me no.
No, I'm just saying that it was our agreement between us 2. And his
When
cousin
everything was
still
fine.
pays no, but his cousin still only pays $400. No utilities, no nothing. Because that was the agreement that he
Get
had.
him out. Get
when
him out.
he's
What
in the
about the
lease.
girlfriend? What does she pay?
She doesn't pay anything.
What'd you let him move in for?
I didn't let her. She came in one time and she never left afterwards.
Call the police. Have him removed.
I didn't know I could do that.
She doesn't live there. She's not on the lease. She doesn't pay rent. Put her out. Now, you didn't move another person into the apartment in November?
No, I didn't.
A boy? Man? No. He says you did.
No, I didn't move anybody in. I've been paying for everything myself.
My question to you is, the beginning of November, did you start a new relationship with somebody else?
Yes, I did.
And does the person that you started a new relationship with occasionally stay over at the apartment?
Once in a while.
Once in a while. And does he once in a while stay over the apartment the beginning of November?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So now you've got the cousin, the girlfriend, and your sometimes boyfriend living in the apartment. You want him to pay
No, he
rent.
doesn't live there. He just stays there.
He stays there
because
occasionally. Well, if he
after
stays there
work.
occasionally, then let him pay half the rent. Leave him alone with the rent. Now let's get started with the assault. Let me hear your version of what happened with the assault.
Okay, I received a phone call from his ex-girlfriend telling me that he's been carrying on a relationship with her since June, before we moved in together.
Okay.
When I found out, I already knew, like, the relationship was already diminishing. So...
Had you met the new boyfriend yet?
We've been friends since we were 8 years old, so yes.
you met him already?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on. So you got a call
I've
from the
known him
girlfriend.
since I was
Miss
young.
Gonzalez, you got a call from the girlfriend, and then
Yes.
what happened? After
And
you got a
she
call
was-
from the
She
girlfriend.
was just telling me a lot of things, and it hurt me, but it wasn't surprising to me. He was outside, and I told him to come upstairs, and I told him that I wanted to speak to him, and he said no. It's whenever he wanted to speak to me. So I said, forget about it, you know. We just need to start looking for different apartments because I can't afford this apartment by myself. So he's like, fine, you know. He's been staying in the living room, you know, off and on, because we would back and forth the whole time that we were living together.
All right, so he said he didn't want to talk. He wanted to talk when you wanted to talk.
He didn't want to talk, so I said, fine, you know what? It's over, it's over. I heard it. I confirmed my suspicions. It's fine. You know, you did whatever you needed to do, and, you know, that's it. So I was outside waiting, you know, to go out with my friends, and he started with me, you know. He's like, oh, it was you, you know, you drove me away and all that. So I didn't even want to start arguing with him in front of the house. I just left. So on the 18th, that was a Thursday, since I wouldn't come home straight after work because I didn't want to see him, I would stay in my mother's house, so I would go out with my friends or whatever. And he knew I was seeing the other guy. He knew that.
Well, you say in your complaint that you knew things weren't working out as soon as... Shh, I'm speaking. You say in your complaint you knew things weren't working out as soon as you moved in together, so you tried everything, including making him jealous. That's what you wrote in your complaint.
Yes, but that wasn't with him.
You tried to make him jealous with somebody else.
No, because when I started seeing this guy, we were already over and done with.
All I'm telling you is, you said in your complaint, including making him jealous.
Yes.
Okay. But it was with somebody else, not the guy that currently is staying at your house part-time.
No.
All right.
I just wanted to see if he cared, you know. So every time I would come home, he knew I would speak to the, you know, the guy that I'm seeing now. So he would get on the phone. He would get on the internet real fast, you know. So I wouldn't speak to him. He was there all afternoon. The minute I would get home, he would go on the internet. So I asked him, I'm like, you know, in 10 minutes, you know, I'm going to go take a shower. Can you get off the internet? You know, because I'm going to expect a phone call. And I told him it was from an apartment, because I was looking for an apartment. We were all supposed to be looking for apartments.
But it was from the boyfriend?
Yeah. So he's like, no, I get off whenever I feel like getting off. I'm like, well, no, you get off, you know, whenever I need to use the phone because you've been here all day. And he's like, oh, use my cell phone. I'm like, I don't want to use your cell phone. I don't want to use anything of yours anymore. You know, that's it. I don't want to owe you anything. He's like, oh, I get off whenever I get off. So I went and I yanked the phone cord out. So he came at me and he pushed me, and that's when I just pulled it off. It just took all my strength and it came off. That's when the whole argument started. His cousin was there, actually.
I don't care where his cousin was. Just tell me what happened.
So we were in the kitchen, and he's flinging me back and forth against the walls like a rag doll. My son is screaming. He's crying, telling him to stop. So I had the phone in my hand, and I threw it at him, but it hit the wall. So then he just kept on, and his cousin's in between us trying, like pushing him away, just stop, you know. So I tried to pick up the phone, you know, so I could call the police. So then at one point, I threw the phone, and I guess it hit him because he was bleeding. So
That's a lie, Your
just
Honor.
a second. What do you mean you guess it hit him? Because he
well,
was
it hit
bleeding.
him because, you
So
know.
don't tell me I guess. You threw the phone at him, and he was bleeding.
Yeah. That was after he was fingering
Just
me.
a second. You could have your turn.
He was fingering me against all the walls, the kitchen table, the stove, and all that. So I ran to the room with his cell phone to call the cops, and I locked the door, and my son was in there with me. And I went through, and he's like, oh, she's calling the cops, you know. So he went, and he noticed that the door was locked, so he punched it open, and he threw me on the floor, and he took the phone.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Maricel Gonzalez says after she was assaulted by her former live-in boyfriend, Sandy Espinal, he moved out. She's suing for the assault and for unpaid rent.
Go ahead.
So he was getting like his stuff ready to leave. I'm like, oh, you know, go. If you leave, you know, the cops are still gonna come after you. The cops are still gonna come after you, you know, because you hit me, you know.
I didn't hear anything about him hitting you.
Well, he was pushing
Just a
me.
minute. I didn't hear anything about him hitting you, madam. I heard pushing. The only blood I heard about so far was the blood that he had on him. That's indicated, I assume, in the police report. Is that right?
I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so? If it's
It
not
didn't say
indicated
that.
in the police report, then they missed it because he was the only one bleeding. Is that
Yeah,
right?
it didn't say it there, but it was out of self-defense because he was flinging me everywhere, and his cousin couldn't even get him off of me.
Okay.
No, he didn't smack me, you know, or punch me with an open hand, but that doesn't mean that it's not
Okay. Did you
abusive.
receive any medical treatment?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
'Cause I
Now
would
let me
have
hear
to
from you.
resist.
Your Honor,
Excuse me?
that day I did
No,
I'm
not.
finished with you.
I did not swing her. I did not hit her. She did not throw the phone at me and hit me. She hit me right with the phone in her hand. She went into inside my cousin's room to use his phone because the cordless phone that she had threw was on the floor with the battery all broken. So she went into my cousin's room to use his phone. She didn't get to use the phone. Then...
What do you mean she didn't get to use the phone, sir? She didn't get to use the phone because you stopped her?
Yes.
No.
Hey, you got a hot temper. You started to
sorry.
listen to me. You got a hot temper because the first thing that happened was he was on the computer and you went over to pull the cord out because you wanted to get off to get a call from your boyfriend.
No, it's
Stupid.
It's not that.
It's exactly what you told me, Miss Gonzalez. It's precisely what you told me.
No,
I
was
want
just
you to
trying
be
to ask
quiet,
something.
pay attention. I know you're used to talking and having people listen to you, but you're going to pay attention. What you told me was you came home, he was on the computer, you were getting a call from your boyfriend in 10 minutes. You told him to get off the computer. He said, I'm not going to get off the computer. You lied to him and told him it was for a call from an apartment. You went over and you pulled the cord out of the computer. The first physical thing that happened was your temper. Quiet. Now, she didn't get to make the call, sir, because you did what to the door?
No, I didn't know. I pushed the door open, and I did not push on the floor. I grabbed my cell phone from her. I just snatched it from her, and I walked out the room. And then she proceeded to go to the following room to use the following phone. When I went in there, I went to speak to Gloria, that's my witness here, and she was next to Gloria, like on the bed, and I was talking to her. Once I had my face to her, she hit me. She clacked me with the phone right in my face.
Okay.
No.
That's how come I was bleeding, because if she throws a phone at me, I'm a dodging. But she came, she caught me off guard from the
Don't
side.
tell me no. Whatever it was, you
Can I
both
ask
acted very
something
badly that day. I don't have a counterclaim for assault.
Yes.
The police arrived. Did they arrest you?
No, ma'am.
They didn't arrest you because the only one injured was you.
It was me.
Oh, that's what I assumed. I don't know what you want from him. You now have, you live in an apartment, your son lives in an apartment, cousin's girlfriend, and your part-time new boyfriend. What do you want from him? He's gone.
No, it's just we made a commitment together. And
Your
I never moved
commitment
out.
was over. You decided, Miss Gonzalez, according to your complaint, that I agreed that we should move in together, but as soon as we moved in, he changed. It was not working out. There were arguments every day. I knew if I kicked him out, I would be stuck with $1,300 in rent. I tried to work things out. I tried to talk to him. I cried. I tried to make him jealous. Nothing worked. I was tired of being abused, neglected, disrespected, unappreciated, I assume you mean. Okay? That's what you say.
Yeah.
You wanted him out. You got him out. Goodbye. Good luck. Have a good life.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
You got me out of the apartment. Now leave me alone. She still want to be with me. That's the problem. I don't want to be with her.
He frustrated me the whole time that we were together.
Happiness. I don't got to see her no more. I don't got to deal with her no more.
He'll get whatever he deserves at the end. It's okay, though.
Don't go by looks. Looks are the crazy ones.
Don't go by looks, sweetie. Shh, look at you.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of White versus Kamara. Step forward, please.
23-year-old substitute teacher Laura White is suing her ex-fiancé, 30-year-old artist Jeremy Kamara, for credit card charges. Jeremy says Laura forgave the debt when she decided to keep the engagement ring.
Miss White, while you were dating the defendant, you decided to do one of the foolish things that people do, and you got a credit card for him. I assume your credit wasn't good enough to get a credit card yourself. Is that right?
Yes, I guess so.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And on that credit card, there was a zero balance, and you purchased nothing on that credit card. Is that right?
Correct.
He had sole custody of the credit card.
Yes.
He put some car repairs on the credit card, and he also bought you an engagement ring on the credit card.
Yes.
When you broke up several months later, you say that while he paid you some money, he did not pay the balance. And with charges, et cetera, it comes to about $1,300. The defendant says that you elected to keep the engagement ring, so he shouldn't have to pay for that, and that he did pay some money, but because you elected to keep the engagement ring, he doesn't feel as if he has to pay anything else. Is that right, sir?
Yes, it is. That's right.
Do I scare you?
No.
Then speak up. Let me see the credit card bills. Let me see the ring. I see you've got a box there. I assume you're willing to give him back the ring?
Yes.
Perfect. Why did you want to keep it to begin with?
I never wanted to. I just kind of kept it for collateral.
Oh, it's lovely.
I didn't ever want the ring, but he still owed the money, so.
You said if I didn't give you, if I gave it back, I
Listen
would
to me.
understand.
First, you don't speak loudly enough so that I can hear you, and then you talk to her. You don't talk to her, you talk to me. Okay, she's got certain amounts here that you paid, sir. She says that on December 7th, you paid $100. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
$36.50 on another date by check number 598. Another payment of $100. She's got the check number. Another payment of Laura paid $36.
Yes.
What did you pay that for?
He wasn't paying me. There were only certain months that he did pay me the
And
money.
then she paid again $40 because the account became delinquent. And then he paid $35 in cash back in, looks like June. Then Laura paid $34 just to keep the account out of collections. Then her mother paid $400.
After she got the ring back.
What do you mean after she got the ring back?
After she got the ring back, I didn't have to pay none of the money on the ring no more. I just had to pay for the car that got fixed.
Well, now you're going to get the ring back. She doesn't want to pay for it.
I don't want to have anything to do with the ring or nothing.
Let me understand this. You want her to keep the engagement ring, then pay the credit card.
I was going to pay the remainder of the bill, what I owed on my car, and she was going to keep the ring and she was going to pay it off. That's what I had given it back to her. That's what the whole thing was.
I don't understand you. You're mumbling. You have to speak up.
I gave her the ring back, and I wasn't going to have to pay for it. She was going to keep the ring and do whatever.
You mean you had an agreement to do that?
Yeah. And I missed $150.
When did, just a second, when did you make the agreement that she would keep the ring?
Right after she didn't want to deal with it no more. I just said, I'll give it back to you, and I don't have to pay anything except
Would you
for...
talk? I mean, it's hard for me to understand him.
I was sick and tired of trying to get him to pay. I was desperate at the time.
I missed 2 months.
So I took the
That's all
ring.
that-
I took the ring back,
Wacko.
and I asked my mom to help me out with it, just so I could get the balance down. And so I took the ring back, just saying, give it to me. And I never wanted to be responsible for it, though. So that's why I have it now.
You had given it to him back when you said we're off, the engagement is off?
When the engagement was off, he came over to my house and took it out of my jewelry box.
Oh, he did?
Because I wasn't going to pay for it if I didn't have the ring, you know what I'm saying?
Are you speaking to her?
Yeah.
He came to the house and took the ring back.
Yes.
And then when he wasn't paying on the account regularly, you took the ring back.
I got him to give it back to me, yes.
Okay, and that's why it's here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Kamara, you get the ring back and you pay the bill. Do you understand?
That's what I would have done in the beginning. I missed one
Well, you missed how many payments?
payment. One payment.
That's not
Or two
true.
payments.
Mr. Kamara, if you're making little teeny payments of $35, of $40, then what happens, Mr. Kamara, is the interest keeps building up. And you know what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Eventually you're going to get tired of paying for this thing that you don't have any appreciation for.
I
anymore.
never would have stopped paying for the ring. I gave it back to her because she wanted it. And then I would have paid it still.
No, she didn't want
I
it
don't
back,
want it.
sir.
I
I
don't
got news
wash
for
my
you.
hands cleaner.
This lady doesn't want this ring back.
That's fine.
This lady wanted collateral because you weren't paying as you were supposed to pay and her credit was going down the toilet. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount requested, $1,300. Thank you very much.
Yes. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Frazier, the defendant is your former boyfriend,
Ex, Your Honor.
and is your claim that he threw you out of a home that you shared together and did not return much of your property. In addition to that, you claim an assault and injuries from an assault.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I've looked over your claim with regard to the assault, which I would like to address first. So let's go back. When did you move in together?
It was around about September that we started to share an efficiency.
And it was just the two of you there?
Yes.
When was the assault?
This particular assault happened on the 5th of September, and it started over money.
Well, tell me about that.
Well, it was a big fight. He got big and burly, as he usually does, pushed him up against the wall. I defended myself, scratched him on the face. I ended up with a bruise on the arm, a bruise on the leg, which she can be a witness to. I showed her the very next day.
You didn't receive any medical treatment for this bruise on your arm and leg?
No. I didn't have any medical insurance to go seek.
Let's be honest with each other.
I'm being honest, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you have a black and blue mark on your arm and you have a black and blue mark on your leg, you usually don't go to a doctor for that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I read through your complaint, and it said that some 2 weeks later, more than 2 weeks later, was the date he threw you out of the apartment.
And then there was another fight leading up to that.
Did you go back to the home after September 5th?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
You showed your daughter the bruise, and then you went home, and you cohabited together. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
On the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, et cetera, all until the 20th. And I assume by that time the scratch on his face had faded and your bruise had faded. Is that right?
I still have the reminiscence of the one on my leg, Your Honor.
Did you talk about the assault when you moved back into the house?
No.
He didn't say he was sorry. You didn't say you were sorry. No discussion about it at all?
Nope.
So then let's go past the assault. And let's go to September the 20th. What happened on September the 20th?
I came home from work. He came home high, drunk, and started a fight. He asked me to come into the bathroom to get high with him. I refused. I refused 3 times. He got loud. He started pushing me around. The drugs he had at the time he threw into a drawer. There was somebody who was sharing the place, sleeping on the floor at the time. When he got into the fight with me, the person told him to leave me alone. It wasn't worth going to jail for. He told him to leave me alone, let me leave, etc., etc. I started to pack things up to get out of there, because if I didn't leave, I probably would have been dead.
Okay. So you left. Now, what property do you claim you left there?
I left a picture collection. I left drawers of clothes. I left suits hanging up. Everything that I owned was in that
Pictures and
efficiency.
clothes so far.
I'm sorry?
So far, I have pictures and clothes.
I had a TV, VCR. I had a camera. I had foot spa. I had goods that my parents had given to me.
What arrangements did you try to make after the 20th to get your property back?
Melanie went back the day after.
The
to get my
21st?
stuff. Yeah, she went back to get my stuff. Okay.
Step up, please. You're her daughter.
Yes.
Tell me what happened when you went back September 21st.
I knocked the door. I had the key with me. No one answered, so I used the key to open the door. When I opened the door, he was standing there, and I told him that I came back to get as much things as I could fit into the car. I took some items, and
What did you take?
I took a computer, some bathroom items. It was a small car, so I couldn't fit pretty much anything else in there. And he told me that I could come back the following day because he would not be there and collect the rest of the items. I went back the following day and the locks were changed and no one was there.
So we went back on the 22nd and the locks had been changed?
Yes.
And then what happened?
And when I met up with my mother again, I explained to her that the locks were changed. I couldn't get in. I couldn't get anything. We tried to figure out a way when we could go there again and get the rest of the items.
At that time, Your Honor, I actually called the apartment complex and told them that I would be there the next day with a van to get my items. I could not get in because the locks had been changed.
So, now I'll hear from you.
Where would you like me to start, Your Honor?
I'd like you to start with her property. I'm going to make fast work of the assault. You had a fight, and then you went home. And then you cohabited together for some 3 weeks thereafter. So I am not entertaining your claim for the assault. Let's get to the property.
I asked her to leave, Your Honor.
You didn't ask.
I don't want you. Listen to me, Miss Frazier. See how quiet he was when you were speaking?
It's just a show, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I was head of household at the time. It was $750 a month, and when rent wasn't paid on time, there was late charges added to that. I was the only one working, and it was rough.
All right, so that's you were fighting about money. A lot of people fight about money. What I want to know is, sir, there came a time on the 20th of September that she left.
I asked her to leave, yes.
Okay, you asked her to leave, and she left.
She took most of all her property that was of value that she owned at the time.
You're lying, Eric.
You
are lying.
Miss Frazier, if you
Ma'am,
speak
I
again,
left in
if
a
you
cab.
speak again, I am going to dismiss your claim. Do you understand? You have an opportunity to speak, then he has an opportunity to speak. If I want to clarify anything, I will come back to you. Go ahead.
There was another roommate moving in, and he had a lot of personal belongings of property. It's my responsibility as bringing another boarder in to protect his stuff because it's only natural. So we decided, the landlord decided that it was okay to change the locks. This was none of our doing. This was all three of us.
You changed the locks, fine. So you
Okay.
changed the locks immediately. Okay.
We did, because now she was not living there anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at me. Try looking at me. I want you to look at me.
I'm sorry. She called me 2 weeks after she had left the premises, asking for her belongings. It was on a Sunday. I told her, coming Thursday, come and get your belongings. Thursday came. I spoke to the landlord prior to this, and I had an $811 bill on the rent. I knew I couldn't maintain this place anymore. He gave me 15 minutes to leave the premises.
Why did you pick that Thursday for her to come and get the stuff if she called you on a Sunday?
Because that was when I got paid, and that was my chance to make the movement. I mean, I couldn't...
No. You're mixing apples and oranges, Mr. Sanchez. She calls you on a Sunday wanting to come and pick up her stuff. You tell her to come Thursday. Why didn't you say, if you want to come and get your stuff, come today, come tomorrow?
Well, why didn't she suggest that? Why can't I come tomorrow? Why can't I come Tuesday?
No, I'm just asking you why you told her to come Thursday.
It just seemed like an okay thing to say. I wasn't thinking about it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Olivia Frazier says ex-boyfriend Eric Sanchez assaulted her and threw her out of their apartment. Olivia says Eric is a drug addict.
All right, so by Thursday you had trouble with the landlord, right?
Correct. 3 days after she left, I boxed all her stuff, everything, and put it on...
TV, VCR?
Everything was in the corner. All of it was in the corner.
Her stuff?
All of her stuff, boxes.
Oh, okay.
Because when she came back, I didn't want her running through to the room, getting her belongings.
It's reasonable.
I didn't have enough time to get all my belongings. I left stuff behind. Her stuff was left there.
On what day, sir, were you evicted?
Around the 30th of September, around that time.
The end of September?
The end of September.
All right. So this is the problem that I have, Mr. Sanchez, with your scenario. You asked her to leave on the 20th of September. Her daughter comes back on the 21st of September, takes some of the property. You have the locks changed the next day. That's the 22nd of September. There were 8 days between the 22nd of September and September 30th when you were evicted from the property. She calls you on a Sunday, which is probably 4 days later, and says, I want to come and get my property. Not 2 weeks, 4 days. Instead of you saying, come right away, you say, come Thursday, which is September 30th, which is a date that you say you just picked out of the air because you knew there was going to be a confrontation with the landlord because you didn't have his money for rent. 4 days, not 2 weeks, because your defense is she should have gotten her stuff sooner. Your turn.
When you're asked to leave, you're not asked, first of all, you didn't pay rent when you lived there. Second of all, you're not going to have free storage. When I ask you kindly to leave, I want you to take your belongings and go with them. Take all of it. Don't leave it behind.
Mr. Sanchez, according to you, on September 30th, when the landlord gave you 15 minutes to move out, you had to leave a lot of your stuff because you couldn't even take your stuff. Did that irritate you?
She had 3 weeks.
No. Don't tell me 3 weeks.
I had 15 minutes. She had 3 weeks.
I'm speaking, and you're going to answer my question. Did that irritate you when the landlord gave you 15 minutes to get out and get all your stuff? Of course. Now, you and the plaintiff shared a home together. This was not the first home you shared together, based upon what I have read. You shared another apartment together prior to this apartment. You shared a home together. You shared a relationship together. You shared a bed together. So you were not her landlord. If you asked her to leave because you felt as if she wasn't shouldering her weight as far as the rent was concerned, that's fine. I have no problem with that. And she was probably just as happy to go because she says you're a drunken drug abuser. And why she stayed with you after you allegedly assaulted her, I don't know, but that's her problem. But when you ask someone to leave and you are separating, then you act like a human being, which is come and get your stuff. I don't want to be here. Maybe a confrontation. Come with the police. Come with somebody else. Get your stuff. Get your stuff tomorrow. Get your stuff the next day. Clearly, she wasn't abandoning her property, sir, because her daughter came back and tried to get as much of the property as she could. And you had boxed her property and put it in a corner. And it wasn't 2 weeks. It was 4 days since she got a phone call from her saying, I want to come and get the rest of my stuff. That's if I believe you. And it was probably even before that. So, Ms. Frazier, I want you to tell me, you have clothes, you have pictures, you have TV, you have VCR, you have a camera. All of those things, he says he boxed. And he
Your
left
Honor,
there.
Before you go deeper into this, can I say one more thing? When she left, on that Thursday, She gave me $140 for rent.
I didn't give it to you. I
asked
gave
her.
it to the other person.
You're close, Miss Frazier.
It was 2 weeks after the date that I asked her to leave on that Thursday. It was 2 weeks on a Sunday that I heard from her. That Sunday she called and I said, by Thursday, come and get your stuff.
Sanchez, pay attention. You told her to leave, according to both of you, on September 20th. You were evicted from your apartment on September 30th. That's 10 days.
September 5th, Your Honor, is
No,
when...
September 5th, sir, is when she allegedly claims that you had a big fight and she
That's
moved
when
out
she
of...
was asked to leave.
Just a second. But then she moved back in. You had an obligation, sir, to safeguard her property, and you didn't
And I
do
did.
it.
I boxed it and put it in the corner.
Then you should have made sure that you got
I didn't have time enough to take my stuff. I'm going to bag women's lingerie and shoes and box belongings that don't belong to me.
Yes.
Well, I tried. I did my best by
Yes.
boxing and put it in the corner, Your Honor.
Then
That's
you
the
should-
best I could do.
Well, I'm saying...
She had ample time to take it.
Sanchez, it's not good enough.
Should I have loved
Your
it on my
best-
back and take it to...
Yes.
Oh, I got another thing.
Yes.
Well, I have another thing.
Just
Can
a second. You asked me a question. I'm going to give you
Okay.
an answer, Mr. Sanchez. Should you have put it on your back and taken it to her house? If the back is all you had.
Okay.
If your back is all you had, but
Your Honor,
maybe...
can
but, Listen,
Your Honor,
there's only one macho person here.
and that's you. That's cool.
That's cool. That's
Your
right.
Honor.
You're still going,
Honor.
Mr. Sanchez. I didn't look at your direction and give you permission to speak. A woman who lived with you, shared your bed, shared your thoughts, shared a lot of reasonable times and a lot of terrible times, but you wanted things to be over reasonably, then that's what you do. You strap the stuff on your back, and little by little, you take it over to her house.
Okay. Your Honor,
Now I'm almost ready to say, now I'll hear you, Mr.
Okay.
Sanchez.
That's
I'm not totally ready yet, Mr. Sanchez.
you going to...
Just almost ready.
Okay.
Now I'll hear you, Mr. Sanchez.
Okay. That's all good and fine. A man can do this. But when you leave without a foreign address, without recognition of your job, a number, where she stayed or lived, because had I had that information, I would have called her and said, come and get your stuff now. I'm off on this day. Please come get your stuff. I didn't have any clue where she was.
All right. Now, Mr. Sanchez.
Carrying the stuff on my back would have been cool, but where am I going to take it?
Just a second. No
Where
dramatic.
am I going to go? Around town?
Mr. Sanchez, don't irritate me. Don't irritate me. I'm just getting over the fact that you wore shorts to court. Where was Miss Frazier working while she was living with you in August?
She wasn't working.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can I say
Yes.
something, please? Okay, the first apartment that they shared together, my
She
mother
paid the
was
rent.
only
I know.
one
She says in
working.
her complaint she paid the rent and he didn't. Listen to me. Where were you working in September?
I was working for a local computer company, which he knew of. But before that, I was
When?
going to school.
Don't speak.
That's where the
I don't wanna-
$140
I don't
came
want-
from that I gave to the
Pay
roommate.
attention to me. Did he have the telephone number?
Yes, there was an 800 number, and he also had the number of where I was staying,
With
which was
me.
with her. He had that number weeks before.
Okay.
That's
and you
not
live in
true,
the
yeah.
same town?
Yes.
Okay.
Not true.
All right. Now, pictures, clothes, TV, VCR, and camera. Do you have bills for any of those things, Miss Frazier?
There was a box of receipts that he allegedly boxed up.
So
I don't
the
have
answer
them.
is you don't.
No.
Was it a new TV? What size TV?
27-inch Zenith is a year old.
Okay. Do you remember how much you paid for it?
Yes, I paid $227.
And what about the VCR?
And the VCR was $155 from Brandsmart. I'm still in their computer system.
And the camera?
$375.
Reasonable enough. And assorted clothing and pictures, is that right?
Yes.
The scanner,
I had a scanner. I had a
printer.
printer. I also had a digital camera on my computer. I had belongings that my parents gave to me before they died. I had a crystal collection that was worth over $1,500.
Do you have an appraisal?
$1,500.
Do you have an appraisal?
Not here.
It's amazing. All of a sudden, you got all this stuff of value, but you leave it behind.
Because
I
you
don't
stole
believe-
it, so shut up.
You're close. Miss Frazier, you're close. You're almost home.
He annoys me, Your Honor.
He annoys me too. But don't you understand, Miss Frazier, don't you understand You made a mistake.
I did. Yeah.
You paid for the mistake. I don't believe that you had all this valuable stuff. My God, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. But I believe you left a lot of stuff behind. He's going to have to compensate you for it because he didn't take care of it.
You have a job.
He had the locks changed, so he couldn't get it.
Go to the police.
I did.
Then that's what
Your
you
Honor,
do. You go
do
to
you
the police
believe
and you
that
say,
she-
I want to
went
get my...
to the police, and here it is, his report here.
I want my property, and the police went with you to get your property. And what happened?
When I went there was nothing there.
Oh, because you went after the 30th. I'm talking about before. I'm
I
talking
went
about...
4 times, Your Honor. And the landlord said
You should
that he'd
have had 4 proof
observed
of 4 times.
you going in there, moving stuff. You came with one bag.
You're speaking. You're almost there. Judgment for the plaintiff. Before you really, really do it. Because you're going to fight with him. It's not going to do me any good. It's not going to do you any good. Certainly not your daughter. He doesn't care. Judgment
If
for
she
the
had a
plaintiff.
small vehicle, Your Honor, and you only could
Hey!
so much, make 5 trips.
Can I ask you a
Take it
question?
all.
Can I ask you a question? Did you ever go to church on a Sunday, on Easter Sunday?
Yes, I have.
Do you get dressed to go to church, or do you wear shorts? Do you get dressed to go to church, or do you wear shorts
I
and
apologize,
sneakers?
Your Honor.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,200. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. On the calendar in the matter of Parker versus Martinez. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. Parker, which one of your daughters loaned her car to the defendant?
Jennifer, be that one right there.
Step up, Jennifer. How do you know the defendant?
I used to work with Carlos, and he dated my best friend.
And when did you tell him he could use your car?
I let him use it on August 10th.
Was it the first time you let him use your car?
I let him borrow it to go to his sister's house one time. And
So it wasn't the first time?
No.
Did your father know you were lending him the car?
No, he did not.
Were you under instructions not to let anybody use your car?
Yes, I was.
So why did you let Carlos use the car?
Because the situation he was in, he was supposed to go to a court in Enfield, and he had no other way of getting there, and I felt bad for him. I didn't want him to get in any trouble. And he said that if he didn't go to court, he'd have an arrest warrant out for him.
Oh.
And so I felt bad.
What'd you have to go to court for, Carlos?
A group of us.
Is not an answer.
Nah, it's not. But a group of us, including her, we were at a party with a whole bunch of internationals that come to work at Six Flags. And for me, trying to round up everybody so we can get out of there because the cops had shown up and telling everybody to leave unless you belong to the campus, the cops said, we're going to start with you because I was outside, so he arrested me, threw me in the car.
That's not true, Your Honor. We were at the party, and the cops told us we had to be inside.
Inside where?
Just inside the buildings. And they told everyone they wanted us in the building just because we were being loud and everything. And as long as we stayed inside, there wouldn't be a problem with it. Carlos didn't want to stay inside. He felt that he could be outside if he wanted to, and that's why he was arrested.
Your Honor, I think that's false. I remember the cops saying that they wanted everybody out because everybody was trashed out their minds.
What happened at your court hearing, Carlos?
It got, like, waved off, continuance without finding, nothing really, because it was like I didn't really do nothing. I was just outside.
This was the first time you were ever arrested, Carlos?
No.
So you needed Jennifer's car to go to a court hearing.
Yes.
So what happened? You went to court?
I went to court.
And everything was fine.
Yeah.
And then you left court, and what happened, Carlos?
I was coming back, going through Springfield, and I went to take a left on the street, ran a stop sign, and hit a car to get back on the highway to go back to Six Flags to drop off her car.
Was anybody injured?
No, thank God.
I wasn't so concerned about you. I was concerned about the other people
So
in
was
the
I.
car. Why did you run the stop sign, Carlos?
And I don't know. I probably didn't see it, or I don't know.
Yes.
I think I can shine some light on this. He was being followed by the police. He was cited for failure to stop for a police officer, running a stop sign. He was passing cars, trying to lose them. He took the corner so fast that not only did he not stay in his lane, he went to the other lane, T-boned this car, and flipped it over.
Does that sound right to you?
No.
Well,
Were you being followed by the police?
Nope.
You have a police report?
yes.
I'd like to see it, please.
On the back, there's a date with a pre-trial conference that he had.
Take your hands off your pocket, please.
There's also 2 independent reports that are with that from eyewitnesses. He got out of the car and ran after he T-boned the car in the other lane.
Carlos, when this accident happened, you jumped out of the car and started to run?
No.
Huh?
No.
You weren't pursued by the police?
No.
Really?
Really.
Surprising. All these people must be wrong. Were you driving a green car?
That was her car, yes.
Was the other car green?
No.
The driver of the green sports car got out and ran east on Union Street. The police chased after him.
I was nowhere near Union Street. I was on Main Street.
Well, maybe if I change Union Street to Main Street, you would find it more accurate.
No, because I was parked at a Dunkin' Donuts, so I don't see where you would get Union Street if you knew the area.
I'm not talking Union Street. I'm talking about being pursued by the police, Carlos.
Regardless the fact is not about
Were
the police
you-
chasing me. The fact is that
I'm asking
here,
you a question.
and I'm answering you.
Were you pursued by the police?
No.
On foot?
No.
Afterwards? No. These people are so mistaken. In any event, this car was an old car. It was 16 years old, and according to you, it was totaled.
I have pictures of it if you'd like to see before
Yeah,
and
sure.
after. I'd refurbished the car for my daughter. It was in pretty nice shape beforehand.
Well, that's why Carlos wanted to borrow it. It's in nice shape. Or it was in nice shape.
Yeah, you got to the other
Now it
pictures.
is no longer in nice shape. Now it is a total disaster. A total wreck. Okay. You know what the book value is on the car?
Yes, Your Honor. I went online to Kelly's Blue Book, which is probably the leading authority on book values. I got two of them. One was a trade-in value, one was the resale value. The lower one was the trade-in value. That was the one I used, along with the towing bill. We had to get it home. She had her clothes and school books and everything inside it.
Okay, so the whole thing is $925.
For the car,
Right?
yes.
And you had, I assume, no collision insurance?
No.
Carlos, why don't you feel as if you have any responsibility for this car?
Because, Your Honor, she's lent me the car plenty of times before, not only once, more than 7 times I know she's lent me the car.
Yes.
Not only to go to court, not only to go to my sisters, but for other reasons.
Yes.
She knew how my driving was.
What do you mean how the driving was?
I'll tell you straight up, I'm a reckless driver. You know, I ain't gonna lie.
Well, let me ask you this question, Carlos. In the other 7 times that she lent you the car, were you ever in an accident?
Nope.
So that based upon your history of driving our car, she would have no reason to think you wouldn't be as careful on the 8th time as you were on the first 7 times. Let's move on to the other reasons why you don't think you're responsible.
For the simple fact that when the accident did happen and I did get in contact with her, she had told me that she was happy that I was all right and that it wasn't the other way around.
What a nice girl.
Yeah.
She was happy that you were okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he also-
Shh. I'm listening to Carlos. So she was happy you were okay, and?
And this was at another party when I had seen her, and she was like, well, let's not even talk about it. I'm here to get trashed, and that's what we did.
Okay, and?
That was about it. But she didn't contact me about no matters, nothing.
So your first defense is that when you called and told her about the accident, she said, I'm very glad you're not hurt.
He never called and told me.
Shh. That's the first thing.
Yeah, but it wasn't a phone call, it was that person.
In person. So she said, I'm really glad you're not hurt.
Yeah.
So that's your first defense. And your second defense is she knew that you weren't a good driver. And your third defense is that when you met at a party sometime later, she said, I don't want to talk about it now, let's get trashed.
Yes.
Do you go to school?
I went to college. I'm not going no more.
Well, maybe you should go back.
Why?
Because you can't speak English. I don't go no more is not English. I don't go to college anymore is English.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Gary Parker says Carlos Martinez wrecked his daughter's car while running from the police. Carlos is denying all charges.
One of the things that I find most irritating about you is that you borrowed a car, you had an accident, but it wasn't an accident. In your case, it was an on purpose, because you, on purpose, ran a stop sign, was speeding, and you destroyed her car. And instead of being a man and accepting responsibility and saying, look, I'm really sorry, I did that, you know, I will work, whatever I have to do, pay you back slowly for the cost of the car, you come up with these lame excuses and present them to me in shattered English. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,125. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She trusted me for giving me the car.
There was no reason for me not to trust him.
Right there, she's responsible right there.
We all make mistakes and accidents. Just have to own up to them and take care of them when it happens.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lawrence versus Goss. Step forward, please.
Home care nurse Darius Lawrence is suing her roommate, real estate agent Ron Goss, for unpaid cleaning and landscaping services. Ron has a countersuit for unpaid rent.
Miss Lawrence, according to your complaint, you answered an ad in the newspaper for a roommate, and you moved in with the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
And you claim a rather interesting arrangement, that you came to an agreement with the defendant that instead of paying rent, you would do housework and landscaping around the house.
What it was is I would do rent and trade with bill credit if I needed to ask.
What does that mean?
In
Rent
other
and
words,
trade.
The rent was $275 plus utilities, and if I did work for him, he would give me credit off my rent and my utilities.
And your lawsuit says that you did so much work around the house that he owes you money.
And landscaping.
And landscaping that he owes you money.
And I paid products to keep the home together, and I bought food, kept the refrigerator full.
The defendant says that there was no such arrangement except for 1 month when he did give you a credit for doing some cleaning because you were short of money. He is counterclaiming not only for the rent that you owe him, but also because he says that you forced out 2 other tenants because of your bizarre behavior. So that's what this case is about. All right. When did you see the ad in the paper?
On May 4th.
When did you move in?
The 29th of May.
And what kind of property is it?
It's a house that he sold to a friend of his.
And you had your own room?
Yes.
And full use of the house? Other than that?
Yes.
When did you move out?
I haven't. We still live there together in the residence.
I'm in the process, Your Honor, of evicting her. I gave her a 30-day notice on November 3rd. She was to be out December 3rd. She didn't leave, so then I had to go and do a forced eviction. Yesterday we were at the courthouse for her to get out. She does not want to leave. She has not paid me a single dime of rent since September 8th.
So you're still living together?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How unpleasant. Okay. Tell me about this first conversation that you had with him with regard to the rent.
He asked me what type of things do I do. I told him I'm a professional cleaner. I do landscaping, and I would do a trade private house cleaning, his laundry, his basic chores, etc. I told him I would keep the refrigerator full, do the cooking.
What kind of reduction in rent would that be?
I thought an honorable fair trade when I came to him and requested it.
Miss Lawrence, you always pick a dollar amount. If you pay someone for cleaning your home, that's so much. So you tell me, is what you're saying that you had no fixed amount that you would have your rent reduced by doing these chores?
Well, I explained to him landscaping I thought was a fair deal. Each week was $25 a week. And for a home his size, I thought $10 an hour was fair for private and professional cleaning.
Okay. And you explained that to him. You said $10 an hour for professional cleaning and $25 for landscaping. Is that what you said to him?
Yes, I explained that to him.
Just look at me. Don't look down.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain how many hours you thought it would take to clean the house?
No, ma'am.
You didn't. So it was sort of open-ended. If you decided to really clean for 5 hours a day or 3 hours a day, it would be $30 a day, and you did that every day. So you would keep a running tag of how much work you did in the house, and at the end of the month, you would probably be presenting him a bill.
That's what I was trying to do with him.
And so now you claim that he owes you $3,266 for the cleaning and landscaping services that you performed from May until now.
That's correct.
And for a refund of rent because you did give him some money in rent.
Yes, ma'am.
And you, of course, want that back because why would you pay him anything if you were doing all this work, right?
Well, I wasn't going to try to be greedy and want all the rent back. I just wanted a fair adjustment with him, but he wouldn't come to the dickering table and read my receipts.
And $1,650 should have been paid for rent. And how much did you actually pay him?
What I calculated I came up with is $1,200.
How much did she pay you in rent, sir?
I'd say $485 to $500 is what she gave me in the
So
7
let's say $500. That's being generous.
Yes.
It's $1,100 owing on rent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you have a conversation, Mr. Gauze, with Miss Lawrence about doing this house cleaning for $10 an hour and landscaping for $25 an hour?
First off, Judge, she came in May 15th with no upfront rent or deposits. I told her I would take off $125 the first month to help her out, and I was to get $150 within the next month. She was getting unemployment checks at the time. She was going to pay me weekly with those checks. It was very sporadic, $30, maybe 3 weeks, $40, another 3 weeks. She never gave me a full month's rent ever. And in the meantime, I had 2 roommates move in, one June 1, which would be about 2 weeks after she came. He could only make it 2 weeks because she drove him out of the house. She likes to control the house like it's hers, and he couldn't take it. So I lost rent from him. And then another roommate came in about August. He lasted 3 weeks. He had to leave because of her also.
I'm not entertaining that part of your lawsuit,
Okay.
sir. Let's talk about answering my question. When she didn't pay you rent, say, the second month, did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I wanted her to leave. I said I could not afford her. I said I want to rent a room for money, not for services. I could not afford her. I told her that in the summertime.
And what did she say?
She just kept assuming that I could, and she kept doing the jobs, and I wanted her to leave since August.
When you say she kept doing the jobs, did you ask her to do any work?
No, I told her I could not afford her many times. I said I just want the rent that was stated.
When, for the first time, did you tell her that you wanted her out?
I would say about 1st of August, after the second guy left. He was wanting to stay, and I was trying to get rid of her then. So it's been quite a while since I've been trying to get her out. So then I had to do it with the court process.
I'm going to go back to my initial question to you, Mr. Gauze. Did you ever sit down and discuss with her that she would charge you what she considered fair, $10 an hour for cleaning and $25 for landscaping?
No.
Did that conversation ever take place?
No.
Of course it didn't. You couldn't even look me straight in the eye and give me that line. Miss Lawrence, you moved into this gentleman's house and you have not paid rent. If another judge won't tell you, I will. He wants you to pay rent or get out. He's told you that now for 5 months. So my question to you is, why don't you move?
I paid rent. Here's my rent receipts.
Let me see your receipts. Those are rent receipts. Is that what you're showing me?
Rent receipts?
Just
Yes.
listen, before she hands me that stack of papers, are you showing me rent receipts?
Yes, ma'am.
Fine. What's this $72, the first thing?
When I give him cash, I write on the back of my receipt, I paid rent. And then I have money orders from my credit union, money orders from the check exchange, and those are the receipts.
No, those are not receipts. That's baloney. I don't know what some other judge is going to buy of your story. I don't buy this. This is a money order, and this was for $40. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Allegedly to him. Then we have some more of these $25. So every time you took cash out of a machine, you consider this a rent receipt.
What he did is took cash and money orders. He took both.
Baloney. You're a hustler. This is all garbage. Has nothing to do with rent. Now, Miss Lawrence, why don't you move? Is my question. He's not happy. You can't be happy. Why are you imposing yourself on this man and not paying rent?
Because he offered me honorable fair trade and he broke his agreement.
You're full of baloney, madam. You made up a story when you said to me that you had an agreement that he would pay you $10 an hour for cleaning and $25 for landscaping. That's baloney. It doesn't make sense. It defies common sense. I would have to say that he's a lunatic for doing that. You keep the records of how much you earn. At the end of the month, you present him a bill for $500 and say, you owe me money. I don't owe you money, you owe me money. He doesn't look like a nut to me. So your claim is dismissed. It's baloney. You owe him $1,100 in rent. On the counterclaim, that's what I'm awarding you.
Judge has been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Miss Williams, you were working a security detail at a boat casino. Where was this?
This was in Illinois.
According to your complaint, a fight broke out aboard the boat, and you were in the process of escorting the defendant who was involved in that fight off the boat. Another altercation ensued, and you alleged that the defendant, during the course of that altercation, when he was trying to punch somebody else, punched you in the jaw instead, and you were seriously injured.
Correct.
The defendant says it wasn't him. Did you see the beginning of the fight inside the casino?
No, I was on an assignment inside the casino, but when I heard over my radio that a fight had broken out, I proceeded to go to that location where the fight was happening.
All right, Mr. Martinez, so then I'm going to you, sir. You were gambling at the casino?
Right.
Tell me about the fight that broke out. You bumped into each other and you started to exchange words.
Right, and then alcohol was involved.
So you were drunk?
Right.
And who bumped into whom?
He bumped into me in the washroom. So on the way out, he was already outside waiting for me.
What do you mean he bumped into you?
We just bumped into each other. And then...
It wasn't, you know, an intentional hitting or anything else?
No. And I kind of said, excuse me. He kind of said some, you know, some remarks.
So you bumped him?
He bumped me.
Okay. And then he was waiting for you outside?
Right. And then that's when the whole commotion started out outside in the casino.
Well, what happened outside? Do you remember? Were you too drunk to remember? Do you remember?
He exchanged some words with me. I exchanged some words with him too. And then he got into my face, and then we started, you know, wrestling inside the casino. The security team came, broke us apart. We were walking out of the casino. They failed to restrain him, so he came out of nowhere while I was being restrained by the security team. He hit me. So when he hit me, I tried to hit him back. He was swinging too at the same time, and she was in the middle of the way. She got hit. I'm sorry she got hit, but it was not me who hit her. I
How do you know that?
The wrong person.
How do you know that it wasn't you who hit her?
I know.
How do you know?
Well, I don't really know if I hit her or not.
That's better. What time had you arrived at the casino?
Around 2 o'clock in the morning.
What time did this incident happen?
2:30, 3, maybe now.
Where had you been before?
Before? We were at a club.
From what time to what time?
11 to 2 in the morning when it was closing.
So you did most of your drinking at the club?
Right.
Why didn't you go home after the club if you were so drunk?
Well, we want to go have some more fun.
All right. Now, Miss Williams, you're restraining the defendant on your way out of the club.
Actually, I was walking Rito off the boat because he had sustained an injury to his face.
He?
Yeah, and I was an EMT
He's the
on the
defendant?
boat. Yes.
You were escorting the defendant off the
Correct,
boat.
because he had been injured.
How were you escorting him?
I just walked him off the boat.
You weren't holding on to him?
No, actually, I was telling him what way he needed to walk off the boat because while we were on the boat, I noticed that he had sustained an injury to his face. I didn't know if he had broken his nose or cut his lip or whatever, so I put my gloves on to start helping him. As I walked him off the boat, he walked out one way, I walked out another. I was standing there talking to him. He walked around, shook my manager's hand, at which point Mr. walked off the boat, and that's when he hit Rito in the side of the face.
Again?
Yes.
Well, you don't know who hit him the first
I don't
time,
know.
right? He was
Correct.
hit for a second time, at least, on the side of his face.
Correct.
And then what happened?
At which point Rito's brother was also present at this. He went to make the first hit back at Mr. because Rito had stumbled back. Everyone was pushing and shoving. At that point, I tried to get control of Mr. to get him handcuffed, and that's when Rito was basically the only one left standing at that point, jumped back into the fight, which he really didn't need to because there was police officers and other security agents there. He jumped back in, threw 3 punches, and the third one hit me.
Threw 3 punches at whom?
He was attempting to hit Mr. to
Did
retaliate.
he land any of the other punches on Mr.?
He might have hit one, but by that point we had pushing them apart.
So he continued to swing?
Correct.
And there is no question in your mind that it was Mr. Martinez who punched you?
Absolutely not, because when I was assisting him on the boat with his injuries, walking him off the boat, he had a tan sweater on with khaki pants. The sweater had been ripped open at the collar. He had blood on his face. And when he was proceeding to make those punches, I saw the exact same thing. The ripped open sweater at the neckline, which I have photos of, there's police photos of the ripped sweater and everything. So I have no doubt in my mind that it was him who hit me.
All right, can you tell me about your injuries?
When he hit me, again, I have a video of it. It's difficult to see, but I do get hit directly on the chin.
You have a video of
I have
being
a video
assaulted?
Yes, I have
Can
a
I
video
see
of
it,
this.
please?
Sure. I'll need to describe what's going on. It's not very clear, but I can show you. Okay, this is Rito right here walking off the boat. He's trying to hold a sweater. He shook my manager's hand. This is me. He gets punched. His brother goes in. 1, 2, 3. I just got hit. I black out a little bit. I reach for my handcuffs to handcuff Mr. Okay, he gets hit. His brother jumps in. 1, 2, 3, I just get hit. I bend down to get my handcuffs and go to secure Mr.
That's Mr. Martinez who threw the 3 punches.
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, now tell me about your injuries.
After getting hit, I felt a burning sensation and a pop on my right jaw, and my jaw immediately locked up. I could not open it or move it in any way. I finished handcuffing Mr. And at which point I was telling the other security officers, you know, I've just been hit in the jaw and I'm hurt. I proceed to go to the bathroom to see how bad my injuries are. My chin is swollen up, very red, and again locked up. I proceed to the IGB office where all 3 were being detained and being arrested, and informed my supervisor that I had been hit and I was injured and that I needed to get to the hospital because I didn't know if I was.
Report?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see it.
Those are the medical bills. And I have a breakdown of the medical bills, but then the second batch is the medical report, basically just stating that they found that I had a contusion to my jaw. When I got off of work, I went to my oral surgeon where they did another review. The disc had been displaced in my jaw. I've had a headache basically ever since the day it's happened. I was on a 12-day no-chew diet. I still can't eat solid foods to this day without severe pain and popping in my jaw. I had a surgery beginning of this year to see if that would help make the disc move back into place. That's been unsuccessful. I do have one other surgery that I can have, however that runs a high risk of hitting the facial nerve in my face that could cause facial paralysis.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Security Officer Lori Williams says Rito Martinez is responsible for her injuries. Lori claims while fighting with another man, Rito hit her in the jaw.
Who performed the first surgery for you?
Dr. I've only had just the one surgery.
And one perhaps anticipated.
Right, but like I said, it runs a high risk. I can either just live the way I am right now or try the other surgery, but again, running the risk of having the nerve damage and facial paralysis, which I really don't want to have done.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
I just turned 30.
So, Mr. Martinez, let me tell you what this says. This says that there is an anterior displacement of the disc on the right in the closed mouth position with a reduction in the open mouth position. And then there is some indication that because of the way that she cannot open her mouth anymore, there is some degenerative change. She is 30 years old, and as a result of what you did on that evening, while intoxicated, because that's what started it all,
right,
she is going to probably spend the rest of her life with some discomfort.
Right, I mean, sorry she got hit. I mean, it was my intention was not to hit her, you know?
Well, you wouldn't have been involved in this whole fracas if you hadn't been drunk.
Right, right.
And I assume you voluntarily drank. Nobody put a funnel in your mouth, right? So that you caused the condition yourself that resulted in the altercation on the casino floor, which extended outside. The video is clear that there were 3 serious punches thrown. One hit her. She's suing you for $5,000. That's almost like a bargain. How old are you?
32.
So you're about the same age. Can you imagine spending the next 40 or 50 years not being able to chew without some sort of discomfort?
No.
Your evening for fun is going to cost you $5,000, Mr. Martinez. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I just want to apologize to her about the whole incident.
He didn't need to retaliate because there was plenty of people there to help him out.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Mullen versus Taylor. Step forward, please.
Restaurant manager Robert Mullen is suing his son's ex-girlfriend, 20-year-old college student Christina Taylor, for the return of furniture.
Mr. Mullen, I assume that this young man over here is your son. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
The defendant is his former girlfriend. Correct. According to your complaint, there came a time recently when they decided to move in together. You purchased some furniture and gave them some furniture for their apartment. They subsequently broke up, and you want your stuff back. Is that what this is about?
That's close, Your Honor. I don't want furniture back any longer. I've tried and attempted for over 7 months now to get this furniture back, and I had a son moving out in September going away to college, and he needed some furniture, so I ended up purchasing some new furniture for him. This furniture that she has would just be sitting in the garage now.
So you want money from her?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, let's see. Why don't you step up here, young man? Your name is?
Dan Mullen.
Dan.
Mm-hmm.
When did you move in with Miss Taylor?
June of 2000.
You moved in together to an apartment that you leased together, or you moved in to her apartment?
That we leased together. We both moved in June.
And what was your share of the rent?
$360, I believe.
Your Honor, it was $260.
Well, clearly, if he had paid it, he would have known what the amount was. $260. That was your share.
Yeah.
And how long was the lease?
12 months, June to June.
When did you move out?
November.
Did she ask you to leave?
No. I moved back on my own.
Why did you do that?
I wasn't happy in the city. I wasn't happy living there, so I decided to leave.
And from November until June, I assume that you paid her your half of the rent.
I paid the landlord, Your Honor, and for the rest of the lease. And,
You paid?
I paid.
Now, when your son moved into the apartment, tell me about the furniture that you purchased.
We purchased him a new bed, a new kitchen table and 2 chairs and 2 end tables, and we gave him a TV and a stereo from the house.
Why didn't you take this property with you if you thought it was your property?
At the time, I didn't have a place to store it. She needed a bed. I just wanted to just cut all ties, and then when she would come back from school, then I'd go pick it up. I'd let the rest of the roommates use the furniture, because there was a kitchen table. They wouldn't have a kitchen table. So I just wanted them to have some furniture, I guess.
What do you mean you guess? You just left?
Yeah.
And when you came home without the furniture, did you have a conversation with your father?
Yes. I told them I was going to let them have the furniture until the end of the year, and then I'd go pick it up.
And what did he say to you?
He said, well, make sure you get the furniture back.
When for the first time did you ask her for the furniture back, sir?
I believe Dan asked her for it back in May and made arrangements for us to go down there in May or in June, and that's when we started to get the waltz around the mulberry bush, you know, that she'd be there next week or the week after. She was going on vacation. Then I think my wife took over in August and started calling Christina, and Christina started stating that she had some bills that Dan needed to get taken care of, and my wife asked her what they were, and she said she'd send us copies of them, and she's never, to date, she has not done any of that.
Now, Miss Taylor, this furniture that was brought in by Dan, did you view that as his furniture?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why didn't you return it? He let you keep it until the end of the school year. Why didn't you return it?
Well, the reason he did not take his furniture when he left was because it was a common understanding that he owed me money for a trip to Acapulco, a weekend trip in the Dells, cash payment for bail, and bills. And I have
did you owe her any
evidence
money,
of all
sir?
this.
I always said that I paid her $250. That's what
Did you owe her any money when you left?
$250. Yes.
Did you pay her?
No, I offered to pay her on several occasions. When I was going to go down and pick up the furniture, I told her I'd come down with a check for $250.
Well, you said $250. She seems to think it's a lot more than $250.
Much more than $250.
Yeah, I paid for the trip to Acapulco on my half. I paid for that. We decided that we'd take a trip to the Wisconsin Dells, and she would pay for my half of the way, and I'd pay her back $250.
Okay, and he hasn't?
Correct.
What did you do with the furniture?
The furniture is still at the apartment.
So what you're saying is you were holding this furniture as collateral?
Correct. And he said I could do so when he moved out. He said, keep it here until I can pay you back everything that I owe you.
Mr. Mullen, you gave this furniture to your son, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
It was a gift.
No, it was not. I was loaning it to him.
No, that's not true, sir. That's not true. Mr. Mullen, you gave the furniture to your son. You had no contract with her. You had no agreement with the defendant. What you had is an arrangement with your son. I am giving you furniture. Were you in school?
Yes.
You're in college, you did what every other parent does, they furnished the apartment, right? This
That's
was
correct.
not a loan to him. You made him a gift. So let's look at the law of gift. Your son left this furniture there as collateral for bills that he owed the defendant. It was his furniture to do whatever he wanted to do with. He could give it away, he could sell it, he could do whatever he wanted with it. He chose to leave it as collateral for money that he owed. And I'm not getting into the amount of money that he owed, because clearly there's a discrepancy, but he says he at least owes $250, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which he hasn't paid.
I offered to pay it on several occasions.
I don't care, you're not part of this lawsuit, except you really should be, because if your father made you a gift, then your father really has no interest in this furniture anymore. It's really your furniture.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
It was a gift, Mr. Mullen. You know it was a gift, and I know it was a gift. You gave your son other furniture when your other child moved away and went to college?
That's correct.
Did you have him sign a contract that he would get
No,
this
I did
furniture
not.
back?
No, I did not.
And I assume that if he has a little bit of a party there and the furniture gets damaged and the furniture gets stained from beer bottles and et cetera, you're not going to sue him, are you? No, because it was a gift. So you got to deal with your boy. Your boy's got to take care of his property. Can't be a fool. If when he moved out a year ago, he wanted his property back, what he does is he says, I'm going back home, I'm going to take property and I'm going to store it in my father's garage. Or I have a brother who's going to be going away to college and he's going to need the furniture, I take it with me. That's what a responsible person does. Because I think that there's some truth in what she says, that you said, well, keep the furniture there until I pay you what I owe you. Right?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
Yes, I agreed with you.
Oh, fine. Well, that's not okay. That's yes, that's what I said. So you haven't paid her back what you owe her. This was your gift. It's your property. When you pay her, she'll give you back the furniture. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Has been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. You folks have seats, please.
Well, I want to tell you, trying to figure out this case made me a little dizzy. So I'm going to test out the facts on Officer Byrd, see if he can get them from what I understand the facts are from your papers. You're Terry.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's Jillian?
Yeah.
According to what I understand, Jillian made the stupid mistake of bringing $6,000 in cash to school one day. Is that right, Jillian?
Yes.
You were going to buy a car?
Yeah.
Terry offered to give you a ride
Yeah, he told me he would take me
to school
and
for the car.
to get the car.
And you go into school and you decide to leave the $6,000 in Terry's car.
Yeah.
You come out and find that from the $6,000, there's $4,800. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Terry says, I don't know where the money is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You go home, you tell your brother, and you probably tell your father and what happened. And you and your brother decide to go over to Terry's house to confront him about the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You claim that when they came over to your house to confront Terry about taking her money, that he, the brother, Christopher, took a bat and bashed in
I didn't even bring a bat. Oh, sorry.
And bashed in your car.
It was my mother's car. I was the adult at the house at the time.
Bashed in the family car. They say that when they got there, Terry and somebody else came out and started to bang on their car. They want damages that it is alleged that you did to their car and their house. Do we understand that now?
I got everything you said.
Oh, good. That took me a while to figure out.
I'm glad I got the Reader's Digest version.
Now I'm going to start with you. Why would you bring $6,000 in cash to school?
Okay, because my mom was going out of town and she was going to buy me a car because I have a son and like my car didn't have air conditioner, and I was just excited to get it.
Just give me the Reader's Digest version, as Bert says.
Okay, so I went to the bank and just brought the money to school because he said he'd take me, so I left it in there so that because like people
In
go
where?
to into Terry's car
Where in the car?
under his seat because I drive his car to get lunch every day, so I was taking his car, and so I just put it under the seat in there because at school people go through your stuff, and I didn't want it taken out at school. So
all right, now Terry, Did she show you how much money was in the envelope?
I didn't find out that she placed the money in my car until we were already, after we ate lunch, and she had still had the keys.
Ma'am, during third period, that's when I got to school because I don't have first two periods. When I got to school, I asked Terry, I'm like, Terry, I have $6,000 of my own carry around. Can I please put it in your car?
Talk slower, please.
Sorry. So I asked him if I could put the money in his car. He gave me the keys. During third period, I went and put it in his car, and then I had the keys again until lunch. So he knew I put it in there way before lunch.
During third period, she was telling everybody, yeah, I'm going to go get my car today. I'm so happy. And she said, I'm looking for Dwayne, which is one of my friends and like her boyfriend. So I'm looking for Dwayne. I said, why are you looking for Dwayne? I need to hide my money in his car. I said, you can hide your money in my car if you want to. She said, no, that's okay.
No.
And about her saying I was going to take her to go get her car after school, I said that for a brief moment, and at the same time I said, oh wait, I have weight training after school, I can't do it. She was with Dwayne after school, when she came to the weight room to ask us if she could look at my car, because Dwayne was taking her.
Ma'am, they weren't having weight training for a couple weeks, and then that was the first day they started having weight training again. He didn't even know till after his weight training class, which was like right before lunch. So he didn't even know till after lunch that he couldn't take me.
How many people did you take out for lunch?
There was 2 people in there. I was in the car the whole time. It was under my seat.
But there were 2 other people in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So now you find that the money is missing. You go back home.
No.
Tell me what you did after you found the money missing.
He said he had weight training, so I went back to the school because he had weight training still, and I wanted to look in his car. And so, because Dwayne took me since he said he couldn't, and me and Dwayne went in there, and I asked him if I could go through his car, and he went through it before I did, you know. He's like, oh, no, it's not in here, and just locked his car.
So what did you do the next day?
We went to his house to ask him about the money, and he has my brother's amplifier. It's for a stereo.
Okay. Now you can tell me what happened when they came to your house the next day.
Okay, Your Honor. About 12:30 Saturday, there was like a loud bang on the door, and we all were like, what is that? And my brother's friend opened the door and said, it's Dylan and her brother, you know, they're mad. And they're screaming, all the neighbors are coming outside because we're standing at the door. I'm telling them, you need to go. Then I saw that he had a bat. And I said, you need to get out of here right now because you have a weapon, you know. And that's when they got mad. They left. They were calling us, and we're coming back with a gun.
No.
I mean, my witness, I have a neighbor here that lives right next door to us. She saw the whole thing. She was on the phone with the police. Then we started hearing a bam, bam, bam.
Now I'm shooting.
If you say another word.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so when I came outside, I saw the neighbors, a couple of neighbors outside, and they were all on their phones calling the police. And I saw my brothers at the end of the apartments chasing after them, and they, you know, they were in their cars. They
I
were
missed
gone.
this.
They were like
That I missed.
already, they were speeding off. And so, and then I looked around the corner, I saw the car, and I was like, oh my God, you know, I have the pictures here, and it's obvious it was beaten with a bat.
I'll take a look at the pictures. Now, what better grasp can you lend to this, Terry?
All right, my friend, I asked him to go get the door because he heard the beating at the door. He said, Terry, you need to come out there. I went out there, and Jillian was standing there with her brother. And the first thing, he's, give us the money and give us the amp now. I'm like, so at that point, I'm mad because first she's accusing me of stealing money. It's the second time I've heard it. First time it was just her mom talking to my sister. And we're mad. I'm like, get out of here. We ain't got your money, this and that. He said, yes, you do. Give us the money. And so he steps in my sister's face. So I get him out of my sister's face. I step in front of him.
How did you do that?
He was all in her face. My sister saw he had a bat. You guys need to get out of here. So I'm like, so he started getting in her face. That's when I stepped in front of her. And that's when he had a bat the whole time. I wasn't worried about it. I had my friends here. You guys need to
How did his hand get broken?
Yeah, explain that one.
Yeah, I will. So we were mad.
Just
but
a sec.
All right.
Shut up.
I know you're going to tell me that. All right.
Go ahead.
So everybody was cussing and exchanging words and snap.
How did his hand get broken?
We don't. He says it happened. Well, we'll get to it.
You're the one with the grasp, Terry.
Right. It's all a story that I was trying to lead to it. And so he left down the stairs. He was going downstairs with his sister. We closed the door and went back inside. And they're like, Terry, put your shoes on. And then, quash, quash. The windows, we hear windows getting busted. So we all run out the house. He's running with his bat, running away to his truck. She's running to her car. And me, my best friend James, and my brother Randall are running after him. Randall, the only one that even got close to him, and it was after he was already in the truck speeding away. My brother had a broomstick, a plastic one, and he just swung at the back of hit the back of the truck, hit the cab part, and then that was it. He sped away. We were all mad. We didn't find out.
No idea.
We didn't find out. He said his hand was broken until the cop told us. If I was gonna beat him up or something, he would have been real beat up.
Now, I want to know how this happened to the car.
It's my turn. Okay, we went up there. We asked for the amp and the money. They all come to the door. She's calling us white trash, all kinds of names. They come with a pool stick. They all
Who's they?
Him. He's the one that hit me. He hit me with the pool stick. He swung for me. I ducked, hit me in the hand, broke my hand. I mean, you can see it, right? So at that time, we're running away. I see something on the ground, like a piece of wood or something, because they live upstairs. It was downstairs. And I'm just trying to defend myself. I mean, I'm so angry right now, and then I just start swinging at their car. This happened after, the car happened after the fact that they broke my hand.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
It must have been painful for you.
It was painful. I mean, I should be suing them.
Just a minute. You didn't let me finish.
Sorry.
That must have been really painful to pick up
terrible.
a bat or a piece of wood after your hand is broken and swing the bat at least 10, 12 times in order to cause this kind of damage to the car. That must have been real painful.
It was only 4 times.
But when there were 4 times that it was painful, is that right?
It wasn't too bad.
It wasn't?
Not that
Because your adrenaline's pumping and you don't pay attention to what's going on.
Really? Where did you get your medical license? I'd like to hear the witness. Who's the witness? Could you step up, please? Could you tell me your name?
Tiara Young.
Miss Young, you're a neighbor?
Yes.
So tell me about it.
At first, I just thought they were just an argument. I didn't get involved with the police until he called them several times. Then I heard Annalisa say, "I know you don't have a bat. What are you going to do with the bat?" So I didn't get involved until I heard bat. And then there was mention of, "I have something else for you," kind of as if he had a gun. So I called the police. It seemed like he was instigating the most. So I went downstairs to try to see the license plate number or what type of vehicle, because I knew their physical description. I was watching through the blinds the whole time. That's when I walked up, the first time, it didn't really sound like it was something hitting the car, kind of like the dumpsters right by our building, so it seemed like maybe somebody was just throwing trash in the bin. When I turned, that's when I saw him with the bat at the car. I did not try to stay to see him beat the car in anymore. He had already called them. I was just trying to get out.
How was I going to hurt you if I call you a name? And I didn't even call you the name.
No, I never said
Hey!
you called me the name.
Stupid! Shut up! That's the 3rd time I told you. Right?
I'm just trying to.
That's the 3rd time I told you.
Whatever.
Not whatever. Is that your father?
Yeah.
Believe me, he's not pleased with you right now.
Not too.
Your Honor, he never directly called me.
You don't have to explain
Okay.
anything to me.
Okay.
You know, he's got mush in his brains.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You say, I'm filing a complaint. I want the person who assaulted me to be punished. I want them arrested. They assaulted me.
Well, I didn't do that.
That's what I would do. If somebody assaulted me and broke my hand.
Annalisa McDonald and her brother Terry claim their car was vandalized by Jillian Bortz and her brother Christopher.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss Young. You have a counterclaim for damage to your car, your home, and the return of the money that was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to the damages to your car and your home. Who wants to report on that?
I can.
Go ahead.
Okay. I had to file a police report with the school about the money, and they gave both of us a copy of it with both of our addresses on it. The same day that they gave him a copy of it, my house, it was just my dad was there. They threw a brick through our kitchen window.
Who did?
It was them. His friend James, his best friend James that he just told you about, his truck was identified there by 2 different people.
James?
Yeah, James.
Just a second.
Okay.
James? That's not him.
Yeah, but they identified them.
Who's they?
2 neighbors.
Are they here?
No, they're not.
What's next?
My dad knows more about what happened that night. Then my
Was
dad
your father
just
at
called me.
home?
Yeah, he was at home. It was 1 in the morning.
Mr. Bortz, is that your last name?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you saw?
I was asleep. I was awakened a loud banging noise. And a few minutes later, a neighbor had drove up in her house. You can see through the kitchen window. And I just glanced that way, and I see the kitchen windows broken out.
But you didn't see who vandalized your house.
No, I did not.
Did you see who vandalized your car?
No.
Did that happen on the same night?
This was the same, yes.
What happened to your car?
Same thing. Large bricks or rocks thrown at it.
Was there any witness to that?
Yes.
Is that witness here?
No.
Have there been any arrests in that case?
I have no idea.
But you plan on pursuing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Judge, about that same night, me and my brother were in our bed asleep at 2 in the morning. The cops came, asked us about it. Yeah, told us that there was a kitchen window broken in.
I wouldn't say anything if I were you right now.
Oh, but they cleared it.
I wouldn't say anything if I were you right now. That case may not be over. Jillian, so let's talk a little bit about your money. I don't know who took your money. I know that you don't put money in a car, in a school parking lot. Use the car, take people around for lunch, talk about the fact that you're going to buy a car, and then ask a court to make a determination that without any proof whatsoever, any direct proof, that somebody is responsible for that money being missing. The person who's responsible, the only person I know who's responsible for that money being missing is the person who was foolish enough to take it to school and to put it under the front seat of a car in a school parking lot. That's you. So I can't reward that with a judgment against Terry on your counterclaim because there isn't sufficient proof. The only thing I do know is that you and your brother is clearly a hothead, went to their house, and I may not necessarily fully believe these two people because they have a little bit of an axe to grind with this whole thing because they had the interaction with you, but I believe Miss Young. I believe her when she says there was nobody who was hitting you with bats and pool cues. I'm speaking before your brother smashed out the car, which he acknowledges that he did. If you hadn't put yourself in that position in the first place by going over there with your brother, you wouldn't be in this mess. Can I see an estimate for the damage to the car,
I have
please?
the estimate and the breakdown of the cost under it.
Now, I assume that on your side, the person who assaulted you, if you claim that you were assaulted and you broke your hand, you were assaulted with a deadly instrument, I assume that you filed a police report and insisted on an arrest. Is that right?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I was leaving the next day to go back home.
Tell her how
What difference does it make if you're assaulted?
I tried to go in, I live in Hawaii. I tried to go down there to the police station. They said just take care of it here.
You have
They
to
said
take
they
care
can't.
of it
They
here.
said they can't do anything down there because it's in Hawaii. It's a different. It's separated from Vegas.
You go to the police and you say,
did
I
go
was
to. That's what I
assaulted.
just told you. I went to the
I was
police
assaulted.
station.
I want to pursue the matter. You have a father. How old are you?
19.
You have a father. You say, I'm filing a complaint. I want the person who assaulted me to be punished. I want them arrested. They assaulted me.
Well, I didn't do that.
Well, that's what I would do. If somebody assaulted me and broke my hand. In any event, I'm dismissing your counterclaim. You did absolutely the wrong thing by going over there. Mr. Bortz, I don't know who it was that caused the vandalism to your house. I assume that you have an open complaint and that the police will follow up on that complaint. It's not an old complaint. So I assume that if they find after interviewing witnesses that this young man had anything to do with vandalizing your house, you will pursue that complaint, as well as pursuing the complaint with regard to your son's assault. I mean, I would be more worried about it if my son's hand was broken than if my window was broken in my kitchen. Right? Of course. As I said, I don't know who took the money, but you're going to get your deductible paid. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. Account.
Hare versus Darrensburg. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Miss Hare, you were a tenant of the defendant's. Did you rent a room from him?
Yes.
According to your complaint, he unceremoniously threw you out after you had paid your rent for that month. He kept your security deposit, and he threw your stuff out after you. So it was destroyed on the curb. The defendant says you got drunk as a skunk while watching a football game. There was some betting going on, small-time betting, $5 anyway, when one team lost, and I know nothing about football except that they run around bases, that you went absolutely crazy. They don't run around bases.
Football,
No,
they run around bases. Oh, okay.
I know. You destroyed the house, damaged his property, bit him a couple of times. He's countersuing for the damage you caused to his property, for the assault on him, these bite marks, for broken glasses, etc. So, how long did you live with the defendant?
Almost 2 months.
Now, this incident happened on, it must have been a Sunday because it was football, is
Correct.
that right? So, you were betting on a game, there was a bet, little
The
bet?
Rams.
The Rams.
I knew they were going to lose, and they did.
Now, you had been drinking that day?
All of us had.
So you had paid for how much of
I
the month?
prepaid 3 weeks for November's rent.
How much was the rent per week?
$75.
Is that right so far?
$75.
Had she prepaid any part of November's rent?
No.
No.
No, no, ma'am. No,
Was she
Your
up to
Honor.
date on her rent?
She was 2 weeks behind.
Do you keep rent receipts?
Oh, he kept them when he moved all my stuff out.
So you
Otherwise, I
don't?
have proof. I have no proof of anything.
All right, but proof is what we need in court.
Big time.
Big time. Okay. So you're watching the game. It's October 28th. The Rams lose like you knew they would lose. Everybody was drinking, including you. So what did you do?
Somehow we had a confrontation in which...
Who had a confrontation?
Me and Mr. Darnsborg.
What do you mean somehow?
Well, I don't know exactly how it started, but I do
Well,
know...
maybe if you don't know how it started, maybe he knows.
He does. Well, I'm sure he'll find a way to... Yeah.
Well, maybe he does. How did it start?
The Rams lost, and
Which was devastating to him.
she won the bet, which was $5, and she got real excited about it. She started jumping up and down, doing obscene gestures in front of the TV in front of me. And she jumped from one couch to another, jumping on people, all excited, bit a person before she jumped on my friend Eddie here. He said she slapped him or something like that, and then she leaned over and bit me right here. That's
On the
how
leg.
it started.
On the leg.
On the leg.
She wasn't angry.
She was happy.
She was happy.
Real
But
happy.
Hey, please. She was happy, but drunk.
Happily drunk.
What happened next?
Some kind of way she had spilled a beer on top of the stereo and knocked it over. Okay, that's when things really got excited. That's when I got mad.
You didn't get mad when she bit you?
I was furious then, and I got up, and that's when she got up, backed up, spilled the beer on the stereo, knocked it over. I don't remember exactly what I did at that instant, other than I eventually got over and got a rag and wiped off the stereo. I'm furious because I have a picture of it. The top of it is exposed. I paid good money for that stereo set. And people started getting up and walking around. You know, everybody's mad. This gentleman that's with her went into the restroom at the time, and she ran in there after him. That's when he said, I thought she attacked him. I think she did. He lost his step, fell down up against the wall. It's a mobile home, so the walls are prefabricated. And it was like a fight in there. So that's when I got up, grabbed her, pulled her into the living room, threw her on the couch, really. Tried to calm her down, and that's when Jim came out of the bathroom.
That's Jim. You're Jim.
Screaming to her to leave, and then they left. This is pretty much what happened.
Okay, so they left. And you changed the locks?
I changed the locks. She stayed. She was gone that night, and she apologized and thought everything would be okay. Said she messed up. Tried to give me and my friend Jim Robert a hug, and she did. But we just didn't want to do anything. I knew what I was going to do right then, and that was to go pick up 15 brand new boxes, box all their stuff up, quite a bit of stuff. I'm talking about she had boxes and clothes of things 3/4 of the way up the wall.
What'd you do with it all?
I put it on the street.
Did you call her and tell her you were doing that?
No, no, ma'am.
Well, why not?
I didn't feel a need to. I feel she's a criminal. I was afraid that she would possibly accuse me of something else. I had called the police earlier about removing her because she walks around the house with a glass pipe smoking and acting crazy from time to time.
Oh, my.
I asked the police what I should do about it, and
Don't tell me
they
what the
wanted
police
me.
told you. I just want to know. You put her things out on the curb, boxes
ma'am.
and boxes,
Yes, ma'am.
and you'd never called her to tell her that you were doing that.
No, ma'am.
Now, there came a time, Miss Hare, that you did, in fact, retrieve some of your property from
Yes.
his house.
Yes.
When was that?
When I came home from work that night.
Found what?
His friend Robert informed. I drove right past my belongings as I pulled into the mobile home park, not even seeing it. His friend Robert stopped me and says, Jenny, I got something I got to tell you. I feel I'm the best one to show you. And he turned me around and showed me there's all your belongings. They're on the street. If I didn't notice Jimmy's lamp, I wouldn't have noticed anything. And right then I was dumbfounded.
And you stayed there with your stuff?
Robert, his friend, stayed with my stuff. He made sure that nobody messed with my belongings. He said he sat there all day making sure nobody stuff.
Really?
Yeah, his friend Robert's a very nice guy.
I'm not Robert.
Oh, your friend
No,
Robert.
that's Eddie.
Oh, that's wonderful. So what kind of belongings do you say were damaged or taken?
Oh, the things that he didn't put out on the curb.
Like what?
My Ryobi drill, a hand cordless drill.
What else?
An umbrella, which is sentimental value.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the receipts, yes, the receipts that he failed to put back with my belongings. My pull-up bar, I know he still has in his backyard because I have driven by. I know that it's still there.
You what?
My pull-up bar. It's a workout bar.
Do you have her pull-up
It's a
bar?
parallel bar for doing pull-ups.
Pull-ups.
It's still there.
Do you want to give that to her?
Oh, yeah, she can pick it up anytime
You have
she
a
likes.
drill of hers?
No, my friend Robert, which I didn't know he was doing it, he felt for what he was doing, he wanted to be compensated. He did take the drill and the umbrella.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Virginia Hare says ex-roommate Paul Darensborg kicked her out after an argument over a football bet. Paul says a drunken Virginia was acting crazy.
Did you bite him?
I might have.
May it cost you a drill?
That's why I figured, well, I won't get the drill back in working
You're
order
certainly
anyways.
not. And you have no proof that you paid
The
rent?
receipts. My witness here has seen my receipts.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
You know all the dates on the receipts, sir?
Oh, I don't know the dates, but I did see the receipts.
Well, of course, she kept receipts. She was there for months.
Rent receipts.
2 months.
Yeah, she was there for months, but she has no receipts into November. You didn't remember any receipts from November?
No.
I don't.
So we have no proof that you actually prepaid rent. How much was this security deposit?
$150.
Good. Now you want to tell me about your counterclaim? Your counterclaim says that she just threw stuff on your stereo.
Yes.
Did you have it fixed?
No, I haven't had it fixed.
Do you have pictures of it?
He
Yes.
had pictures of him and the lady over there on top of the stereo unit when the drink got spilled. And then when I heard that he says, I broke his stereo, well, why aren't the pictures wet?
You don't remember.
This is the pictures of stereo, and this is the wall and the door to the roof, to the bathroom.
Well, to the bathroom.
Did you break the door to a wall in his bathroom as a result of an altercation that you were having with her?
No, ma'am, I never. And I don't believe she did either.
Well, you don't remember either. Step up here, please. Your last name is?
Crafton?
Did you see the plaintiff bite him?
No, I never.
Was she out of control?
She was a little wild, yes, I would say, but so were the rest of us.
Or was she out of control?
I wouldn't say out of control, no. I would say she was feeling pretty good, yes, like the rest of us. But I'm sure she knew what she was doing.
She doesn't remember what she was doing. She just told me that.
Well, I know that I did not do anything purposely.
You may not have done anything purposely, but if you damage the property, you got to pay for it. Got to compensate him for it. You have a counterclaim. Miss Hager gets nothing, except I have to figure out whether or not she gets anything back from her security deposit. So you're saying that there was damage to your stereo, but you have no receipts for it. Is that right?
No, I have no receipts for the purchase
And she
of
damaged
stereo.
the door, which you didn't have fixed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and you have no estimates for the
Yes,
door?
I have one estimate on
So
the
then
door.
I'd like to see the estimate.
But if I had money, Your Honor, to get the stereo fixed and to get this door fixed, I wouldn't be renting a room.
Listen,
yeah.
if you don't have an estimate, I'm not telling you to get it fixed, I can't tell how much it was going to be to have something fixed unless I have an estimate.
It's ruined. It was saturated. You can't
Well, I
spill
don't know
that much
that. Get
fluid
an
on us.
expert to come in and testify to that. $175. So that covers her security deposit. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. So the only thing I have to decide is whether or not you had a right to throw her out of the house unceremoniously. I believe that you did. I believe that she was acting in a totally bizarre manner, and that bizarre behavior may have been the result of liquor. But you don't have to tolerate that in your home. She was a month-to-month tenant. You threw her out. Property went. She got all of her property back. You boxed it. The only thing you didn't get back was an umbrella and a drill, which Robert has. He doesn't have it. He has your pull-up bar, which he will see to it that is returned to you. You caused damage to the door, $175 worth, so you get no security back. However, the security was $150. The damage to the door is $175, so you're only down $25, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have any medical bills, any doctor's reports as a result of the bites
No, I
on
don't,
you?
Your Honor.
Okay, so you get $25. Don't get drunk. People look stupid when they get drunk, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm just happy that she's out of the house.
Glass pipe, what is that? You know, he had to make me look bad somehow.
I think everybody should be very careful on who you rent a room to.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Potts versus Lake. Step forward, please.
24-year-old student Jamie Potts and her husband Marvin Potts are suing her brother, 23-year-old Shay Lake, for a year of unpaid rent and for the cost of a van.
Mr. and Mrs. Potts, the defendant is your brother, is that right?
Yes, he is.
And your brother-in-law.
Yes, ma'am.
And according to your complaint, your brother moved into your home. And there was an agreement that he'd pay $60 rent, which would cover his rent, his food, utilities, etc. He paid that for a while and then stopped.
Yeah.
You want him to pay for 26 weeks of rent that he owes. In addition, you sold him a van for $500. He was to make payments on that van until it was paid off. He took the van and made a couple of payments, but still didn't complete paying for it.
Correct.
When did your brother move in?
He moved in with us 8 months ago in April. He had a job, a full-time job, and he was paying us like he was supposed to. And then he was laid off, from what I understand, what he told me, he was laid off. And he just stopped paying us.
Where are you living now?
With her still.
What are you doing here?
Well, Your Honor, the reason that he's still living with us is because we had a house fire. And right now we're staying at a hotel, Holiday Inn Hotel, so we're not paying for rent right now. We're not paying for mortgage.
As soon as we go back to the house, he's not allowed to go back to the house.
He's not going to come back with us.
He's fine as far as we're supposed to be back in the house in 3 weeks.
You're living in the same motel?
No,
It's
we
two
have
rooms.
two different
It's
rooms.
two rooms. He's in
He
together.
shares a room with our children. We have 2 children, and there's 2 beds in each room, and they're together. And he shares a room with them, and we have the other room. And we didn't want to just, I mean, I don't want to just kick him out without, you know, without any place to go. He's my brother.
So what are you suing him for?
We've told him
Because-
that as soon as we back, he's not allowed back in the house.
I don't care
Once
whether
we're
he's
back in the
allowed back in the house or not. If you're angry with... Well, let's get to the van. Let's forget about this. Did you take their van?
Yes, I did.
Do you drive their van?
Yes, I do.
In whose name is the van?
Mine.
So you had a title to you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do a bill of sale for this van?
No, we didn't.
Why not?
Because he's my brother, I didn't think I'd have to. When you have family, you expect that your family is going to do what they say they're going to do. And the reason that he says he's not paying us for the van is because he gave me a car when he was 16. He had his license taken away, but he's lived with us.
He
so
lived
I don't.
with us after that for about 6 months, rent-free. While he was having problems with his father.
defense to the van is what? Why didn't you finish paying for the van?
I never started actually paying for the van. When I was 16, I lost my license, so I gave
How old are you now?
I'm 23.
Go ahead.
And I gave my car to my sister, and she never paid me for it, so when she gave me the van, I figured that was payment for the car.
Well, Mr. Lake, was it ever discussed that you were going to pay $500 for the van?
Briefly, a little bit.
What do you mean briefly?
It was discussed a little bit, but not too much. I mean, she's my sister, so...
Just a second. Either she said to you, listen, you gave me a car 7 years ago, so I'm going to give you this old van. Or she said to you, I will sell you the van for $500. And you said, okay. And she gave you the van and signed the title over to you. Which one was it, Mr. Lake?
She did tell me that I have to pay her $500 for the van.
There you go. So you made up in your own mind that 7 years ago you gave her your car So this was a fair swap.
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, you can't do that. I mean, that's ridiculous, right?
Not as far as I'm concerned, no.
Why not as far as you're concerned?
Well, I still gave it to her, no matter how long ago it was.
Oh, but it makes a big difference,
And it was
sir.
worth more than the van that she gave
But it
me.
makes a big difference, Mr. Lake. The big difference is if you had said to her, no, I believe you should give me the van because of the car I gave you 7 years ago, and then she had a choice. And her choice was to say, no, I want to be paid for this, or yes, you're right. You were nice to me once, now I'm going to be nice to you.
Well, then she might not have given it to me, so
Right, so you tricked her.
yes.
But he does this to me all the time. He's my little brother.
Look, Miss Potts, you don't get any rent from him. Let me explain something to you.
We have a contract written up.
I don't care whether you have a contract or not. If your brother stops paying you rent, and he stopped paying you rent 5 months ago, and you still let him stay in the house, that's your problem.
Okay, he's not
Do
staying in the
not
house.
visit that on courts.
He is not staying in the house.
No,
He was staying in the house until there was a fire.
But Your Honor, there is more to it than that. You have to understand. After he got laid off from his job, he had surgery on his ankle because the doctor told him that could be the reason it's bothering him. He was in an accident in '97, and he had pins removed from his ankle. So that was, that took a month, and then after that, he got a job and he was fired from it.
That's why we didn't kick him out, because he was trying.
There was always something. We didn't just say, okay, you got to leave. This is not something. He's my brother.
Good.
He always had a reason why. There was
Fine.
always
Good.
reasons.
He hasn't been told that he had to.
Don't bother me over the rent. You have a cause of action with regard to the car. What year car was this?
It was like an '87.
You have title to show me?
89.
I didn't bring it with me now.
He has everything.
Well, how do I know you even sold him this van?
He admitted to it.
I don't believe him necessarily.
You don't believe?
He just told me he tricked you into giving him a van that I have no. You have the registration for that van?
Not on me now.
You have your driver's license?
Yes, I do.
Let me see your driver's license. Don't you usually keep registration with your driver's license, Bert?
No, Judge. I keep my registration in my car.
Oh, do you? Where's your van parked, sir?
In Michigan.
And is that where the registration is?
Yes, it is.
Uh-huh. Is your van insured?
No, it's not.
So how can you be driving around in an uninsured vehicle, sir?
Very carefully.
Very carefully. I'm going to take care of this very, very easily. The court will prepare an order that within 5 days you will retitle the van to your sister, and that way she can register the van if she wants to, and she can insure the van. So the court will prepare that order. That gives you 5 days. Clear? The rest of your case is dismissed. That's all.
Can I add one more thing?
That's
The
it.
van is not
Parties are excused. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Virgin, your son is currently incarcerated. Is that correct?
Yes, he is.
And he's incarcerated already having been sentenced, and his sentence, according to you, is 20 years?
Yes.
What was he convicted of?
Aggravated robbery case that he wasn't involved in.
According to your complaint, you hired the defendant and paid the defendant $500 because he promised you $550 because he promised you that within a year, through his efforts, he would get your son out of jail.
Yes.
And according to you, he did nothing and you want your money back.
Yes.
Defendant says he did accept $550 because of his expertise. There were no guarantees of anything. And as it happens, he was not even hired to process an appeal for your son, but to try to get some money back for lawyers that you had paid over the course of your son's trials and appeals. How did you meet him?
Through my daughter. My daughter was talking about my son's case on her job, and one of her co-workers overheard her talking about the case, and she told her that she knew a person who could help get my son out of prison.
Step up, please. Tell me your last name.
Smith.
Did you make contact with the defendant, Miss Smith? Did you personally, or did your mother?
My mother.
So tell me, Miss Virgin, about the conversation that you had with the defendant when you called him.
Well, when I called him, he gave me his address, and I met with him at his house.
At his house?
At his house.
He didn't have a place of business?
No.
Go ahead.
I met with him at his house, and he told me that he's done other cases like this, and he could guarantee that he would have my son out by this time next year.
Now, Mr. Hobbs, what kind of work do you do, sir?
I'm a consultant, Your Honor.
What kind of consultant?
I'm a political consultant.
What do you mean a political consultant? Who are your clients?
My clients are people who are running for office, who are running for judge, who are running for political office, Congress, and all over.
And how long have you been doing this sort of work, sir?
Almost 8 years.
Tell me your version of the conversation.
The conversation went like this. Do you want me to start at the beginning, Your Honor?
Yes.
She contacted me on a Sunday. She was desperate, and I told her to come on over. She said, Mr. Hobbs, I have 5 attorneys that owe me money. And I said, you know, if we would talk to them, Ms. Virgin, we'd probably get our money back. They don't want to see you in court or nothing like that. I say, maybe I can. Let me call them and contact them. Got on the phone. She was on the phone with me. I called 3 ways. I said, Mr. So-and-so, you have took $2,000 from Miss Virgin. She needs her money back, or she needs an appeal filed from her. He said he would have the appeal filed Tuesday of next week, or he would send her money back. I called back that Tuesday. The appeal had not been filed. He was not finished with it. She was angry. I called back the following week. He did not have the appeal. I said, this is what we'll do. Send her half of her money back for the work that you've done already, which is $1,000, and we'll present that to Ms. Virgin so she could go get another attorney, which she wanted. I took her to the best appeals attorney, they say, quote unquote, in Texas. We sit down 2 hours and talk to this attorney. He asked her, do you want to go ahead with this appeal? This is going to cost you $5,000. She said, yes. As soon as we get the money from the other lawyer, we'll come and hire you. Your Honor, I had did my job. She asked me to do something, and I did that. The attorney did never send her money or her appeal.
Ms. Virgin, Mr. Hobbs indicates that the conversation was not about getting your son out of jail. The discussion that you had to do with getting some money back from one appeals lawyer so that you could pay another appeals lawyer. Does that sound familiar to you?
He told me that he knew people who could help him get my son out of prison within a year.
Your Honor, with all the respect I have for her, I would not ever in my life tell anybody in the United States or outside the United States that I could get a 20-year sentence and get her son out the state penitentiary in a year.
He told me he's done it for other people.
Your Honor.
That's the only reason why I gave him the $550.
Your Honor, I did not tell her that.
Did you, in fact, participate in a 3-way telephone conversation with the defendant and the old lawyer that never filed the brief?
Yes, I did.
When you sat down with the other appellate lawyer, did you discuss with him the process that had gone on so far?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Hobbs participate in that conversation?
Yes.
How many hours in total, Miss Virgin, do you think Mr. Hobbs spent with you?
3.
How many hours do you think he spent reading over the transcripts, etc.?
45 minutes.
So that's 4 hours. I want to know, sir, what particular expertise do you have with regard to reading over transcripts, making a determination as appeals? Do you have any legal training?
No, ma'am. My quest is getting the lawyer to do her thing, the best lawyer that we can, on a reasonable price. Ms. Virgin do not have no money. She do not have money to pay me.
I gather, Mr. Hobbs, that both Miss Smith and her mother needed a spokesperson.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is really what you were hired for.
No, Miss Judy, I was hired to get her a good appeals lawyer.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jacqueline Virgin says political consultant Tommy Hobbs promised to get her son released from jail. Jacqueline says her son is still incarcerated and she wants a refund.
Did you finally get somebody to process an appeal for your son?
Yes, I got a lawyer named Charles.
Did you pay this lawyer any money, Miss Virgin?
Not yet.
And I told her not to.
Why is that?
Judge Judy, she sent me to the streets to find out about her son. She introduced me to a fellow named... This is one of the guys who was in the game. the one that had the gun. I got to the other two guys, the neighbors, who were teenagers at that particular time. These two guys, these are bump and jack guys.
What is bumping jack?
Bump and jack means any old lady, old man you catch coming out the apartment who had just got off an airplane, they bump and jack them. They beat them up and take their money.
Got it, beat him up.
Come to find out, her son's nickname in the streets is Bat.
What? Bat?
Bat, like a bat, a baseball bat. He was the gang leader.
Is what you're telling me, Mr. Hobbs, that she gave you certain information and you went out to try to find that out in the street?
And give it back to the attorney that we were going to hire.
Did Mr. Hobbs ever talk to you about the fact that he had gone out and spoken to these prospective witnesses and what they told him?
No, he didn't speak to anybody. He just took my money and didn't want to refund it.
Judge Judy.
Yeah.
Stays across the bayou from me. She begged me to go over and talk to him.
Did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Okay. Mr. is the one that had the gun.
You went to see this Mr. Mr. tells you that he was the one with the gun.
Right.
Not Miss Virgin's son.
Right, and he wanted to testify in court to that.
Okay.
So I told him, no, you're going to have to come to the appeal court that we, lawyer we're going to hire to give him this statement. Can you give an affidavit to me? Didn't see the guy no more. Then I caught up with him on the streets.
And?
Bat, her son, is the one, is the guy.
Is the guy that what?
He's the one that goes and rents the hotel.
So Miss Virgin's son was involved in some way in this robbery that took place?
Ma'am, yes. That's my opinion.
That was what you were told?
Yes, ma'am. Bat would go get his neighbors, these two brothers. They go to the hotel.
And what did they do with the hotel?
They rented the hotel to set up for what they was going to do.
Explain it to me.
Old lady walks out her apartment, okay?
Apartment or the hotel?
Out the hotel. Goes down the streets, right?
From the hotel?
Anywhere, going to get something to eat, right. They bump and jack her.
Miss Virgin says that her son was convicted of an aggravated robbery.
Yes, ma'am.
From what you tell me, a bump and jack is you bump somebody and you take their money and run. That's not an aggravated robbery.
If you have a weapon in it.
Yes. So somebody had a weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Your Honor, my son was involved in an aggravated robbery case that he didn't commit because he was put into a lineup as an extra, picked out as the victim in an unjust system because this is a case that he can't erase. He was put in jail without bail.
Miss Virgin, let me ask you this question. How old was your son when he was arrested?
He was
20.
18. No, he was 20. He was 20 years old.
Now I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Prior to this arrest, how many times had your son been arrested?
My son had been arrested one time.
Before this?
Before this.
As an adult or as a juvenile?
As a juvenile.
For what?
For a possession case.
Possession of what?
What was it? Cocaine. Not cocaine, it was
What, Mr. Hobbs, do you know?
I think it was a weapon.
It wasn't coke. It wasn't a weapon. It was not a weapon.
Well, won't y'all tell her the truth?
He had some crack. He was arrested for crack on him.
Sale.
To sell?
Yes.
Not to sell.
To use?
He said he was holding it for a friend.
Miss Virgin, listen to me. I believe that you are a mother who is pretty desperate. Who is pretty desperate.
Your Honor, I am not
Just
desperate.
listen. Yes, you are. You're a mother who's pretty desperate. You would like her son out of jail.
I would like him out of jail because he's innocent.
Okay.
He had 8 witnesses at the trial stating where he was at the time of the
Evidently
robbery.
nobody believed him. Miss Virgin, that's not up to me to determine.
Your Honor.
This case has to do with whether Mr. Hobbs did the job that he was hired to do, and that was to try to get some money back from you from lawyers.
He wasn't hired
to
get the money back.
I'm speaking that he was hired to do the job of trying to get some money back and get an appeals going so that your son at least had a shot of an appeals process that would result in his being exonerated of these charges. And I find that he did sufficient work to warrant the $550 that you paid him. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He told me that he could get my son out of jail by this time next year.
She doesn't realize what she has as a son.
He said that he had done it for other people.
She's a good lady. She just wants her son back.
I should have won the verdict.
She's already had one nervous breakdown. She needs to get on with her life.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Hayden Krappel versus Hayden Kennedy Lyons. Step forward, please.
Cindy Hayden and her son, 16-year-old Anthony Kreppel, are suing Cindy's brother, Rick Hayden, his girlfriend, Lila Kennedy, and Lila's son, 16-year-old Nicholas Lyons. Cindy says during a road trip, Nicholas assaulted her son.
All right, let's deal with this in short order if we can. Miss Hayden, the defendant is your brother, Mr. Hayden.
Yes.
Co-defendant is a friend of yours, or was a friend of yours,
Yes.
Miss Kennedy. And according to your complaint, you wanted to bring Miss Kennedy to meet your brother.
Correct.
And you arranged to go with your children and Miss Kennedy's children to where your brother lives, which was some distance away in another state.
Yes.
On sort of a road trip / vacation, whatever. So far correct?
Correct.
And you say that while there, your son and the defendant's son got into some sort of an altercation, and your son was assaulted.
Yes.
Miss Kennedy said she's not taking you back. You're not all going back in the same car. Make your own arrangements to get home.
Correct.
So you are suing for two things. For the expenses that you had to get home.
Correct.
And you are suing them also on behalf of your son for whatever injuries he sustained as a result of this altercation with the defendant's son.
Correct.
That's what the case is about. What makes you think they're responsible to provide transportation for you home after this argument that got physical with the two boys?
For the simple fact, when we left on this trip, it was a trip paid for there and back.
By whom?
By my brother Rick. He had sent me money for gas to get there and sent Miss Kennedy money before we left to get home on.
I paid for the trip, Your Honor, but she spent her share of the money on marijuana before she
I don't care
made
whether
her
she
trip.
spent her share on marijuana. It doesn't make any difference. He sent gas money.
No.
He sent gas money. You're not entitled to any money for your return trip. Forget that.
Okay.
Now, tell me about the fight that happened between your son and the defendant, Miss Kennedy's son.
Lila and I was arguing over the money situation, that I had paid for a haircut. She said I didn't. It was minute. The next thing I know, Lila grabbed me in a headlock. As I was in my headlock and I was looking over, I seen that in the doorway there was my brother, Rick, my son, and also Nick Lyons. Well, my brother Rick had my son held by both of his arms. He was behind him and had him held by both of his arms while Nick Lyons was punching my son in the chest with his fist.
So you called the police?
Yes.
What kind of injuries did you have, young man?
Well, I got a knot on my chest. It caused a bunch of bruising, and they said that this knot will probably be here for about a year or so.
A knot?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to tell me your version of what happened that day. Why don't you tell me what happened?
All the yelling and everything was going on, and Tony, he went after my mom, and I was defending my mom, basically.
Was she holding this lady?
No,
in
that
the
didn't happen until me and her son got into it, and I had him on the floor holding him down, and then she jumped on my back, threw me in a headlock herself, and had me to the point where I couldn't breathe, and I was turning purple in the face, and she grabbed her off of me, and that happened, and she had her back up against the wall, and me and Tony continued at it.
Did he hit you at all?
Not that I can remember.
But you hit him?
Yeah.
How many times?
Once in the face, and that was it, and I kneed him in the chest.
It was pretty
Once
much
in
a
the
wrestling
face.
match.
What?
It was pretty much just a wrestling match, and there was nobody holding anybody except Lila holding Cindy, because Cindy, after they ended up on a wrestling match on the floor, Cindy jumps on his back, clawing him at the face, choking him, screaming and yelling and calling him dirty names.
You mean over haircut money?
She wanted to go home. The whole arrangement was that Cindy called. I hadn't talked to her for years because she's been a parasite in the family for years. She's done this to everybody in the family. Every time she goes somewhere, she turns it into a big melee mess. So I thought, well, give her one more chance. She's your sister. You know, it's Thanksgiving. Bring her down here, see if she's changed. Well, that was a She changed all right.
Okay. She wanted to go home.
After she started threatening Lila's life because Lila wouldn't take her home when she wanted to go because she ran out of her drugs. And she wouldn't leave it alone. Every time I would leave the room, she would go back in there. And the last time, when I finally got fed up, she told Lila, just wait till I get you home if you make it that far. So then Tony attacks Lila and starts screaming and went after Lila. I tried to separate
Does that sound
them.
right to you?
Actually, I was telling Lila that it was true. My mom paid for the haircut that Nick had.
So you were arguing with Lila?
Yeah, and then Nick came up
Loud?
behind me. Yeah, we were arguing pretty loud.
Loud? You were yelling at her?
Yeah, she was yelling at me and yelling at my mom.
How old are you?
16.
How old is she? Older. She's a mother. She has a child your age. Is that right?
Yeah.
So what were you doing yelling at her?
I was defending my mom.
Your mother looks like she can defend herself. Your lawsuit's dismissed. You had a fight, you had an argument, you were all involved with it. It got physical, which is outrageous for the adults to become involved with a physical argument. Now you want to be compensated for that, plus the ride home? You're dreaming. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may... Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Ms. Lee, according to your complaint, you and the defendant had a long-distance relationship. You lived several hours away from each other, and you were in this relationship for a couple of years.
2 years. That's correct.
That's a couple.
Yes.
And you indicate in your complaint that while you were together, you would bring some of your property over there because you spent so much time there.
Exactly.
The relationship terminated, and you want your property back.
Correct.
The defendant says that you did bring some things to his house, and the things that you brought to his house were gifts. In addition to being gifts, he talks about money being taken off for vandalism and other nonsense. So we'll get to it in a minute. When did you start this relationship?
Mid-August of 1999.
And where were you living?
Portland, Oregon.
And where was the defendant living?
Tukwila, Washington.
How far is that?
180 miles.
And how often would you visit him?
Every single weekend.
So far, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when did you start to bring property to the house?
I wanted him to learn how to go to karaoke bars with me, and he wasn't comfortable with that. So I said, well, why don't I buy a karaoke machine and some CDGs? It's a very expensive system and microphones, and he already had a stereo system. And since we spent so much time there, that's the first time I bought that.
So you brought it to the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's one of the items that you want back, your karaoke system.
Correct.
What else did you bring there?
DVD player.
What would you bring a DVD player?
Don't.
Sorry, Your Honor.
A DVD player. Well, tell me
Correct.
about that. Tell me how that came about.
Adam wanted to have a system downstairs. He bought a 65-inch TV downstairs with a DVD player. But then I said, well, I like to be upstairs because it's cold downstairs. And he says, well, we don't have a DVD player upstairs. So I said, all right, I'll go buy one.
Okay.
Just like that.
So you went and you bought one.
At Costco. I have the receipt.
And you brought it to the house.
I did, because I'm always there. Sorry. Sorry. I'm nervous.
Don't be silly.
I'm
Be
sorry.
nervous, but don't be silly.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Good. Okay, so you brought the DVD player over there so that you could use it upstairs because you were cold downstairs.
Yes, correct.
What else?
I have a list. Do you want me to show it to you?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, it's organized by level of importance.
No.
I'm sorry.
Listen to
I'm
me.
sorry.
Listen to me very carefully.
Okay.
I want you to tell me what things are yours.
They're all
Give me back
mine.
a list.
Everything on this list is mine.
Go, read it.
Okay, the CDG collection.
Slowly.
$1,500, a CDG player, $300, a DVD player, $245, a set of microphone cables and stand, $150, office furniture at Costco, $399.
She's been paid for these
Oh,
things.
shh.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Now let's get to the office furniture.
Yes?
What kind of office furniture?
It's a set because he had an office room. I didn't really like his office set, so I said, let's just go get a new one because I really liked him. I thought we were going to spend...
Strike that. Listen to me.
Okay.
Strike that off your list. If you say, you have a set, I really don't like it, I'm going to get a new set.
No, he wanted a new set.
Or he wanted a new set, and you said, I'll go get it. Go ahead. What's next?
Domestic stuff from Costco. We furnished his kitchen, and I furnished his bedroom set. Comforters, pillows, yada, yada, yada. And I know you don't really... And then bathroom stuff. And then I also got him a tent for his car.
A what?
A tint for his car, which he traded in.
I'm curious, how did the tint come about?
He said that he can't drive a car without a tint.
Shh, please.
So he wanted one, so I got it for him.
Good, that's nice. That's a gift. Next.
And all the other furniture that I bought was like a dry erase board, I had 5 wall frames that I bought at an auction.
Well, what'd you bring him there for?
Because I moved out of my condo and I didn't have room for it, and he said he'll hold it for me.
Oh, really? Those things I want to hear about. What was that he said he would hold for you?
Well, because I didn't have room in my...
Tell me what it was that he said he would hold.
It's like a dry erase board. Well,
a what?
The dry erase board is like a large one that you can like write on. It's mahogany. It's really pretty.
I don't understand what that is.
Did you say dry erase board?
It's a dry erase board with mahogany sides. You pull it out, and you can like, it's a dry
write
erase.
on it.
You write on it.
You have that, sir?
Yes, I do. But I gave her money for that, Your Honor.
He decided how much she wanted to pay me.
She paid $25 for it.
Just a second. He gave you money for it?
He says he did, but he did not give me money for it. He just says, I gave you money, and he decides what it's for. That's the way he does things. Okay.
Let's deal with 2 items.
All right, we'll just deal with the...
Let's deal with 2 items. Okay. If you're smart, you don't bring things to somebody else's house until you got a piece of paper that says the state of, where do you come from? Washington recognizes that this person and this person are husband and wife. They live together. Anything they have is joint. You want to be a fool and bring over all those things to the house? Fine. You want to be a fool and pay for the tinting on his car?
Yes, ma'am.
You do that. But you don't come to court then and say, listen, you have to make me whole because the relationship didn't work out. Otherwise, I would be working 24 hours a day. And I don't like to work so hard.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Hannah Lee says ex-boyfriend Ezra Blanche owes for a karaoke machine, a DVD player, and other household items. Ezra says Hannah forgave the debt when she lost a bet.
Okay, let's deal with the karaoke machine and the DVD player. Let me hear, sir, your rendition of the karaoke machine.
Well, basically, the idea was to go half on the CDGs and things like that. But I didn't want it, I figured if we're going to break up, I don't want to have to deal with having to give it back to her, so I gave her money for these things.
You did? How much money did you give her?
Yes, I gave her $1,200 as payment on a lot of the things.
Let's talk about specifically the karaoke machine.
Okay, and the DVD player. The DVD player was actually a gift. As a matter of fact, that was a Christmas gift. But she's all about money. Basically, okay.
I'm not interested in your editorial comments. Just stick to the facts.
Okay. The fact is that she believes that she can throw money at something.
Listen to me. That's editorial. Do you understand what editorial means?
It's relevant.
I want the facts. When you say to me the DVD player was a Christmas present, that is your determination of a fact.
Okay, there's also
then I will ask you questions about it. Right now we're on the karaoke machine. You say that you gave her $1,200 towards the karaoke machine and the other stuff that goes with it.
Correct.
Did he give you any money towards it?
He did give me money. However, that money was for the negative equity on his car because he drove a Camaro when I first met him, and he couldn't afford it anymore. And so I bailed him out. I had a...
That's incorrect, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
It was $7,000 negative equity, and he had to get rid of the car because his child support was going up.
So how much did you give him?
I gave him my Tercel. That's $4,500.
You gave him your car?
I traded in my car, and I bought a Mazda Miata.
So how did he get any money?
My car was the money, and I said, well, I lost my car in this trade, and he said I would pay you $100 a month to help with your payments and stuff like that. So I took the $1,200 as part of the money for my car.
Did she help you out with your negative balance on your car?
Basically, she traded her car in on a deal, and I also paid money also.
I don't care about what you paid also. I'm talking about what money came out of her pocket. Are you following me? Did she, in the course of your relationship, help you out by trading in her car, which cost her some money?
It was also for her benefit, Your Honor.
Was it for your benefit?
Both, yes, Your Honor.
How much benefit did you receive from it?
$1,000.
Did you pay her back for that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you paid her back the $1,000 in addition to the $1,200 that you gave her for the karaoke machine?
Based on a bet, Your Honor, yes.
Excuse me?
Based on a bet, Your Honor, yes, and also based on
What do you
vandalism.
mean based on a bet? Explain that to me.
She made a bet, Your Honor, that she would have a six-pack of abs in 30 days.
No, I don't understand. Didn't say a word that you said, sir.
She made a bet, or she made a wager that she could do something within 30 days. When she did not do it in the 30 days, she lost that particular bet.
She lost that bet, and who did she make the bet with?
With me.
So it's not that you paid her the $1,200.
No, I
for
did
the
pay her
car-
$1,200, Your Honor.
So what you didn't pay her for was the $1,000 for the car.
Correct, but we never agreed to pay on that.
So what debt was forgiven as a result of this wager that you had?
I have a list, Your Honor.
Of things that were forgiven as a result of the wager?
A list of things that she purchased and I've paid for either with the wager or with services or with vandalism.
Tell me about the vandalism.
Well, basically, she has a very, very nasty temper, and she has a problem with my past.
What did she do?
She put a hole in my wall. She kicked dents in my door. She put holes in my door.
Now, did she do this, and after she did this, you terminated the relationship?
Terminated the relationship several times, Your Honor.
All right, but you didn't terminate the relationship after each of these incidents, finally.
Actually, I did, and then she would always try to throw money back at me.
Whatever,
Yeah.
sir. You didn't. She punched a hole in the wall, you had a fight, she left, then she came back. Is that right?
Yes.
And you took her back, right? And she continued to come on weekends.
Correct.
That is what we call forgiving. You forgave those things. You don't come now and say, I sort of charged it off to debts and wagers. Listen, sir, you have a DVD player in your house and a karaoke machine, is that right?
Correct.
Does the karaoke machine work?
Yes.
And all the accoutrements work?
Yes.
And what about the DVD player? Does it work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. Pack it all up, because she's getting it back. Not all this other nonsense. But this she's getting back, because if you have a relationship that doesn't work out, clearly the karaoke machine you say you paid for, I don't believe you paid for it.
What about the damages, Your Honor?
I don't have a counterclaim for damages, sir. You never filed a claim against her for damages, did you?
No, I didn't have a chance to, Your Honor.
Well, chance. That's what we're here for. I don't have a claim. The karaoke machine you said you paid for, and then you did the negative equity in the car you didn't pay for, but then there was a wager, and she said, if I can spin around 4 times with a banana on my nose, then I will pay for it. Whatever the bet was. She lost the bet, so you said, that's baloney. Okay. Relationship is terminated. You have to do the right thing. The right thing is she invested a lot of money in electrical equipment for your house.
The DVD player was a gift, Your Honor.
Does it sound familiar to you that she said, let's put one upstairs because it's too cold downstairs?
Not exactly, Your Honor, no.
Well, what exactly? You said not exactly. Was that a no or a yes?
Well, she told me that I could forget about paying for that because she had done something in the relationship and she wanted to stay.
She said, you can forget about paying for it because
Right.
I did something wrong.
Correct.
A minute ago, you told me it was a Christmas present.
Well, on top of that, Your Honor.
Well, a minute ago, you told me it was a Christmas present.
Yes, Your Honor.
You see, when you lie, sir, what happens is you usually
Your
trip
Honor, no.
over your tongue eventually, you know? Eventually. You're giving back the DVD player and the karaoke machine. They're going back within 5 days. Pack them up. She will pay for shipping, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Court will prepare an order. Good luck to you both. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It just didn't work out, but I still care about him a lot.
She's got a very nasty temper.
He's a good person.
She likes to get physical and violent.
I wish him the very best.
She needs to grow up.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Bacamino versus Gala, step forward, please.
Tammy Bacamino and her boyfriend John Adams are suing motel manager Eric Gala for charging a bedspread to her credit card. Eric says while staying at his Love Motel, the couple stole it.
According to your complaint, you were a guest at a motel that was run by or owned by the defendant. You left. You evidently signed a credit card for your stay. When you got your credit card bill in the mail, you noticed that there was an additional charge. You called up to find out what the additional charge was, and what were you told?
They said I stole a bedspread, a round bedspread.
Okay, and how much did they charge you for the round bedspread?
It was $80. It's not the money.
Shh.
It was just the principle that I would not steal something.
Absolutely. So what did you do when you saw the charge?
Well, first of all, this is my boyfriend of 3 years. It was our anniversary. And just for the fun of it, as a novelty, we went to this hotel that had a round bed and a jacuzzi. And he was surprised. I mean, I did it as a surprise for him. He didn't know. And it's, you know, it's for 3 hours and it's $75. And you go in and just use the jacuzzi. And then after we left, I didn't find out till a month later that they also charged me $80.
For the bedspread.
Right.
So what did you do when you found this out about this $80 charge?
Yep, I called them and I asked them what's this extra $80 charge because it did not say on my charge card statement. And it was the woman in charge at the time, or I guess the lady who runs the desk. And she said, oh, it must have been a mistake and that, you know, she was going to look into it for me and then they would credit my card back. She told me to call back in 2 days, which I did, and she didn't have an answer for me. And then I called back again, and then she said, well, the manager, his name was Eric Gale, said that I had stolen the round bedspread.
Okay. What date did you go to the motel?
It was May 30th. May 30th of last year.
And what hours did you rent this room?
It was from 8 o'clock to 11.
Is this a busy place?
I don't think so. It's a fun place.
This is not
No, but is it a busy
a
place?
5-star motel or anything like
No,
that.
I don't mean that. I didn't ask if it was a 5-star motel.
You know,
I asked you if it was
it's just a
busy. When you
novelty
got
thing.
there, there might have been other cars.
Well, there might have been. I didn't really notice.
You didn't notice. Okay, Mr. Gala,
Yes, Your Honor.
let me hear you, sir.
Well, the clerk that she had mentioned that she called when she was disputing her charge explained to me that she was told to check with who she had stayed with. Maybe they misadvertently took the bedspread.
How big is this bedspread?
It's a king-size quilted bedspread.
You don't accidentally take a king-size quilted bedspread.
Well,
And it's round.
What we found in the past, Your Honor, when something like this happens and we go through this procedure, when we ask them to check, usually within 1 or 2 days it reappears and we reverse the charges, is usually what happens. When the clerk asked her to check with the person she stayed with, she was emphatic that she was with her husband and her husband did not take it.
So?
I did not say that.
And the maid, when she checked the room, had explained that the door was locked.
Oh, you can't tell me what the maid explained. The maid's not here. Where's the maid?
Well, she's been with us for 5 years. She would not have taken the bedspread.
I don't know who took the bedspread.
Who in their right mind would take a soiled bedspread from
Just a second.
anywhere?
So far, it doesn't sound like you're having a
think it's
problem here. Okay. They came to the motel. They stayed for 3 hours. Were you present that day?
I don't recall, Your Honor.
So you have no first-hand information about this case?
Well, the only thing that I can explain to you is that we're a family-owned and operated business for 50 years. Last 26 years, I've been managing it. The maid's been there for 5 years. We have a security gate all the way around the premises. We have traffic control gates.
You have
to get
the
in and out.
register of the guests that evening?
I don't have that with me, but I do have the credit card statement that she signed
No, that's
for the
not
room.
what I'm asking for. I'm asking you for the register of how many people slept in that room or stayed in that room on May 30th.
Just them, Your Honor.
You don't know that of your own personal knowledge, sir?
Yes, I have checked into that.
No, no, no. I want to see the register from the hotel for that date.
I was explaining to you they were the only ones to use it.
You don't know that, sir, because you said I don't know whether I was even there that day.
No, I checked into it. I looked at the
I
paperwork.
can't rely on your checking into it, sir. That's why we're in court.
The maid does make a morning check, and
She's not here,
Okay.
sir. You're giving me hearsay.
Okay.
And you
Your
can't
Honor.
testify because, you know what hearsay is about. Hearsay is about my being able to cross-examine a witness, which is exactly what we're doing now. I'm examining you. I'm not just asking you questions that come out of here. I'm asking you questions to get facts. You can't give me the facts of your own knowledge. You can only give me facts based upon something that you've heard from somebody else, which is useless to me in court. So, you have to reverse their charge for the $80.
Yes,
They
Your
say they didn't do it. You have no proof that they did. Absolutely none. Right? That's admissible in court. So give them back their $80, judgment for the plaintiff.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Mr. Costa, you had a brother.
Yes.
Your brother had been arrested. I assume from your answer that he was arrested for assaulting you.
Yes, ma'am.
He was incarcerated. He contacted you for the purposes of bailing him out of jail. Is that right so far?
Yes.
And you say that you had an agreement with him that he would turn over some sort of a motorbike to you to repay you for his bail. Before that was accomplished, he died. So now we have a dispute between you two ladies who are sister-in-laws. You were separated from your husband at the time of his death, is
Correct,
that right?
ma'am.
You want her to turn over the title to the motorcycle to you,
Yes.
and she wants the motorcycle returned to her because it was taken from her home without permission.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your brother arrested?
July 22nd, 2001.
And you knew he was arrested for assaulting his
Yes.
wife. How long have you been separated?
We had actually separated June 28th of 2000. We reconciled and we separated May 28th of 2001.
Were you legally separated
Yes,
by
ma'am.
court order?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a copy of that court order?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Why not?
When he passed away, I had contacted my lawyer, and he told me that I was now a widow, that there was nothing else that could be done as far as the proceedings of the divorce.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that your defense is that you were legally separated and therefore no longer responsible for any of his debts, even if I determined this was a just
Yes,
debt.
ma'am.
So it's surprising to me that you did not bring a copy of the judgment of separation. All right, so this happened on July 22nd of this year. He was arrested, he contacted you, told you he needed bail.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I called Flores Bail's Bond. I paid the first $2,500 that day, and then after my brother's death, I called the bail's bond and asked him if I still was responsible to pay the $2,500 for the rest, because it was $5,000. He said, yes, you're still responsible for the next $2,500. So I paid that. And
let me see the papers from the bail bondsman. How much was his bail?
It was $5,000. I guess the bail's bond has to put up like $50,000.
No, it was $50,000.
Yes, but the bail's
Why
bond
was it
puts
so
that
much
up.
money? Had he
Because-
assaulted you before?
Yes, ma'am.
Had your brother been incarcerated before?
No, ma'am.
Had he been incarcerated before?
Yes, ma'am.
Because $50,000 bail is a lot of bail.
Yes. Can I say something?
Yes.
The first time that he was incarcerated with her, the charges were dropped because the judge dropped the charges on that one. They found no case against it.
I doubt that. I didn't ask you about any of the substance of it. I asked you whether he had been incarcerated before, and the answer was yes. He had been charged with domestic violence before, because otherwise it's unlikely that bail would have been set in the amount of $50,000. You want to controvert what I just said?
On the spousal abuse, no matter what, if you get caught, I got spousal abuse on me.
That's good. Listen, if you're telling me that you're the expert on spousal abuse,
it's
trust me.
$50,000. It's $50,000 no matter what.
I want you to listen to me.
I know it's $50,000.
You think he's finished yet?
I hope so.
Yeah. It's $50,000 no matter what.
Got spousal abuse on me, too. Whew. Why do you think she owes you any money?
My brother and I had agreed, when I bailed him out of jail, he called me several times and asked me if I would take the motorcycle for the money that he owed me because he felt really bad. Then I called my brother on the 25th of August, and we talked for 16 minutes. I have the phone record here. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead and take the bike. And he's like, well, take my barbecue or take the water softener or something like that. I'm like, well, we'll just make something. We'll do
You
something.
mean take it instead of the bike, or take
No,
an
take the
addition-
bike and that,
that?
because the bike's not worth that much money.
Okay.
And then he died 4 days later.
And where was the bike at that time?
It was at his house.
How did it get to be at your house?
It wasn't at my house. It was brought to my sister's house. When my mother found my brother deceased, she asked the police if it was okay for them to take I object, some... Your Honor.
Shh. Just a second. I'll get to you in a minute.
They asked the police if they could take some stuff. He's like, yes, you can go ahead and take the stuff. Go ahead and write them down. So we wrote it down, and most of the stuff has been given back.
So that the bike was taken to your sister's house?
Yes.
And where is it now? Still at your sister's house?
It's at a friend of ours.
Was it ever at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did it get to your house?
My husband was living at the home. I moved out of our home into an apartment.
Then you moved back into the house?
No. I've just recently moved into the home after my
But
husband.
the bike was never taken from your house while you were living there?
What? Okay.
It was never taken from your house while you were living there?
Not while I was living there, correct.
Okay. So now it's at a friend's house, and so you want the title to the bike?
Yes.
All right. So?
The reason why they had taken the property from the home is I've got a call at work. I work in Lancaster. It took almost 3.5 hours to locate me because of where I work. By the time I had gotten home and gotten my 8-year-old out of school and gotten back to the house, everybody was already gone. The property was gone. All of his jewelry, family pictures. There was a lot of stuff that was taken from the property.
So what do you care? You just told me you were separated. You're going to divorce
But
him.
after being together that many years, you just don't stop loving somebody
Just
overnight.
listen to me. Now you love him because he's dead? Listen
No.
to me very carefully. Your brother had an obligation to his sister. He had agreed with her before he died that his property, the bike, would be turned over to her in payment of a debt that
I don't
he
believe
owed
that
her.
is true at all.
I believe it.
I'm still paying for the motorcycle. He put it on a credit card.
Just 1 second. That's a different story. Let me see proof. Let me see proof.
He put $1,500 out of the checking account, and the rest went on a credit card.
Just a second, if you're... Just a minute. It says amount financed, $4,130. To whom was it financed?
If you flip that pink over, it'll show $1,500 came out of a checking, and the rest was put on a Visa.
Whose Visa is this?
Mine and my husband's.
Let me see.
Oh,
Let me
well,
see it.
it's... Heck, they were in my purse.
Get it?
Okay.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Monique DaCosta says shortly after bailing her brother out of jail, he passed away. Monique claims her former sister-in-law, Robin Arias, refuses to hand over the motorcycle he promised as collateral.
See, please. Well, this is in your brother's name, not in your name.
No, but I'm saying it's a joint account. All
That's
of our
not what it
credit
says.
cards were joint accounts.
I don't know that. Well, then show me proof that you've been paying for the bike.
I haven't been able to make any payments because I'm still waiting for life insurance to come in.
So you haven't made any payments on the bike?
No, but I mean, I have to pay the credit card off.
I don't know that you have to at all. You don't even talk about that in your answer, that you're still responsible for the payment of the bike.
I was told by my lawyer, due to the fact that we weren't legally divorced, that I am still responsible for all of his debt.
Not if you have a separation that is a court-ordered separation, and that the court-ordered separation can, in fact, say that neither one of you is responsible for the debts of either party from this day forward.
Correct, but we were living together when he purchased the bike.
So?
Your Honor, they were not living together. He was living with my mother when he purchased the bike.
Your Honor, that my witness is to attest to that we were living together.
What's your mother's address?
It's Linden Avenue.
That's where he lists his place of residence.
Right. But he was living at Newcomb Street.
I don't know that at all. Listen, you can't have it both ways. Are you collecting his life insurance?
Yes.
You're going to collect his life insurance. How much?
A whole lot.
He had 16 months to remove me as anything. That is the
Just
same.
answer my question. How much life insurance?
$85,000, and then a policy that he had prior to us ever getting married, he left for his 8-year-old son.
Is his 8-year-old son your 8-year-old son?
Yes, ma'am.
So your son?
Yes.
And who does your son live with now?
Me.
And how much life insurance will you collect from the child?
It's a structured settlement.
And how much?
Roughly, maybe $600,000-700,000 goes to his son.
Okay. Let's talk about what is reasonable, madam. But for the fact that your husband died, you would not be $85,000 richer. Your son would not be in substantially kind of position that he will be in.
Yes, ma'am.
Soon. That I'm telling you because if your brother couldn't repay his sister for the bail and had to sell his property, his motorcycle, his barbecue, whatever else, to pay his sister back, that means that he wasn't in such good financial shape.
Ma'am, he could have paid his sister back. This is a checking and savings account from when my husband died. He had more than $5,000 in it. He left it to his 8-year-old son in a uniform trust account. He could have
That
paid her back.
may have been. If it was a trust account, maybe he felt as if he didn't want to tap into that. What I'm telling you, Miss Arias, is you're supposed to do the right thing. The right thing is your sister-in-law bailed her brother out of jail, even though the bailout was a result of an assault allegedly committed on you.
I have the police report for
I'm
that.
not interested in the police report. I said even though it was not determined in a court, but that's why he was in jail, for assaulting you. But you just said to me a moment ago, just because you separated doesn't mean you stopped loving somebody. Isn't that what you said to me 2 seconds ago? So listen to me. You're supposed to do the right thing. This was a debt that your husband had. He had already arranged with his sister how that debt was going to be paid. There is no proof whatsoever that you are paying this bill and this card is not in your name.
No, it's my husband's credit.
I understand that. There is no proof that you are currently paying this bill or will ever be responsible for this bill. Now, it is very possible that if, in fact, the bank decides to go after this bicycle, they will come and get it from her. But in the meantime, you give her the title.
I do not have a title. I had to do a 180 on it. She has possession. The DMV will not give me a title because I did a grand theft auto report on it.
Well, you're a cutie pie because you knew exactly where it was. So we will prepare an order, which I am hoping that the Department of Motor Vehicles will honor, that this matter has been resolved here, that this court determines that the title to the bike should be in your name, that the bike was not in fact stolen, that it had been reported stolen by Miss Arias and it was never stolen, and would they please re-execute a new title in your name. I don't know if there's a lien holder.
There's no lien holder.
I assume that there's not a lien holder because it's on a credit card. And if you wait, I will prepare a copy of that order. Your counterclaim for the return of the bike to you is dismissed. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm glad it's over and done with.
This is what my brother wanted, and I'm just thankful that I'm able to get it. And you know what? The Lord above will take care of her in the long run.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Newhouse versus Covington. Step forward, please.
21-year-old college student Contessa Newhouse is suing her former co-worker, 44-year-old former customer service manager Cindy Covington, for defamation of character. Contessa says Cindy falsely accused her of calling in a bomb threat.
Ms. Newhouse, you and the defendant for a period of time worked in the same retail store. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
It is your claim that after you left your employment there, a short time afterwards, there was a bomb threat called into the store. The defendant received that threat. So far, is that right?
Yes.
And that the defendant told the police that she thought it was you who had called in the bomb threat. So you are suing her for defamation, for slander. That's what your lawsuit is. You want $5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you leave your employment there?
I left my employment on August 23rd of 2001.
And the defendant was one of your supervisors?
A customer service manager.
And when was the bomb threat called in?
Around October the 10th or the 11th.
When you received the call, what did the call say?
After you, because you, Shirley, and Carlos are all going to blow up because there's a bomb under your feet. Well, Shirley and Carlos and I were involved in a termination of her roommate, and the roommate had been there that day.
Did you, at the time you received this telephone call, believe that you recognized the voice?
Yes, I did. I felt it was Contessa's voice, and I mentioned that to the police.
And as a result of that, the police came to your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there any investigation that followed?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what the investigation consisted
The investigation was I had to go down there for questioning, and I was required to take a polygraph so that any suspicions would be dropped against me.
And you did that?
Yes, ma'am.
So other than going down to the police station for questioning and you took a polygraph, which was a voluntary polygraph because they don't insist that you take a polygraph.
He asked me if I'd take the polygraph so that they would leave me alone and let me live my life, and I volunteered did it, yes.
Right, so it was voluntary. So what do you want?
What I want is, Your Honor, back in April of 2001, I have never really known this lady, but I took back a television when I first moved into my apartment. They gave me the wrong television out of the layaway, and I took it back because it was defaulted in someone else's, and they called her up to the service desk, and she flat out called me a liar and told me that I better get the right TV. So I got my TV and I left, and I came back and I wrote a 3-page statement and I gave it to the store manager. And I know it got her in trouble.
Then you went to work there. I read your complaint. Then you went to work there after that.
Right. I went to
And then you had difficulty with her.
Mm-hmm. The one night that I got put under Cindy, I'd never worked underneath her.
Under Cindy? Okay.
She worked under me several times.
Go ahead.
Money came up missing out of my drawer, and she made it plain and simple to go tell everybody I took the money out of my drawer. Then I had to go to the bathroom so bad at my register that she turned off my light and expected me to help all my customers instead of letting me go. I didn't trust her, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I started to wet my pants, which is a humiliation when your manager will not let you go.
So that happened to you back in August, and you left.
I left because of my integrity being questioned, being called a liar and a thief by Miss Covington, and because of humiliation.
Fine. Okay, so you left.
Right. I also had a roommate that lived with me that is very good friends with Miss Covington that I kicked out because she molested my daughter and because she went and she slandered my name all over also. I kicked her out the Monday before the bomb threat. And yes, I did call the night of the bomb threat to talk to a friend, but I nowhere even near the time of the bomb threat. My mother called me from the gas station, which is my
Miss
witness.
Newhouse, let me stop you right there, because it's not a very difficult case. Police respond to a bomb threat that they take very seriously. They question everybody, including the person who received the call. The person who received the call, that is the defendant, says, and I'm sure the police asked, did you recognize the person? She says, I think I recognize Miss Newhouse's voice. They came, they spoke to you, they investigated, and they did not pursue it. Now, if we as a community said, every time somebody said, I think it looks like that person, or it sounded like that person, or it could be that person, and the police investigate, and it turns out not to be the right suspect, that you can turn around and sue the person, in this case, Miss Covington, who made that statement, that would have a chilling effect on police work. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. So you are entitled to nothing.
Ma'am, the one thing that it's harassment, the way that I had been treated for the last 6 months.
That's not what we're talking about. You want to sue her for harassment. You want to sue her for harassment. You sue the store that you were working for.
Ma'am, for a woman who's never talked to me on the phone, how would she have known it was my voice?
She doesn't have to talk to you on the phone. She talked to you in person. She doesn't have to talk to you on the telephone.
But I sound completely different on the telephone. After previous jobs that I've had, I've never sounded the same as I do in person.
Well, how do you know that? You listen to
because
yourself
I have
on
a
the telephone?
mother-in-law who thought I was a piece.
Miss Newhouse, you don't have a case. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may announce case number 364 on the calendar in the matter of Bruce versus West. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats, please.
All right, the facts in this case are relatively simple. What is your first name?
My name is Kira Bruce.
Kira, you are 17 years old.
Yes.
Decided you wanted a tattoo.
Correct.
You went to the defendant's tattoo parlor.
Sure.
That's
acceptable.
And presented him with a fake ID and got your tattoo.
Yes.
Then you came home and your mother had a Shrek. You know what a Shrek is? She had a fit.
Good. I thought that was a movie.
Well, somebody took the word and made a movie out of it. But she had a fit. And you and your mother are suing the defendant because your mother believes that he should pay for at least half of the cost of removing the tattoo. Is that what this case is about?
That's exactly what it's about.
Easy. I have a few questions. When did you get the tattoo, Kira?
The beginning of October.
Had you ever had a tattoo before?
I had started one a few days before I got the one at Body Bazaar, yes.
You mean you started one but didn't finish it?
Correct.
At a different tattoo parlor?
Correct.
Why didn't you finish it?
I was nervous and I just kind of got up and paid him and left.
Okay. So at the beginning of October you got this tattoo. What does it say? What is it?
It's my last name. It's
Bruce?
Yes. And then
You don't have a boyfriend named Bruce?
No.
Yeah, she told us.
We don't shout out in court. Now, when you went in, did you go in alone? Were you with someone else?
I was alone.
And you saw the defendant?
Oh, I never met Dave West until it all came back with my parents.
Okay. You saw somebody else who worked in the shop?
Yes.
Is that person in court today?
Yes.
Which one? Raise your hand.
Both of them?
You. Were you the one who did the work?
Yep, did the verse tattoo on her, yes.
Okay, could you step up, please? Tell me your name.
Kevin Augustine. How you doing?
Don't ask me questions. I
Kevin
ask questions.
Augustine.
Augustine.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Augustine, when Kira came into the shop, did you ask her for identification?
Yeah, that's normal procedure.
What did you say to her?
They give us California driver's license and they fill out a consent form.
Do you have her form?
Yeah, we do.
May I have it, please?
There's two separate ones for the two different dates that she came in.
She came in on 2 dates.
2 different occasions.
So you didn't finish on the first date and she came back?
No, she started the tattoo at a tattoo studio a few doors down. Then she came to us and got the tattoo she had started at the other studio. She
Finished.
got colored in. Then about a
came
month,
back for
maybe
the
about a
second
month
one.
later, she came back in, brought the same ID, presented her ID, and got a whole nother separate tattoo.
Okay. Do you have the driver's license that you presented to the defendants when you
It was not a driver's license, it was a California ID.
California ID.
Yes, we do have that, and if you'll note, the height, the weight, and the face don't match my daughter. Also, on the consent form that she signed, the person going in actually fills out the information. On the first copy of October 1st, her date of birth is listed as 8/19/01. On the consent form dated October 3rd, it's 9/18/83.
Oh, okay.
So,
not very hard. Now, she came home to see you, and she showed you the tattoo?
No, she didn't actually. I had been in Southern California for 9 weeks caring for my father, who just recently passed away.
Who was staying with her?
Her father and her brother. But when I returned home, my house was a shambles, you know, teenagers and a dad that eats pizza. So I happened to stroll through her room, and I looked down on the floor, and I saw a letter. It was folded, and I picked it up, and it said, "I love my tattoo," a little heart. So I thought I better read the rest of this letter. And I said, "Dear James, sorry. I hope you're not mad at me for getting another tattoo." And then I ricocheted off of the walls. And so when I picked her up from dance that evening, I confronted her about it, and she showed me these tattoos. Then after that, we went to visit the tattoo parlors.
Mrs. Bruce, I'm going to stop you there. When are you going to be 18, Kara?
September 3rd.
Not so far away. Do you still like your tattoos?
Yes, I do.
Now, your mother wants you to have them removed. Is that a painful procedure?
Yes.
Look, she got these false IDs. I'm not going to even ask her where she got these IDs from. She presented them. She doesn't look as if she's 12 years old. She certainly looks as if she could be over the age of 18. And as long as she acknowledges, and I have certainly here in writing, she signed giving her consent, indicating, swearing to the fact that she was over the age of 18. Sometimes people, when they write their date of birth, transpose the current year, 01, for their actual date of birth. The answer is yes. So they did what they were supposed to do. The only one who didn't do what they were supposed to do was your daughter.
Okay.
Your daughter. And your daughter is 17. In less than a year, she's going to be 18. She's going to be of the age of majority. Why wouldn't you, instead of bringing this lawsuit against the defendants, say to your daughter, you have to accept responsibility for what you did. You either got or passed off a fake ID. You knew that you weren't supposed to do this. This is something that in our house, in any event, we would oppose, and you did it anyway. And you did it in a sneaky fashion. Now you've got these tattoos. If you want to have them removed, get a job, pay for them to have them removed when you're 18. We're not talking about a 6-year-old child. We're talking about someone who is 7 or 8 months away from being a legal adult. Why do you think that these people are responsible?
It was my understanding that she did not show an ID to Kevin, that the only person who saw her ID at any time in this tattoo parlor was an apprentice by the name of Andrew or Dave.
Doesn't make any difference, Mrs. Bruce. Someone at the tattoo parlor said to her, "Can I see your ID?" She said, "Yes, here's my ID." Then they had her fill out a form. Now, the person who actually did the tattoo didn't have to recheck, just as if you go into a hospital and you're having surgery, you go into an admitting office. In the admitting office, you fill out all kinds of forms, including consent forms. When you're laying on the operating table, the surgeon doesn't say to you, "By the way, I'd like to see your identification and fill out some forms again." They're done before, so that when you go in for the procedure, it's all finished. All that paperwork is all finished. Your daughter did the wrong thing. Do I look like I need help from you?
No.
Then why are you raising your hand?
I just wanted to add something to it. I had tattooed on her also. If you look at the...
Just a minute.
Okay.
I didn't say yes.
Okay. I apologize.
Do you understand? What I'm saying to you, wait 10 months, and if she wants to have the tattoo removed, she'll have it removed. Don't be mad at them. You gotta be mad at her.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Irene Bruce says Dave West owes for removing a tattoo from her 17-year-old daughter, Kira. Dave says Kira used a fake ID.
Okay. You got to put the blame where it belongs. The blame belongs with your daughter. If she had gone into that tattoo parlor and nobody said to her, "Let me see your ID," I say, you've got a case. But they asked for her ID. She had a fake ID.
That looks nothing like her, I'm sorry.
I want to tell you something. I like to look at my driver's license and say it looks nothing like me, too. I look at my passport and I say, who is this person?
Right.
All right? So.
But she is neither 5'3" or 100 pounds. And if
I lie on my passport, I lied on my driver's license. I've been 100 pounds now since I was 8 years old. It doesn't make any difference.
Okay.
It's her responsibility. You can't transfer that to them.
Okay.
But if she wants to take it off, let her get a job.
Okay.
Let her pay for it.
She does. Okay. The other thing, when I visited the tattoo parlor, I spoke with Kevin. We called Dave, who said if he was going to have to pay to have this tattoo removed, that he wanted the sheriff called and my daughter arrested. I did call the sheriff from the studio. There were 3 officers that were present. They did state that it was a civil matter and that we needed to resolve it between us.
Because you wanted your daughter arrested.
Don't speak to her. Look at me.
So I can't abide lies when you present it in front of me, ma'am.
Don't
Thank
speak.
you.
I can't abide speaking out. Go ahead.
I did tell the officer that if they needed to arrest her, she needed to be responsible for her actions, and whatever their decision was, she would have to live with it. But they advised us to work it out in an amicable way. So Dave West did sign an agreement to pay half of the cost of the removal of the tattoos that were put on her body by Body
Let me see it.
Bazaar. He also requested that I obtain an estimate for the cost of the removal of the tattoos.
Just a minute.
Which I did.
You signed this on October 27th that you would help pay half the cost of removal of her tattoos? Sir, this is your
Yes,
handwriting?
basically I signed. I was forced into signing it. There's 3 cop cars in my driveway blocking my driveway to my business. She said basically that she wasn't going to leave until I signed a piece of paper saying that I would help her pay for it. I got people trying to pull in my driveway. They can't come in. I'm losing business.
Listen to me, sir. All you do is go outside and say to the police, I have asked this woman to leave my shop. She refuses to leave my shop. She is now trespassing. Have her removed.
I wasn't aware of that. I did.
Well,
I was under a lot of stress. I had 3 cops at my business.
You
I
may
had
have
her,
been a lot of other stress,
I had
but
an
you
angry
signed
mother
this. But
forcing me. I was
you
being
signed
under
this piece of paper.
I sure did, under duress. I was basically forced into it. I was under a lot of stress. I had cops at my business.
Mr. West, ignorance of the law is no excuse. I would dismiss the case. I'm telling you right now, this case would be over. I don't believe it's your responsibility. But you agreed to not pay half. It says, I, Dave West, will help pay half of the cost of removal of the tattoos. He doesn't say he's going to pay half. He says he'll help pay half. Now, that may be semantics, but since I feel as if it's so unjust for him to pay everything, or even half, I'm going to interpret what he says based upon the exact letter of this note, which says I will help pay half. And the total amount is a couple of $1,000. Half of that would be $1,000. So he's going to help pay half of the $1,000. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $100. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Your responsibility. Deal with it.
I still feel that he's responsible for accepting an identification that did not look anything like her.
She basically committed a crime. We were victims of it.
I wanted the tattoos.
We were a professional operation.
The tattoo should be removed.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Robinson versus Coleman. Step forward, please.
42-year-old nurse Torresanto Robinson is suing his ex-girlfriend, 43-year-old waitress Carolyn Coleman, for unpaid credit card charges and a gas bill. Carolyn says Torresanto has already been paid.
Mr. Robinson, you claim loans to the defendant.
Yes, I
She
do.
says you've been paid. How do you know her?
I met Mrs. Coleman back around 97, 98. We became friends. We dated a while, and she had an excellent job. I had excellent credit. She asked me to help her out with some utility things, which I put a lot of things in my name. As time went on, she took care of everything, the credit card, the utilities.
What credit card? I didn't hear credit card.
Yes, I got her a credit card also.
Why'd you get her a credit card for?
I mean, she was a good friend, and I trusted her, and she swore she would take care of the bill, no problem, and she did for a while.
And?
And as time went on, we decided to do other things in life, and she bought a house further away from me, and I could let the card be shipped to her home.
You let the card?
Yes, I had the address changed where it would be mailed to her home. She continued to pay for a while, then as of June of this year, creditors started calling me. And around May of this year, I purchased another home for myself, and I found out that it was some utility bill that was unpaid. I went back to her and notified her of this. She took care of them all but one.
Which one didn't she take care of?
She did not take care of the gas bill.
How much is the gas bill?
It's $105.
So the gas bill is $105 that she didn't take care of.
$105.17, I'm sorry.
I have a difficult time enough with math. Don't talk to me about 17 cents. 105 was the gas bill. And what about the credit cards?
The credit card bill was $1,052.71.
And you never used this card?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let me see it.
Sure. If you can see, one of the statements, it have her address on it showing that the bill was going to her, and the other one had my address because I had to call them or have it sent back to me what I know what wasn't paid.
Okay, but during all the time she had this particular credit card, the bill was sent to her?
Yes. Not in the beginning, it was coming to me. After she moved to about 130-some miles away from me, that's when we sit down and decide, okay, we'll let the bill come to
her. And when did she move? When did you move?
I moved March of 2000.
So after March of 2000, the bills were coming to you directly on the credit card? That's easy enough to figure out. All I have to do is call the credit card company, madam.
I had the bills. I called the credit card company and had them come because he was getting all the bills, and I didn't know what was being on there or nothing.
So the bills were coming to you? All right. So, gas bill 105, credit card bill $1,052. Let me hear.
Okay, Your Honor, I can't believe he's doing this to me, but anyway, I paid him the money for the bills that he claimed that I didn't owe. I gave him an $800 check, and he was supposed to have paid those bills.
When?
On March the 2nd.
Judge, the $800 she gave me, that was after I tried to purchase my home, that was a Comcast cable bill that the finance company would not accept my loan for the simple fact that I had an outstanding bill for $800-some for a cable bill. I turned around, called her and told her, I cannot get a loan for my house because they got this against me. She gave me $800. I went up there and I paid Comcast cable that amount.
No.
That was
Are
the
you
bill.
chewing gum?
I'm sorry.
Miss Coleman?
Yes.
You used this credit card, madam. You continued to use this credit card after March of 2000.
No, ma'am.
Let me see the bills after March of 2000.
I have, from the day one I gave, this is all her bills. And she had a good job. She traveled. You look and see, you can see them all over the place.
Just one second. I just want to look after March of 2000.
I did not use the card after March.
What?
I did not use that card in March.
I said after March of 2000.
Okay, excuse me.
You want to change your answer now? No. Did you use the card after March of 2000?
No, ma'am.
I never made one purchase on that card. Not one.
What's an action draft payment? Anybody know?
I guess it was through her bank. Yes, I'm pretty sure because she did tell me once that the bank was automatically taking it out. The credit card was automatically coming from her checking account.
Well, that was done in April. That's after March. What's Sweet Sue?
Never heard of a Sweet Sue.
Is your new address 71?
Yes, ma'am.
So this bill was sent to you, showing what the balance was on the account in April, in May, and then the balances kept growing and growing because of finance charges, and you kept receiving these bills at your new address. What did you do with them when you got them?
I rarely check the mail, so my daughter might have gotten them and put them away because she does that.
That's a lot of baloney, Miss Coleman.
Oh, no, that's the truth.
No, that's a lot of baloney, Miss Coleman. Miss Coleman, you are clearly responsible for this. The fact that your daughter put away your mail and you didn't look for it, then you're responsible for it. But don't give me a lot of baloney that you never saw these bills.
No, I didn't.
Maybe one you could miss. March, April, May, June. This is a July bill, and you just ignored it. Why did you think you could get away with this?
I wasn't trying to get away with anything.
Sure you were.
After all the thousands of dollars to him that I paid to him over the couple of years that we was together, that was...
Wait a second. Because that's what you say in your answer.
Yes.
You say in your answer, I bought him a lot of jewelry and clothes and a lot of other things in the time that we were together.
Yes.
I more than paid him back. Now you're telling me that you bought him enough things and you just chose to ignore these bills because they were on his credit card. I would like to know what your defense is.
Well, my defense is that I gave him money to pay on the bills that he claimed that I owe him.
Okay, well, that defense is clearly non-existent because if you gave him money of March of 2000, you owed a lot more money on these cards. They kept building up and building up and building up. Your daughter threw away the bill. She hid the bill. You didn't see the bill. You bought him a lot of stuff when you were together.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
All of the above.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount requested, $1,111. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
You were visiting a male friend who happens to be the ex-boyfriend of the defendants.
Mm-hmm.
So far correct?
Yes, but they are now back together that I'm aware of.
Boyfriend.
Yes.
And according to your complaint, she came to the house and after some altercation at the house, vandalized your car. And you want her to pay for the damage to the car. She says she didn't do it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
When did this happen?
December 22nd, about 1:30 in the morning.
Tell me what happened.
She came to the house and
you were at his house?
At his house. We were watching a movie and we heard a bunch of racket outside and we started hearing her scream his name. So he was like, I'm going to go outside and take care of it. So he went outside, asked her to leave, and she was screaming, look what I'm doing to this car. Why are you that? Blah, 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 blah. And he was trying to explain to her, we're not, there's nothing going on. And he asked her to leave. She wouldn't leave. Then he threatened to throw a brick through her window. And so
He threatened to throw a brick through her window.
Through her window if she didn't leave. So she got in the car and left. And the whole time I was watching through the window, watching whatever was going on. He came back inside and I said, what did she do to my car? And he said all she did was break off the windshield wipers. So I went outside.
That's what he said to you?
Yes. So I went outside and I looked at my car. All 4 of the tires were flattened. And it was keyed all the way around the car. It said it was keyed on the back, on the trunk. And so he told me, well, we didn't have a phone in the house at that time. So he told me, well, we're just going to have to, wait to call in the morning when his dad had a cell phone. So we had to pull the car around in the front of the house. So we go back inside, and she comes back in another vehicle and breaks the driver's side window.
Did you see her do that?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle did she come back in?
It was a gray Grand Am, I believe.
Was she alone in the car or with someone else?
Someone else.
Was she the driver or the passenger?
She was a passenger.
What kind of street lighting is there around the house?
There was a light on the garage. So I could see her outside standing by my car, and I could see him when he went outside.
So she actually got out of the car to do it, to smash
in the beginning.
No, to smash the window.
Oh, no, she didn't. She was in the car.
Now, when you say you pulled the car to the front, was that in a driveway or on the street?
It was on the street, right in front of his house on the grass. I have a picture.
I'd like to see it. So here's the picture. Now, she pulled up alongside the car, and she was next to...
Right next to the car.
The window.
Yeah.
Did you hear the window shatter?
Yes, we saw it.
You saw it. And what did you do when you saw the window shatter?
Nothing. She drove off. They drove off real fast.
When did you report this to the police?
The next morning.
May I see the police report, please? Did you file charges with the city prosecutor?
No.
You did not? Tell me why.
Because I had already called and made plans to come here, and plus it cost money, the money that I didn't have.
Okay.
Because she ain't had no proof I did it because I didn't do it.
Stand up. Over there. Tell me your name.
Greg Freeman.
Speak up.
Greg Freeman, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeman, how old are you, sir?
23.
What do you do for a living?
Temporary services at the time.
Okay. You think you're smart?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think smarter, you or me?
Figure you.
You're right. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because your girlfriend over here says I didn't do anything. On the evening of December 22nd, you were at your home with the plaintiff?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your former girlfriend, now your current girlfriend, come over to the house that night?
Later that night.
Did you have an argument?
Yes. It wasn't an argument. We had a discussion.
You had a discussion.
Yeah.
And subsequently, after the discussion and after a period of time, the defendant left. Is that right?
Yeah.
And did there come a time when you and the plaintiff went out to look at her car?
We went to leave.
You went to, did you
Later
look,
on.
Did you look at her car?
Did we look at it? No,
Yes.
we just got inside and we was about to leave to go over a friend's house.
Did you see any damage to her car?
Not until after we pulled it in the front of my house.
Okay.
Because all 4 tires was flat.
And what about the windshield wipers?
The windshield wipers.
Were they broken?
There was one.
That was
One
broken.
was messed up.
was
I don't know how bad, but it was messed up.
Okay. And did you witness who did that?
No.
You did not?
No, I didn't.
Did you witness who did any of the damage to her car?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Then can you explain to me, Mr. Freeman, why you gave a statement to the police?
I didn't give no statement.
Quiet. Why you gave a statement to the police that said both the victim and her boyfriend, that would be you at the time, stated that they witnessed the event.
Wasn't me. I ain't witness nothing, Your Honor. I ain't see nothing. I ain't even see.
You don't see nothing.
I
You
didn't
don't
see
know
nothing.
nothing. You weren't there, and you just had a discussion
It's the
with
truth.
her. And you
It's
just
the
had.
truth. I didn't see her
Listen
do
to me.
none of the damage.
Listen to me, sir.
Hmm.
On your best day, you are not as smart as I am on my worst day. Can you figure that out?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Annika Bowden says her friend's girlfriend, Anna Booth, scratched insults into the side of her car. Anna says Annika was trying to secretly date her boyfriend.
Why in the world would this young lady, after you had a pretty violent confrontation with your now girlfriend, where you threatened to throw a brick through her window if she didn't leave? Now that's a pretty violent confrontation. Quiet! Why would you describe that to me as a discussion? Humma?
A discussion.
That's what you just told me.
We didn't have an argument.
You had a
we
discussion.
had a discussion.
I said, why would you describe to me an event where you threatened to throw a brick through her window if she didn't
I never
leave?
said that.
You didn't?
No.
You were happy to see her at 1:30 in the morning at your house?
It wasn't 1:30.
What time was it?
Around 11.
You were happy to see her at 11 o'clock at night at your
Yeah,
house?
I called her and told her to come over.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
Uh-huh. Sit down.
Yeah.
The only problem that you have is a case of very bad judgment. Do you understand?
I understand.
Very bad judgment.
I understand.
Because I don't know how long this thing was your boyfriend, but it
Thing.
seems to me that that is an example.
We were never. It's wrong in the police report.
That it was boyfriend, just a friend that is a boy.
Yes.
Well, you got to pick your friends a little more carefully. Let me see an estimate for the damage to the car. Did he say something?
No, you didn't say anything, did you?
Nope.
Shh. He'd be happier if you got pants that fit him. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,446.51. Get him out of here.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The car wasn't even worth that in the first place, and I didn't do it.
I'm just thankful that my car is going to get fixed.
She's probably mad because she wanted to be with Greg after she done ran through all his other friends.
I didn't want anything to do with either of them.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Bellman versus Curtis. Step forward, please.
28-year-old sales rep Gretchen Bellman is suing her ex-boyfriend, 28-year-old mechanical engineer Justin Curtis, for unpaid credit card charges. Justin says Gretchen ran over his ankle with her car, so they're even.
Mr. Curtis, you look petrified, sir.
A little nervous, Your Honor.
Good. I don't want you to get too comfortable, Mr. Curtis. Miss Bellman, according to your complaint, the cardinal sin was committed by you when you placed him on your joint checking account. The next thing that you foolishly did was you gave him a credit card that you were responsible for that was attached to your, somehow, to your checking account.
Checking account, correct.
While involved in this domestic bliss, he managed to run up a bill of in excess of $5,000 on the credit card. Then you broke up. Now, Mr. Curtis here doesn't seem to deny in his answer that he ran up these bills on the credit card that exceed $5,000. You have two defenses. Is that
Yes,
right?
Your Honor.
The first defense is that she told you that as long as you paid the truck loan, she was forgiving the $5,000 worth of credit card charges.
Truck payments and the car insurance.
The second defense is that she had, in fact, caused an injury to your foot when she ran over your foot or your ankle with a car, and that she should be responsible for paying your medical bills, etc. Those
And
are your
lost
two
wages.
And lost wages. So, since there is no issue other than your bad judgment with regard to giving him access to your money, we're going to go directly to Mr. Curtis because I have to see what his defenses are. Do you understand?
Yes.
She co-signed for a loan for a truck for you. You have the truck.
Yes, Your Honor.
When did she co-sign for the truck?
April of 2000.
What are you asking me for? I don't know the answer to that question,
I'm
Mr.
trying
Curtis.
to think of it. April 2000.
And were you living together at the time?
No.
But you were in a relationship at the time?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you made the payments regularly?
Yes, and I have evidence of that.
Good. Why did she have to co-sign this truck loan for you?
I don't have very good credit, Your Honor. And I knew I wouldn't be approved by myself, and my truck had broken down, and I needed a vehicle. And she said, I mean, we were figuring on spending the rest of our lives together, so she co-signed for me.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
You have parents?
Divorced parents, Your Honor.
Divorce doesn't mean they're dead.
Yeah,
They're
I have
still
parents,
alive.
yes.
So you didn't ask your parents to co-sign for the truck loan?
No.
You asked her?
I don't know. No, I wouldn't ask my parents. Well, it just came down to that, and she basically agreed to it. I don't know.
Well, you must have asked her.
Yeah.
Asked her.
We talked about it mutually, yes.
What kind of truck did you buy?
Z71 Chevy extended cab.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Do you work in an office?
No, I'm outdoors.
So you need this truck for business?
For business, yes. I put on about 50,000 miles a year. I drive all over.
How much is this truck?
22,000. And we got extended warranty. It costs a little bit more. And
Not we, you.
Yeah.
Shouldn't drive the truck.
It's me.
What date did you separate?
October. Well, we were living together, and she broke up with me July 4th.
When did you start living together? I thought when you bought the truck.
October 2000.
You started living together?
Yep, and we lived together till October 2001 because that was the lease. But we broke up before that, and we still lived together.
And now, when did this incident happen with your foot?
September 22nd of 2001.
How did it happen?
Well, she's your classic redhead. She's very, very short-tempered. We were out drinking at a bar, having dinner, and I went over and talked to my friends, and she was sitting on the couch, and I left her alone, so she stormed out of the bar, and I went chasing her, saying, I need a ride. At least give me the keys. I need a ride home. She got in her car. She went and let me in. She locked the car door, so I stood on the side of her car on her side steps and hang on, and she backed out of the parking spot. I fell off and ran over my ankle.
So you stood on her car?
I was standing on the side steps so she wouldn't take off. I wanted keys to get in the house.
Jumping
and she
up
backed
and down.
And she backed out. She backed up fast. Must have been too fast. I fell off, and the front tire.
What were you doing on her car?
So she went. So she'd give me the keys to my house. So I could get in.
Then you're responsible for your own accident.
Yep.
She's not responsible for your accident. You are.
Well, why would she back out when I'm standing?
Why would you stand on her car? Why don't you go and ask the person who you were talking to when you were leaving her alone in the bar to give you a ride home?
Just a couple of friends. I haven't seen them in a long time. So.
Go, well, good. A couple of friends. Ask them for a ride home. Don't go standing on her car. She wanted to leave. You didn't want her to leave. You stood on her car. She left. That's the way it goes. So I've just taken care of one of your defenses. Now tell me about this. Forget about the credit card, just as long as you pay the truck loan.
When we broke up, in one of our conversations, she said on the phone, I don't care about the credit card. I don't care about anything. She goes, just keep on making the payments on the truck and the car insurance, and I'll take care of everything else.
Did you say that to him?
You know, why would I tell him that?
No, I'm asking you a question, not why would. Don't ask me a question. I ask questions, you answer. Did you tell him that you were forgiving the credit card bills?
I said, I just want you out of my life, and I don't want to have to call you every month, which I had to have to do every month to get him to pay the card. He never paid the card on time, and so I said, I just don't want to have to deal with you. But then the more I got to thinking about it, I'm like, this is $5,000 that's going out of my pocket that he frivolously charged just in
Let me see the
overdraft.
things that he bought.
Your Honor, it's a joint checking account. Credit card's her name. There's no way to prove that if they're all mine. They could
Well,
be
I want to
hers
take
too.
a look and see. You didn't even mention that as one of your defenses, sir, that they're not your charges. I just want to see what kind of things were purchased. What are all these overdrafts from credit card or online? What is this?
That's the credit card is an overdraft protection, or it's like basically a credit card in the joint checking account.
So you would go and get cash out of this. You would
Not
put your
necessarily
money
same.
into the account.
It was both of ours, Your Honor. The joint checking account. She had the card for that same account too.
Actually, I didn't use anything in the card because he had actually convinced me after I had took his debit card. Because see, the problem was is that
There's
he
no way to
thinks the
prove it,
debit
but they're
card
buying.
is just, it says Visa, so he thinks it's just a credit card. So what I did was I said, okay, I'm going to get myself a primary checking account. He could not even get a checking account. So I left my name as the primary on this checking account, and I had direct deposits and paid all the bills out of my account.
So how many accounts did you have?
I had 2 accounts, but I did nothing with that account. I said, you know what? You prove to me that you're responsible, and you take care of this checking account. And look what happens.
$5,000 later, I've got
There might be hers too, Your Honor.
nothing.
There's a joint checking account. They're both.
It might be.
They're not mine. I mean, it's a joint checking account. There's no way they're not. She could be having some of the charges on there too, because she had access to it too.
Mr. Curtis, that's possible, sir. Did you have any other checking account at the time that you had this one?
No, Your Honor.
Did you deposit your check any place other than in this account?
No, Your Honor.
Did she deposit her check, her paycheck, in this account?
She did, and then she did on her other one too.
No,
No. Well, I'm going to let you look at these things, and you show me where she deposited her check in this account. Okay? I see yours.
I don't even see any deposits in here.
You used this account for a year, sir. Is that right?
We both did, Your Honor.
No, you say you both did. That's not what you say in your answer, sir. I read your answer very carefully. Your answer is twofold. Your answer says, A, she ran over your foot, and B, she forgave the money. Nowhere in your answer did you say that there's no way of establishing how much is her money and how much is mine. And why would she maintain a second checking account that would just be confusing? That would be illogical.
Yes, Your Honor.
So all I have to determine is, Mr. Curtis, is whether, in addition to being foolish and giving you an account in which she was also responsible, whether she also was foolish enough to say in actuality, I'm going to forgive this $5,000 as long as you make payments on the truck.
I didn't care. I just wanted to be done. Didn't want to deal with her
You
anymore.
wanted to be done, you pay
And
her
all
what
of a sudden I get a deputy sheriff at my workplace handing me papers saying she's serving me in court.
Well, then you should have paid what you owed her. You deposited your check, you drew money out, you drew out more money than you deposited, building up a balance of well over $5,000. There is no reason in the world, there is no consideration for her really excusing this debt because you are under an obligation to pay for the truck loan anyway. You still have the truck, don't you?
Yes, the truck is in her name and my name. The checking account was in her name, and the credit card was in her name.
I understand that, but she has two accounts, sir. One you used and one she used. Miss Bellman, how old are you?
28. I know. I've been through it. I know.
How many times?
2 years.
No, not only with him. Have you ever done it before?
No, never.
Will you ever do it again?
Never.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount. Butler, you and your family and the defendant and her family used to be neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
While you were neighbors, it is your claim that the defendant harassed and defamed both your family and your son.
And assault.
And assault. And you want to be compensated. The defendant says that after a series of drive-by shootings, she contacted the police. And after she contacted the police, you harassed her, assaulted her, and caused some damage to her property. How long had you been neighbors?
Possibly 4 years. I've been living in my residence for 4 years now.
How long were you living in the
I
neighborhood?
moved in there January of 1999, and he moved in there probably a year following.
A year after. You were there first.
Yes, ma'am.
So you weren't there for 4 years.
Possibly 4 years. July of 99.
July of 99 is not 4 years. She was there first.
Yes.
Okay. How many people in your family?
Family of 5.
You?
My wife and 3 kids.
How old are your children?
Son is 15. I have another daughter that's 13. Greenwich is 12.
Okay. Before this incident, had you had any difficulty with each other?
No.
Gotten along okay?
Well, we just never was around each other to get along or not get along. I just, I knew the type of people they were, so I just kind of stayed my distance.
I'd like to speak on that. Basically, I would walk up and down the street to get my daughter from the bus stop from school, and he would always be outside with a bunch of people. This was a daily thing. He used to say hi to me. I used to say hi to him, too. As for him saying the type of person I was...
I'm not interested in that.
Yeah.
You said hi, so there were no problems.
No
problems, ma'am.
What happened in September of 2001? Because I assume that that's what precipitated this problem.
On September 20th at about 2 o'clock...
in the afternoon?
Yes. Ralph came to my door, knocking at the door, says, I want to talk to Rod, which is my fiance. And then I said, okay, and then I went and got him. He came to the door. He goes, I want to talk to you, not your wife. He was like really, really like, I could tell something was wrong. And so he stepped to the door, and then he went outside and he closed the door behind him. So I was inside and I was listening from the inside, and I could hear him yelling and getting really loud and rude with Rod, saying that your wife turned my stepson into the police, saying he's selling drugs out of my house. And then when he said that, then I opened the door and I told him, you know, Rob, you need to get your story straight before you come down here threatening me. I said, none of that is true.
There had been a problem in the neighborhood with some shootings?
Yes. What happened with that was right across the street from his house, there was a lot of drug members hanging out selling drugs, and there was a lot of drive-bys that started occurring, and this was about 8 months ago.
Well, that had nothing to do with him. This was across the street
Yeah.
from his house.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what happened was right, like side to side, on the same sidewalk area, my son was at the park in the sandbox. The first drive-by was about like 12 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. And my son was out there when this happened. And my daughter comes running inside the house telling me, Mommy, they're shooting out there. And then I came out there, and then my son was laying down in the sand because he was scared, you know. He didn't want to get shot. And so then after that, there was about 3 or 4 more shootings within like a 2 weeks time period. There was 3 within 3 days. So every time that the police would come to check out the area, all these guys would run into the back of the carports, which lead into the back doors of the townhouses across the street from his house. So what I did was, my fiance and I, we walked down to speak to the officers. And we asked them if we could speak to them privately so we could kind of give them a feel out of who these people were to try and get this stuff resolved. So what happened from there was, when he came to my door that day on September 20th, he says, I'm not a punk B. You're not going to get away with this, you snitch. And he goes, the only reason you're saying anything to me right now is because Rod, which is my fiance, and my best friend Jeff, we were all there together. And he goes, that's why you're only saying anything. He goes, but you wait until you go walking down the street to get your daughter, you're going to get yours. And then he goes, snitches don't live long. And he takes off down the street really mad. Then he comes back about 5 minutes later with another guy that is a known drug dealer over there. He comes back up and he goes, you mother effers, snitches get stitches and they don't live long. And then the police showed up. And then they took my police report, which I have right here, and I stated everything that he said to me when he came to my door, that he threatened me.
I'd like to see them, please, Bird. What made you believe, sir, that the defendant had accused your son of doing anything?
Yeah, because, Judge, she was stopping the little kids in the neighborhood, asking the kids what was going on down under the tree down there. She was spreading rumors to the little kids, harassing the kids, saying that me and my son was selling drugs.
Ma'am, that's not true.
No. I don't think that that's true, sir.
Well, that's true.
No, I don't think that that's true. She may have been inquiring about what was going on
And she's
there.
up here babbling about drive-bys and whatever. I wasn't in none of those cars. I'm no drug dealer. You know, I haven't shot at nobody.
She
I haven't
never
ran in nobody's
accused
house.
you, from what she says, and I believe her. She never accused you of doing anything. She said that the drugs were being sold from a location across the street from your house.
Well,
Not
Judge,
in
it
front of
says
you.
right there in her claim, it says that I'm a violent drug dealer, and I threatened her life. That wasn't
If
said.
you'd like me to speak on that, I would love to.
Sure.
Okay, the fact of him selling drugs. I have a lady friend that walks through the neighborhood going down the street to the local store.
Did she buy some drugs from me?
Excuse me.
Did she buy drugs from me?
Mr. Butler, don't speak yet. You'll get a chance.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyways, the lady's husband would always come by, and he was like a real skinny drug addict. He would walk by to his house, come in, be there for like maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then split, be gone. And this man was continually going there, getting whatever he had to do.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Ralph Butler says his former neighbor, Karina Yandel, has accused him of being a drug dealer and on a separate occasion assaulted him with pepper spray. Karina denies making false accusations and claims the pepper spray was in self-defense.
Let's go back a moment. So he's outside talking to your fiancé, Rob. You hear him make these comments about snitches get stitches.
Yes.
You call the police and make a report. What happened after the police report?
The next day, my friend, which is my witness, Vicky Burciaga, she came over, and we were going to go walking down the street around the corner.
By my house.
Yes, by his house. I walked on the other side of the street, but before I had did that, I told her the situation, and I told her that he threatened, really violent threats. So what I did was I had her carry some pepper spray, and I carried pepper spray. And I'm not going to lie about it. I had her carry a bat, which was out of sight, in case he approached me. which in good thing I did that. So we went to lunch. We went around the corner, had some Chinese food. He wasn't outside when I walked by the first time, on the other side of the street. So then when I come back by, he's sitting outside on his ice chest.
Now, when you walked back from lunch, were you walking back from lunch on the other side of the street?
Other side of the street, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, that's a lie.
Mom,
That's a lie.
I mean,
Just a minute.
excuse
We're
me,
going to come
Judge
back
Judy.
in a second. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyways, I was on the other side of the street, and before I even got anywhere in front of his house, he seen me coming, and he started going off, just cussing and calling me all kinds of names. You better not come near me, I'll kill you, and just really like trying to be verbal. There was a teenage boy standing next to him. He says to the kid, "Go get Pam," which is about 2 or 3 houses from his house. Well, Pam steps outside, and she says, "Why are you threatening us with mace and a bat and asking all the little kids around here who's selling drugs?" And I said, "You know what, Pam?" I said, "Pam, that isn't true." And I said, what happened was Ralph came down and threatened to kill me yesterday. And right at that time, Ralph picked up this wooden table I have a picture of, and he picked it up above his head like this, and he called me a white Ku Klux Klan, Nazi FMB. And he went like this to throw it at me. And right when he did that, I maced him as much as I could. And I turned around and started running.
So you maced him?
So I maced him, and when he threw that table, the table hit me lightly right here as I was turning to run. And then I started running, and I looked back, and he was coming, and he picks up this metal chair right here. He picks up this metal chair to throw at me, and I remember screaming, "No, Ralph!" And I kept running, and I fell down. And then I got back up, and I also had my dog on a leash with me.
That's how she got your scars, Your Honor.
Just a minute. You took your dog in to eat Chinese food?
No, he stayed outside. There's a tree like in the parking lot, and I had him on his leash, and he was tied to the
You
tree.
left the dog tied on a tree while you went in and had lunch?
Yeah. Well, if you've seen the area, you'd
She
understand.
premeditated. It's premeditated, Your Honor. She had, in fact, wanted to come down there and pepper spray me at that time.
Mr. Butler, I'm going to come back to you. I guarantee you.
Your Honor. She's
I'm
just
just
lying,
asking
lying,
some
lying,
questions.
lying.
Mr. Butler.
Yes. I'll be good. I'm cool.
Your Honor, to tell you the truth, this neighborhood is known as the ghetto. To tell you
I
the
don't
truth.
care what it's known as.
So
I
that's
just wanna
why
know
I
you
took my
left your
dog
dog
to
tied to a tree while you went inside and had lunch.
Because he goes everywhere with me. It was, and plus the fact that, you know, in case anything happened
All
to
right,
me,
so
you know,
you
some
walked
sort of
down the
security.
street, you had your dog in your arms, he picked up something, he yelled, "Ralph, don't do that,"
Yeah.
whatever.
And then
what
I made it to my house and I called 911 and the police arrived about 30 minutes later.
So that's the assault you're talking about in your counterclaim?
Yeah.
Now, the assault you're talking about in your claim, just pay attention, you're not listening, Mr. Butler. The assault you're talking about is being maced.
Yes.
Do either of you have any medical bills as a result of these 2 assaults?
No. It was just washing my eyes out at the hospital, going through all the drama, you know, just basically trying to hold my head up after letting this lady do something like that to me, you know.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to tell me, Mr. Butler, she's coming down the street with her friend.
Yes.
And when you first saw her, on which side of the street was she? Your side of the street or
Yeah,
the
she
other
walked
side?
right by my house, just like it was a thing to do.
In front of your house?
In front of my house, it wasn't even 5 feet, you know, it was just right there.
Okay, and you're sitting outside?
Yes. Well, at that point, Karina
She's walking by?
Walked by, she went to the store. She must have stayed at the store about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. She came back by, and at that time, I was sitting on the porch. She crossed the street and walked right in front of me. And I can't say what she told me, but she gave me an unpleasant gesture and told me I was lying. That's what she called me. That's her favorite word when she get mad.
That's
you
not
know?
true.
So she walks over next door and knocked on the door. So she's trying to clarify and make them think that, oh, I'm lying about her calling all us. But as soon as, well, that's what she
right
said.
now, you're on your porch.
Yeah.
And she's not on your porch.
She's not on my porch.
When did you come off your porch?
When she started pointing at me, cussing me out, I came off my porch and walked over across.
Where did you walk across to?
Right next door to my house. And
So you walked up to her?
No, I didn't walk up to her. The lady, my neighbor, was standing right here. She made me be standing on this side over here. I was talking to Pam, and Steve arguing back and forth. And next thing I know, this lady said, "You know what?" And shh, and started spraying me. And yes, I did pick up a table, quite big table. And my intention was to bust her in the head with it. But I couldn't see. I was blinded by the pepper spray. I could not see. If I could have seen, I would have continued that. You know, that's self-defense in my book. When you leave your house with a baseball bat, a dog, and some pepper spray, that's premeditated. I didn't do anything to this lady to make her want to do that.
Considering that the day before you had had somewhat of a confrontation with the plaintiff, why did you choose to arm yourself with a bat and 2 things of pepper spray and walk right by his house, not once, but twice.
Premeditated.
Hey! Do I look like I need your help?
No.
Explain that to me.
Okay, ma'am. The simple fact why I did was because my daughter, she always comes right at the end of our street right here to the bus stop. The fact
You weren't going to pick up your daughter, you were going to eat Chinese food.
I know that. But if I wasn't going to eat the Chinese food, I would have been walking down there to pick up my daughter from the bus stop anyways.
Listen, one thing is necessary to go and pick up your child, and one thing is choice.
Yeah, I made the choice. Maybe I made the wrong choice, but...
You sure did. And you anticipated trouble. First of all, Mr. Butler, you were wrong to go down to her house and have this confrontation with either her or her fiancé or her husband or whoever it was, because I don't think you had all your facts straight.
Yeah.
Now, from what I gather, she was trying to find out so that she could tell the police who was selling drugs on her block so that she would be safe from these shootings that were happening. Because that's why
I would like to be safe too.
Just a minute. And my sense is she was asking around children in the neighborhood, what do you know about drugs being sold and from where? You told me that. She was asking, which, you know, is kind of gutsy. Most people, when they're faced with that kind of situation, they don't ask any questions. They say, I better stay in my house and keep my doors locked. But you got annoyed that she was poking her nose around, which was the wrong thing to do on your part. She wasn't
But
doing
I didn't break
anything.
any laws. She did when she pepper sprayed me.
Just a second. That's not true, sir. If you went up to her house and said, snitches get stitches, that is breaking the law.
That's not what I said, Your Honor.
I would like you to tell me, Mr. Butler, and think very carefully, sir. What did you say to her fiancé when you came to the house that afternoon in September?
I was attempting to talk to him like man to man.
No, don't attempt it. What did you say to him?
I asked him why is his wife going around spreading rumors like that about what we're doing down there in my house. She just said that we were selling drugs. I asked him why is she going around spreading those rumors.
Who had told you that she said you were selling drugs out of your
The
house?
kids in the neighborhood. She was stopping them, asking them where was I selling drugs down at my residence.
So she was asking them. She wasn't telling them. Okay, so you asked them, and then what happened?
And me and him didn't get a chance to finish the conversation because it took both her husband and her friend or whatever to hold her. She was going to attack me, calling me. She said she's tired of living around all you drug dealing, and she wished we all just move. I said, well, if you have a problem with black folks, why are you still living in the neighborhood? You know, I said, somebody holding you? And I left. I turned around and walked off. I was this, that, and he couldn't do nothing with her. He trying to hold her to keep her in the house. She was physically trying to attack me.
That's not true.
You know?
Okay, let me stop. I think that you made a mistake, Mr. Butler, when you went down to the house and tried to confront people without getting all the facts. If you believe that the defendant is a hothead, I certainly would have made other arrangements to speak to the fiancé. But
that's what
I think that she certainly has the right, living on that block, to go around and ask a lot of questions to find out who's selling drugs in that neighborhood, which is causing an element to come onto that block, which is endangering everybody, including children. That's not accusing you. That's asking a question. If you don't like the question, that's too bad. But she has absolutely no right to arm herself and her friend with mace and a baseball bat. And the day after this confrontation, go walk down your block. Well, she said she was carrying a dog. Couldn't have been a huge dog.
You big enough to bite?
How big a dog?
A dog, he had 50-some teeth in his mouth, big enough to bite out, you know?
How big a dog?
A dog. It's not, you know, it's not no poodle, he was a dog.
Not a poodle?
No.
Okay, I find that you put yourself in harm's way by being stupid enough right after this altercation to walk by, arm yourself, looking for trouble, go out to eat, come back in the same direction, pass by his house, cross over to his side of the street. I mean, you're just looking for trouble. And you found it. You looked for trouble and you found it. And you
know,
started...
might add one thing.
No, does it sound like you're losing?
Well, no, I just want to say one word.
No.
Huh?
I talk.
Okay.
Do you allow your wife to talk?
Yeah, I don't control my wife. She does what she pretty much wants.
Yeah, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. You had no right
I know.
to spray him in the face. He has to be compensated for that civilly if that's what he wants. Now,
That's
some
what I
of that
want.
has to be mitigated because, Mr. Butler, I believe that you got a little hot under the collar.
Yeah, but can I explain one thing to you?
I don't want you to explain anything to me. I want you to listen.
Yeah.
You got hot under the collar.
Very hot.
Right.
Yes.
Before you got sprayed with the mace.
No.
Sure you did. You were hot when you came down there to talk to her friend.
But I didn't go to her residence. She came to mine.
No. No. She didn't, Mr. Butler. You were sitting on your porch when she walked by. You went over towards Pam's house, where she was, and the two of you started talking. Now, your wife is sitting there, and she looks like a very nice lady, and she's nodding her head up and down. You got hot. That doesn't excuse getting maced in the face. Doesn't excuse.
Sure.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Miss Norris, this is your mother.
It is.
This is your boyfriend.
Yes.
You claim that your mother owes you for rent during the time she lived with you.
Yes.
When did your mother come to live with you?
Sometime early, mid-November. I'm
The
sorry.
questions are going to get harder.
I'm just nervous. Around mid-November last year of 2000.
And under what circumstances did she come to live with you?
Shortly before, less than 2 weeks, she'd been evicted from yet another apartment, and she called me very upset because she was stranded with no place to go. So, again, I let her live with me.
And she had stayed with you before, I assume?
Yes, several times before. I've helped her.
What was the financial arrangement, if there was one?
That she would agree to pay $50 a week if she was responsible for her other expenses, her personal things, doing her own laundry. I have washer dryer. If she was going to take care of all that out of the house, then it would only be $50. I have 3 floors in my apartment. The 3rd floor, she had all of that for her. There was two rooms with full closets. She had, you know, a good amount of space.
And your mother agreed to pay you $50 a week?
Yes, at least.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that she did not pay you the $50 a week?
No, she was with us for around 10 months. During that time, we got at most $200 in total from my mother. Not only, that's not just cash, we got one payment in the form of a scratch ticket that she had won. And after a period of time, she just said right out that she wouldn't leave and she wasn't going to give us any money anymore either.
All right, let me hear you.
I moved in there on the 28th of October. We agreed on $50 a week. Mr. LaLumia told me at that time $50 a week would only allow me a room or the rooms. I wasn't allowed to use the phone, watch television, or eat any of the food in the house. I'm a tea drinker. I bought my own tea, sugar, and milk. I ate at the local pizza parlors and the little variety store at a cost of $80 to $90 a week to myself. I bought my own cigarettes and liquids outside of my tea, and they never bought any of my necessaries, and I wanted nothing of them, Judge Judy, at all.
I'm asking you about the $50 a week you're
I
supposed to pay.
paid them. I have, where I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and I was on unemployment when I moved in, I didn't ask Sherry for receipts, or I didn't give a receipt because she's my daughter. I have accounted for financially $1,150 that I did at different points give her all together.
The only she paid was a $50 money order
And I do have
and
receipts from the
a scratch
landlord.
ticket and the 3 receipts from the landlord. That is the only money that Miss Rabitor has ever given us in the time she has lived with us. She has been supplied with food. She has snuck down in the middle of the night, taken food up to her rooms. She has ravaged the house.
Judge Judy, I lived with my daughter and Mr. LaLumia for 10 months. Not once in the 10-month time did Sherry or Jim ever speak to me.
So why didn't you leave?
I tried to get jobs while I lived there. My daughter blackballed me out of jobs. People would call there, and Sherry would say nasty, dirty things about me to companies or places that I was trying to get employment. So I wasn't really working other than a $6 under-the-table job at 15 hours a week.
Did you live with your mother until you were how old?
15, I left home.
You were 15?
I was 15 when I left home because I had abusive parents. At 17 was the first time my mother stayed with me because she had been evicted
at that time. She stayed with me for a short period of time when I was just a teenager. For all of these years, I have helped her. This is the third time she's lived with me, at least. And every time it ends terribly.
Well, tell me how it
makes
ended.
me hesitant to help her any further, but I do, because she's my mother. I do. She's whispering things over here, being taunting.
Shh. Don't speak. How old are your children?
12 and 13.
And they live with you as well?
Yes.
Does your mother have, to the best of your knowledge, any particular problem that causes this eviction from one apartment to another apartment? Has she ever had any psychiatric treatment?
It's not just apartments that she continuously gets evicted from. She can't keep jobs either.
I'm asking you about any psychiatric disability.
Yes, when we were children, my brother and sister and I, when she was with her first husband, she was getting psychiatric treatment at the time. I was young. I didn't pay much attention. My brother actually had brought it to my attention recently. He reminded me of that. And at some point after she and my father split up, she and her first husband, he was not my biological father, she stopped getting any sort of, I don't know if
Any
she's
help?
on medication. She never has continued counseling or medications. And yes, I know that is greatly to do with why she can't hold jobs and she can't keep apartments, because she can't maintain relationships of any kind. I am her oldest child. She was a teenage mother when she had me. The last words my mother has spoken to me since she left my apartment was that she's regretted this since the day that I was born. And I am the only person that has helped her since I was 17 years old. She's from a family of 10. She has 9 brothers and sisters, and they won't help her. I have a younger brother and a younger sister. They won't help her. I have helped her over and over again since I was a teenager myself.
So,
and this is what happened.
Miss Norris, let me ask you this question. I know you're upset.
Because it's my mother.
I gotcha.
She's supposed to be the mother, not me.
You know, sometimes roles change when you don't want them to.
But when it's hurtful over and over again, that doesn't bother me, taking care of her and help her. I knew she needed it, and I didn't have a problem doing it repeatedly. The only reason that she was even in the home is because she's my mother. I mean, Jim didn't owe her anything. I didn't really either, but nobody
What
else would
happened,
help
Miss
her.
Norris? Listen, let you compose yourself for a minute.
Thank you.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sherry Norris says her mother, Paula Rabator, owes for unpaid rent and living expenses. Sherry says she's been burned before by her mother.
Miss Norris, after 10 months, your mother left your house. Had you had a fight?
There had been a fight, well, not a fight. Oh, yeah, it was. Actually, it started over money. When she first came, she had no job. She'd just been fired from a job. Animosity was created when she was asked when she was going to start paying. She said she wanted to take time off, and it was just before the holidays last year. She had just gotten fired. She'd just gotten evicted. She said she needed time to recover. And with the holidays, I thought, okay, you know, it's not a problem. It'd be hard to find employment anyway right now. So that was not a problem. And then she did get a job while she was collecting unemployment from another state. That's another character point of hers, using different names.
Tell me what happened at the end, Miss Norris.
Okay, lots of stuff happened in between. She was a terrible example for my kids, my daughters. The things that she says and the way that she talks, my kids were just, their chins hitting the floor with the vulgar language that she uses, not just profanity, just very sexually oriented things and just other totally bizarre things that she did. She had a small bird. She believed one of my children was responsible for killing it. So she nailed the dead little bird to her bedroom door with a note telling my daughters to stay out. That's how she is. And my children even think, they said when they left the room, the bird was fine. They believe she did it herself. This is where her mental illness comes in.
You did it, made your kids think it was me.
This is where her mental illness comes in.
But I wouldn't hurt my birds, Judy.
She threw them out the window, all of them having been pets caged for 5 years. They can't fly. And she threw them out the window the day she was leaving. That's how much she loved her birds. I thought she loved them too. But when she did it, she made sure she came downstairs to tell me she had just thrown her birds out the window. 3 of them I never saw again. 1 of them hit the ground because she was so weak. I still have her. It was my neighbor that, this is her act.
Just a second.
Please
Question,
understand
Ms.
that.
Norris.
You're not
Ms.
getting the
Norris.
point.
I know, I'm missing the point. This is
Just-
getting distracting.
Okay, it's getting distracting.
But,
But let's get back
no, anyway,
to
so the point, at the time that I needed to ask her to leave, she was not paying any money. I forgot exactly what happened, but I said, that's it.
That's it, go.
Jim asked her for me because I had a hard time with this because of the whole situation.
All right, so it got difficult.
It got very difficult.
got
So
difficult.
she came to me. Jim had gone to her work one day and said, you need to leave. And she came home that Saturday from work and said, well, she didn't listen to anything he said. She just thought he was the biggest jerk in the world. So she came to me and she says, I never talked to her. She asked me, is it true? Do I need to leave? I said, yes. She said, why? I said, because, Ma, you've been here for nearly a year. You have accomplished nothing. So I just said, it's just not working. It's just not doing any good, Ma. I think you could stay here for another 5 years, and it would still be the same. You'd still be right where you are, not a dime in your pocket, nothing, and no job. So enough is enough. That's it. I said my children are leaving the long Labor Day weekend with their father. I didn't want them there when she was moving because I knew she would cause a scene. So I said that I would give her that 4-day weekend with my car to remove herself and her belongings. Well, that Saturday, she came back to me crying, saying, I need help, I know I need help, I've needed help for a long time, and that's what I spent all week doing. I wasn't at a job interview the other day, I was at the emergency room at the hospital because I know I need help, and can't you just let me have the time to get help, Sherry? And so I said, fine. And then I talked to Jim, and I said, well, my mother's not moving out this weekend.
Ultimately, she moved out when?
The following week, even.
Okay.
She even had more time, and the day that she moved out, it was because we got legal papers in the mail. We received notices in the mail that she was taking us to court. Said, forget it. Forget it. Why are you doing this?
Why was she taking you to court?
It was a charge
Threat to commit a crime.
on
The
her
threat was taking legal action to have her evicted from the
if
apartment.
that was necessary, because she said, I'm
Is
not
it-
leaving. I don't care what you say. He said, if I
So
have
she
to take you to
filed
court,
a
I will.
complaint of threat against you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you told her, you managed to find your way to the courthouse, now you can find yourself a new apartment.
That is correct.
Well,
Okay.
he came home from work, and over the weekend, I said, my mother talked to me. I'm going to let her stay because ultimately, for me, I have been dealing with this sort of thing for my children are petrified of her. Nobody will do it.
Okay, all right, stop.
I know you want a
Ultimately,
cathartic
if my
event.
mother can be normal one day, that's all I've wanted half my life, and if we have to bite our tongues and deal with it a little more, for her to get help, fine.
May never happen.
I stand there, I can't even believe I can't
May
even
never happen.
believe it.
All right, Ms.
I don't
Rabitor,
think so.
listen to me. You left your daughter's house.
Oh, could I?
Just a minute. Your claim is that she either kept or destroyed some of your property.
Yes.
Before we get to your claim, I want to know why you filed a complaint against your daughter's boyfriend.
Mr. Leloup, Sherry, like I said, Sherry doesn't talk to me and hasn't talked to me for quite a while.
Just tell me what caused you to file the complaint against him.
He was threatening me.
What did he say?
He just kept threatening me to not touch anything, get out of the house, we don't want you here, leave this house, don't eat, don't watch TV, don't do anything, get out, get out, get out. So to
you
me
wanted
that
your-
was threatening because of circumstances.
Because of circumstance. Well, it's not
But
legally
then I
threatening.
accused-
It's not legally threatening.
No, it wasn't legally threatening.
So then what did you go to the courts for?
It would have become threatening, Judge Judy, at a point.
No. You
Yes,
don't
it
go to the
would have.
court. Listen.
He was
You
being-
don't go to a court if you think it might become, in some later date, threatening.
And Judge,
What?
I've already been in front of a judge 4 different times for this very same issue.
What issue?
Her belongings.
counterclaim.
Her counterclaim?
Yes.
And what happened with those cases?
Well, I first received a call from the clerk asking
just a minute.
me.
Do you have...
Yeah,
I
we
have
have
a legal document.
We have
I wanna see
supporting
the order.
papers of all of this.
Can I see it, please?
And
Were you
I-
at any time ordered to return any of her property?
Yes, and I did.
Just a minute.
And
have
she
you
did
been
not
to court, Ms. Rabitor,
take a thing.
on the same issue as your counterclaim, the property?
Yes.
Then you had your day in court. I don't deal with that.
Your Honor, the judge wouldn't hear it. Sherry said that everything was her belongings, and he wouldn't hear it.
It wasn't supposed to be a housing court issue, and they told her that. But because it was presented in front of the housing court judge, he dealt with it.
And what was the order? Do you have the order?
To return her belongings
Can
to
I see
her,
it,
or I
please?
would be thrown in jail in 7 days. My issue is that it isn't all hers.
I'm not giving her my belongings.
I can understand why no judge is going to hear this.
I pointed out that a lot of it was
A
petty.
bread box, house plants.
Those were returned to me.
Good.
I have the items that weren't returned.
She states that there's a 6-foot buffet that was hers, and it was not hers. It was never hers, and I have a statement from my landlord, who is an antique collector, stating
Just
that...
1 second.
For the
Just 1 second. Is the main thing you want this antique buffet?
No, Judy.
Well, what do you want?
I want to be able to get my belongings and go on with my life.
Listen to me.
I've worked
I'm
Judge Judy,
asking-
for 20 years for all of this.
Ms. Rapporteur,
I fought everything.
Clay,
Calm down.
listen to me very carefully. You had access to the house, and some of the stuff you removed, and some of the stuff she sent
no, I
over.
didn't.
Shh, I'm speaking. Some of the stuff, according to your papers and hers, she sent over to your other daughter-in-laws. I'm going to give you an opportunity to present to me a receipt for this buffet.
It was from my mother-in-law, Judge Judy. She gave me the buffet and a hutch to match.
I don't know that.
No, and the landlord doesn't know that either.
Listen to me, Ms. Rapporteur. The burden is on you to prove to me that anything on your list is your property. And the way to do that is with receipts.
Judge Judy, she kept all of my legal papers and all my legal documents. She kept all my phone numbers, address books, and everything. I have no proof of anything because
Well, if you
Sherry
have-
has it.
If you have no proof, then I can't help you. Do you have, Ms. Norris, any documents in your house? I'm not talking about receipts or papers, but any documents in your house that your mother left there that you did not bring over to your sister-in-law's house?
Yes, I will give those back to her. Once all this court stuff is done,
No,
I will give
listen,
them back
listen
to her.
Listen to me. They're her documents. Anything that is her document is to be turned over to her within 5 days. And is there anything else? She said there was a computer. Did you return that to her?
Yes.
The computer was returned to you.
No hard drives or a power cord.
All right, good. That takes care of your counterclaim. Within 5 days, all of her papers, documents,
I have
etc.
pictures of the items
Be
that are on
returned to
that
her.
list.
Put it down.
Judge Judy?
This
What?
is my
For one-
Woonsocket
Put it down.
apartment, Judge Judy.
The apartment that she was evicted from in Woonsocket, that landlord
has
kept
nothing to
most
do
of her
with it.
belongings.
No, he didn't,
Well, that
Sherry.
may be the pictures.
Those belongings come to me as soon as I have a place to bring them to. And I can get my
Ms. Norris,
landlord to
listen
vow
to me
that.
very carefully. Just taking care of the counterclaim.
Okay, but
I want you to listen. Ms. Rapporteur, I honestly believe that you probably need some professional help. You are a grown woman, you are a mature woman, and clearly your life has been a series of ups and downs. Oh, she's leaving. Your mother is leaving. She probably could use a little bit of professional help. In any event, she was here, she subjected herself to the jurisdiction of the court. Your mother acknowledges, based upon her own figures, that she owes you at least $1,050. I don't believe she paid you
No, she did not.
$1,150, but you don't have records. She doesn't have records. So I'm awarding you on your claim $1,050 for background. As far as her counterclaim is concerned, it is absolutely impossible to determine who owns 3 baskets. So just make sure she gets all of her documents back, and that will be done within 5 days. That's all.
Thank you.
Parties are excused.